Who the heck is PepTalks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. PepTalks. 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 Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. PepTalks. PepTalks.
Who the heck is PepTalk?
They want our women. They want our children.
PepTalks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the PepTalk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
PepTalks.
I'm literally coming. I'm
PepTalks.
literally coming.
PepTalks.
We found weapons of mass
PepTalks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from PepTalks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to an early edition of High on Politics. It is Tuesday, and we're here at kind of a random time, 2:30. Just wrapped up Pepaganda over on this space. If you guys haven't checked out this space, please consider jumping on over there for a hot minute. There's some syndicated content playing. Make sure that you guys drop a like over there, but yeah, make your way back. That'd be great, but this is always awkward for me where it's just like, go support the other project. But come hang out. We're going to cover some really fun stuff. So appreciate all the support over on this space, by the way, guys. Thank you for coming in, hanging with me on my Tuesday shows. I really appreciate that. This space gives me the ability to kind of work some stuff out and try to do some more serious programming. Does it always turn into that? Nah, that's a different story. But hope you guys are doing well. Yeah, long time no see. Let's do it. Televani, I saw that you appreciate the thumbnail. That's cool. I didn't want to. I kind of did it last minute because I didn't even think about it. Today was kind of wonky. If I was starting at 4, I would have definitely contacted you, but figured, nice day off for you. So hope you guys enjoy the thumbnail. We got Mike Pillow. If you guys don't know, he is running for the governor. State of emergency. Trump flowed some just random MAGA host had him on today and just laid it out there saying, sir, this is like, we have a clear runway for you to do this because in 1980 something, Ronald Reagan made it so you can declare state of emergency and they can't even ask why. And he's like, we're looking at it. So this isn't just hyperbole, guys. Like he's doing the thing. I kind of warned you. I have been saying here that he's going to do it, man. He's going to do anything he can to steal this election, which is insane. The fact that so many people are just like, we need the SAFE Act to protect the elections. Meanwhile, the president is literally doing everything he can to disenfranchise our electorate. Yeah, cool. We live in a totally, coherent world where everything makes sense. Oy. But anyway, he's doing the thing. Yeah, it's looking like he's doing the thing, guys. So, we'll get to that in a little bit. Also, I covered something over on Pepaganda. If you were not able to join us, Sagar and Crystal got into a debate about Woke 2.0, hence why that is in the title. We're going to finish that. Then we're going to cover a little bit of what's going on with the Michigan, keep saying Michigan, Minnesota and Wisconsin elections. And then, the Trump debacle with the plane that the media is just harping on for, totally no other reason than to distract us from what Trump plans on doing. Oh my God, it might actually happen, eh? Yeah, here. You know what? Screw it. I usually don't do this like right away, but in this case, we are going to just go right into the state of emergency story here because, it's kind of, I don't know. It seems like it's this kind of matters. So the first person to break this was Josiah with an E, by the way. I still can't get over how he spells his name because Josiah in a biblical term, like if you're going by the Bible, Josiah, it's literally Josiah. That is how I've spelled Josiah my entire life. Yeah, Josiah. It's Jesseiah or whatever. I'll just be honest. It was a new one for me, but then again, this is coming from somebody that learned that you could spell Charlie with an EY pretty late in life, where I got like mad at it, where I was just like, who's spelling their name that way? That's dumb. Why would they do that? That's just that's not how you spell Charlie. No, I know you cannot tell somebody how to spell their own name. Trust me, I get it. This is something that I had to learn as a little bit late in life. I was probably around 12, 13 when I figured that out. But no, I'm totally in that. I'm like, okay, there is no right or wrong way except for Charlie. If you're doing it with an EY, you're doing it wrong. Okay. All right. But with that being said, guys, it had absolutely nothing to do with what we're talking about with the state of emergency that Trump is looking to declare. I'm telling you right now, this is the plan. Just be prepared for when he does it. He's probably going to do it before September.
Unfortunately, we begin the day with major, ominous breaking news, not about Donald Trump's disastrous Iran war, but rather about the upcoming midterms. During an interview with a MAGA host on Real America's Voice, Donald Trump publicly
Real America's Voice. Can we also acknowledge that these like sub fucking conservative news agencies are even more pathetic than any liberal news agency?
That he may
like,
try
holy
to
crap,
declare an
Fox News wannabes.
unconstitutional state of emergency to unconstitutionally rig the upcoming midterms that the data show he's currently on track to lose. And we have to talk about this. But before we do, if you end up liking this video and you want to support the channel...
Oh, it was that much of an emergency that you could make sure that they like and subscribe first, huh? Yeah, I'm going to just say this. If something's a true emergency, you're not going to hear me, like, shilling my channel right before I get into the crux of everything. Fucking A.
3 clicks would go a long way.
This is different. 3 clicks goes a long way. He's not wrong. It goes a long way, and it helps us as creators, but maybe not the time, Josiah, if we're talking again. You're literally titled this. This is an effing emergency. Woo! Like you literally put the little alarm on it and everything. Did you clickbait me, sir?
Subscribe and notification.
No, I did actually watch this one.
Bell. They cost you absolutely nothing, but help this channel out.
Okay, get to it.
Immensely because it tells the mysterious YouTube gods to recommend this video and this channel to other users.
Oh my God, it's almost all right. Guys, if I ever get to that point of desperation, please just tell it. Like you can literally just type cringe with the little star that that millennials like.
Now let's dive into the particulars here. This is a telephone interview between Trump and Real America's Voice.
Hey, political politics equals garbage. There we go. I was like, wait a minute. Hey, dude, what buffoonery are we unpacking today? Well, apparently Trump is floating the idea of doing a state of emergency to lock down the elections.
Very ominous.
So let me put an idea in your head, okay? Because it's so hard to get the Senate to do anything. Now they're on recess. They don't get anything done if they never get the Save America Act done. You have the right.
So just subvert all of democracy and just do it because you want to.
To declare a national security emergency for elections. And the Supreme Court ruled in 1983 under Reagan.
Also, hey, by the way, guys, I'm going to go through chat and say my hellos and everything in a minute, but we got to the story pretty quick.
That if you declare a national security emergency as the President of the United States, they can't challenge it. It can only be overturned by a 2/3 vote of both houses of Congress. So if you do this in the next month, we will get photo ID, proof of citizenship, and a limit to mail-in ballots, and you don't even need the Senate vote.
Okay, I'll leave it at that.
All right, we'll leave it at that. So
we'll leave it at that.
So he says, we'll leave it at that. Stranger things have happened. Donald Trump is publicly flirting with totally bypassing the legislature.
He's so losing his shit, and now he's flipping the table like a neckbeard at the Yu-Gi-Oh store.
Article 1 branch, the most powerful and important branch, the one that's closest to the people who are sovereign in this country. And know how he...
Holy shit, Godzilla God King, thank you for the kind $60 donation. Really appreciate that, man.
Says this.
Thank you. Hey, Godzilla God King.
At Godzilla
Random.
God King $60. My pep toss. hot pepper emoji, hot pepper emoji.
Thank you.
Hot pepper emoji. Also hi uni, eyes emoji.
Awesome, dude. Thank you for that. Real quick, did you see that McDonald's on August 18th, Sanrio and Godzilla, they're doing a collaboration for McDonald's Happy Meals? Listen, I know, but I don't care. I really want a fuel fund.
MAGA host isn't saying, well, listen, there is a
Yeah, these damn millennials.
legitimate national security threat. He's saying it's too difficult to get this through Congress.
Thank you, man. I really appreciate that. Hell of a thing to say to a guy who has a wife's cancer recovery fund displayed right on the screen.
He says it explicitly.
Oh, wait, who said what now?
The Senate and the House of Representatives aren't obeying us, Mr. President. They're not doing what you command as God, Emperor of the nation. And so therefore, what you should do is
I was too focused on the positivity in chat to actually see somebody being a meanie.
try to declare a state of emergency. And
Why couldn't it be Jollibee?
by the way, 30 years ago, the Supreme Court
You will be able to, just buy them. You know what? If I get doubles, I'll let you know.
suggested that if you declare an emergency, nobody can review it. So it seems like a blank check you can cut for yourself to totally
Which is insane. Nobody can review it. It's just a blanket state of emergency. Like, at what point, do we also have the ability to sue our fucking government?
sidestep both the legislature and
This is getting ridiculous, dude. Like, to the point where there might need to be a class action lawsuit for every American joins, where we just sue the Supreme Court
the judiciary.
and sue Trump and just be like, guys, you done fucked us. We're done with this, and we're going to go through every avenue that we can to kind of hold you to account, which here we are. Now we actually have to do the hard work. Great.
To rig
Oh, not voting, by the way. Again, we have to go through the legal system, like what little is left of it.
the midterms. Rig the midterms. This is incredibly sinister, incredibly harrowing, incredibly ominous stuff. Molly Jong Fast reacted not great. Joyce Aline says, you have the right. What a thing to say for a president. What a thing for a president to contemplate. A trumped up emergency designed to keep people he thinks won't vote with him from exercising their right to vote. Former Tea Party turned MAGA Republican Congressman Joe Walsh says, pay attention, pointing down. We already know he's considering calling a national emergency to fuck with the midterms. So let me be clear on this. Trump declaring a national emergency will not stop the elections. It will also not have
That's not even a call for revolution. That's just that's a blatant, obvious
any impact on
end there. Like, dude, again, the fact is, he can subvert democracy as much as he wants, but if he expects there to be no pushback, from your average American, and if he thinks that it's going to just be it's only the left, he's got another thing coming.
mail ballots or ID documents.
This is the nice part about them being in their little bunkers, is they don't actually have an idea of what America is.
Requirements to vote. States run their elections. Trump has zero authority over them. And that is true, constitutionally speaking. It is true in terms of the letter of the law.
It's also nice to know, again, the Fox News hosts, all of them, they don't actually connect with American people.
He has no authority here. But it wouldn't be the first time this president has acted lawlessly and corruptly and authoritarianly
Hey, Ravy.
to exert authority and power he does not constitutionally have. The real question is, will the guardrails, will other Republicans, will other institutions like the courts, like the Supreme Court, move to check him? And unfortunately, we know when it comes to the Republican Party, they'll roll over and aid and abet any power grab by Trump, no matter how ruthless, no matter how corrupt.
Yeah, that's why you're not going to get again, they're just going to throw their hands up and be like, oh, too bad, we can't do anything.
No matter how un-American, no matter how anti-American, no matter how anti-constitutional. So now it's up to the Democrats, who unfortunately don't have a lot of power because we took power away from them, and the courts, which are at best a mixed bag. District and circuit courts have
Good job.
done
Good job, America. We kind of did this to ourselves. Isn't that kind of a bitch?
relatively well, but the Supreme Court of the United States,
Just remember that when any time that you do kind of give a pass to somebody that is still being stupid about this, because I'll give a pass to people that are regretful, but the ones still being stupid about this,
has
you made this bed.
tolerated quite a bit of Trump's corrupt abuse of power and given him a lot of latitude to avoid accountability with their immunity decision, for example, for his corrupt abuses of power. So this is, to me, whether the letter of the law supports
C-SPAN's not technically news.
it or not. That's really not the question. The question is, will
C-SPAN is literally just political coverage. They don't actually do news.
the most powerful man in the world abuse his power to try to exert more authority than
Hey, thank you for the little hiding
When he hasn't.
dude from
if that happens? Who will stop him?
oh my god, Mecha Chameleon.
Adam Cochran says,
play
good
that game.
thing at Bill Cassidy just spinelessly voted to approve Trump's sellout of a personal lawyer as head of the DOJ. Great point. Others again pointing out that he doesn't have that right. Grant Stern noting that this is ominous.
I can't respect somebody that doesn't think of their own material conditions.
Others saying he has zero authority to cancel the election.
Yeah, but this was way before Trump. I'm going to just say it. Like, I thought that way back when people were voting for Bush again.
Because he knows he's going to lose. By the way, if the economy is great, why try to cheat? Again, good point. Are they admitting that they're going to try to steal this election? They won an election and are now trying to convince America it was not a fair election and they need to steal this one? Will America stand by quietly while they're robbed? Again, so on and so forth. This is going...
Yeah, I was about to say, a state government can override a president's state of emergency. Oh, yeah.
Viral.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
We're going to look at a Democracy Docket article in just a moment.
Interesting.
It's actually quite timely. It was written just a few days ago by Jacob Knudsen. Democracy Docket, of course, is Mark Elias's outfit. They are leading the charge in democracy-related news and updates, particularly the legal challenges. And the
Hey, Uprise, we did and we used due process, something that you redheads totally forgot about, stripping away rights from everybody.
Very often legal victories that they have had over, Donald
Replace the red armbands with red hats.
Trump and the MAGA movement. This is a big deal. But I can't stress this enough. This isn't just rhetoric, and the rhetoric alone...
I think that they were talking to somebody in chat.
...should alarm...
Rebecca, with all due respect, I think that they were reading other chatters in here.
...everybody, because it's coming...
Yeah. We got a little, we got a few people that seem to be MAGA or MAGA adjacent in chat right now.
...from the most powerful person on Earth, and when the most powerful person on Earth says dangerous...
Oh, it's kind of funny. They're actually taking away our rights to have representation. You know, that whole no taxation without representation kind of thing? Well, that's kind of fucked up. So do we just stop paying taxes next? Is that what happens since we lose our representation technically?
Stupid.
I'm only asking questions.
Authoritarian things. It matters. But the thing is, it's not just rhetoric. It's not just empty words. Donald Trump has attempted to unlawfully remain in power before, during the 2020 election. He falsely claimed the night of the election, when ballots were still being counted, that he won the election.
Dude, he claimed the 2016 election was rigged, and he won that one just because he didn't win the popular vote.
He attempted to sue...
You fucking kidding me?
...his way into a second term.
Wow.
Lost 63 court...
I mean, dude, NSPM7, anybody that identifies as technically a political dissenter, or identifies as, that they identify as a political dissenter, is now subject to losing their rights.
Cases.
Shut the fuck up, dude. Honestly, hey, mods, you have my permission to start getting rid of some of them.
In front of conservative judges, some of whom he appointed. He lost every time.
You don't have the right nor privilege. You know how I'm sitting here talking about rights. Well, guess what? You just lost your right, quote unquote, to be in here. Bye.
He concocted a fake elector.
Since you guys don't understand the difference between rights and privileges, I'm going to make sure that I exercise my right to ban you from having your privilege in my chat.
And knowingly fraudulent false electors to the U.S. Capitol to falsely proclaim him the victor of the election. And try to trick or convince Republicans to go along with the scheme. He tried to defraud the American people over the results of the election and their chosen president of the United States.
Taking away rights from one person takes away the rights from every person, something that you have to understand. Yeah.
United States, Joseph.
Well, they understand that if it was, what's her face, Ashley Babbitt or whatever the fuck.
Biden. And then, of course, it culminated in the violent January 6th insurrection that Donald Trump actively stoked. And then, as both the head of the mob, given that it was a...
Damn, Pep's doing educational bans? Yeah, we're having fun today.
MAGA cult, and the sitting president of the United States with the ultimate national security obligation, he sat on his...
It's PBS, just Pep BS. Wait a minute.
fat orange ass and watched the insurrection unfold for hours. And to the extent that he did anything, he was using the chaos to try to pressure Republicans to object to President Biden's victory and to try to get him reinstated as president of the United States.
Dude, we met the goal.
We've seen him try to unlawfully remain in power before. We've seen him try to unlawfully meddle in elections before. How can we possibly rule out that he might make an attempt to do so here? We can't rule it out. So let's take a look here. How could Trump rig the midterms? By Jacob Knudsen. For the past year and a half, Donald Trump has been trying to take control of U.S. elections. He largely has not succeeded. The reason is simple. The U.S. Constitution gives the president no lawful authority over how states run elections. And courts have said as much while knocking down many of his efforts. But with each loss, Trump has grown more desperate and his actions more brazen, raising the risk that he will try something even more lawless as he struggles.
Why do people think that anyone could just vote? That's not how it works, because that supports their preconceived notion that illegals are out there voting
to stave off a Republican loss in the mid.
It makes whatever has been pushed on them, like all the fear mongering, into a reality for them.
Terms. With just under 3 months until the Americans head to the polls,
even though it's not actual
across
reality,
the country have been meeting privately to discuss how Trump may try to undermine a fair vote and to game out their responses to such attempts. While officials have largely been tight-lipped about what scenarios they're preparing for, it's not difficult to identify, based on the statements and actions of Trump and his allies, several alarming ways the president could undermine Americans' right to vote this year. This is the first in a series of stories by Democracy Docket examining how the Trump administration's grave threats to the 2026 midterms. It offers an overview of the multiple ways Trump could interfere with the vote and threaten U.S. democracy. Restricting mail voting. Though he's voted by mail several times, Trump has relentlessly attacked mail voting as a vehicle for election fraud, going back to his first run for president in 2016. And an attack on mail voting is an attack on voting. Nearly 1 in 3 voters cast a mail ballot in the 2024 general election, amounting to more than 48 million votes. Not coincidentally, more Democrats than Republicans voted by mail. Trump's most blatant and dangerous attack on mail voting was a March executive order directing the U.S. Postal Service to only deliver ballots to voters on pre-approved lists maintained by the federal government. If voters weren't on the lists, they won't receive a mail ballot, Postmaster General David Steiner told lawmakers earlier this year. A federal judge in Massachusetts blocked USPS from carrying out Trump's directive in June, but the Trump administration is still trying to get that voting restriction and others in Trump's order in place before the midterm.
Realistically, it's not going to.
The Justice Department and a dozen Republican-led states asked the Supreme Court to lift the lower block, claiming it was issued prematurely because USPS never finalized a rule it proposed carrying out Trump's instructions. Under the proposed rule, state election chiefs would be required to give USPS a list of voters who requested a mail ballot. If states refused to hand over that information, the Postal Service in turn would refuse to deliver ballots to those states. Or in those states, excuse me. The court has yet to respond.
Which will lead to a massive lawsuit against the U.S. Postal Service and the U.S. government.
To the requests. But it very well could grant them. The Republican-appointed majority has rejected only a handful of emergency applications the DOJ has filed in other cases. Moreover, Trump's mail voting restrictions could partially go into effect even if the Supreme Court rejects the requests. The lower court block only applies to the 23 blue states and Washington, D.C. that challenged Trump's order. Though USPS previously said it would not move forward with the proposal in any state while the lower court ruling remained in place, it could change course, implementing it in some states but not others. This is huge. This is a big deal. Even if the court order is followed, it only protects blue states. But the fact of the matter is blue states alone are not enough for Democrats to win elections. This voting restriction, even if it applied in red states or swing states, could be enough to rig the outcome in favor of the Republicans. It's a big deal. Should it go into effect even in a limited number of states, the Postal Service proposal could affect a huge swath of voters. It would make it much more difficult for voters not on the federal government's list to cast a ballot, especially in states like California, Colorado, Utah, Oregon, and Washington, where today mail voting is by far the most common way to cast a ballot. Sending troops or law enforcement to the polls. For months now, prominent voices on the far right have called on Trump to deploy federal agents or members of the military to go to voting sites, a scheme clearly meant to harass and intimidate voters. Trump and the White House have never ruled out this tactic. In fact, senior officials, including Attorney General Todd Blanche, who is now officially the Attorney General, he's no longer acting, and Homeland Security Secretary Markwayne Mullin, have publicly supported deploying immigration agents during the elections. Federal law bars the deployment of armed officials to polling places unless it's, quote, necessary to repel armed enemies of the United States, and prohibits members of the military from interfering with elections. But as demonstrated by his mass deployment of National Guard troops across the country last year, Trump is unafraid of flagrantly wielding the military and federal agents in legally dubious or outright illegal ways. And his stationing of hundreds of U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents at major U.S. airports showed his willingness to use immigration officers as his personal national police force. Trump officials and far-right figures aren't alone in wanting armed officials to monitor the midterm vote at election sites. In a poll earlier this year, over 70% of surveyed Republicans said they would support it. It's not just Trump. It's not just MAGA officials. It's the Republican base. That's the mandate from the Republican base. They want him to do this. Seizing ballots and voting equipment. Trump could also try to use federal agents or the military to take control of ballots, the raw materials of elections, or voting systems. That could allow him to disrupt ongoing vote counts and look for, or fabricate, proof of the unfounded election conspiracy theories popular among the MAGA movement. It's not a novel idea for Trump. In the weeks after the 2020 election, he considered a plan prepared by conspiracy theorists that entailed ordering federal agents or troops to confiscate voting machines from swing states to find evidence of fraud. Trump ultimately didn't go through with the proposal, and he openly regrets it. Reflecting on his decision in an interview with the New York Times this past January, Trump said he, quote, should have directed the National Guard to take control of the machines. Meaning, he says he didn't go far enough. I could have gone further, and I didn't, and I wish I would have. I should have.
Yeah, the thing is, this is where he's so full of shit. Again, the law would have been detrimental to him. That honestly, like, you want to talk about impeachable offenses, all this kind of shit, that had he lost the court cases would have constituted a high crime and misdemeanor, which or misdemeanor, which last time I checked, although we're way past that point, let's be fucking real.
He says he should have ordered the military to seize voting machines.
We're in a post-law America for elected officials.
That temptation and regret will
Democrats,
still likely be on the president's mind come November. Trump could also attempt to pressure the DOJ to commandeer election materials or systems through sham criminal investigations. In fact, he's already tried this. Just weeks after Trump's Times interview, the FBI executed a search warrant on an elections facility in Fulton County, Georgia, and took control of around 700 boxes of 2020 election records, including original ballots. Appearing to have advanced knowledge of the raid, Trump directed then Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard to participate. At the time, she was probing election conspiracy theories about voting machines. After the raid, Trump personally thanked some of the agents who conducted the search in a bizarre phone call Gabbard arranged. The raid was allegedly part of a criminal investigation into potential violations of record retention law, but the affidavit underpinning it largely relied on a long-debunked claim from notorious conspiracy theorists. The FBI also, this year, obtained records from a flawed, quote, audit of the 2020 vote in Maricopa County, Arizona. Trump again resorted to conspiracy theories when he ordered the DOJ to investigate California elections, with his preferred candidate trailing in the state's June gubernatorial primary. In a future election, Trump's loyalists could try to pull off the same gambit, flood the courts with misleading claims in hopes of securing a warrant to take control of election records. If that fails, Trump could unilaterally, or try to unilaterally, sending in agents or troops as he hoped he did after 2020.
I mean, we could sit here shaking our heads. Like, this is kind of why I'm like, I got a smile on my face right now because I'm like, I fucking told you.
Roll purges.
Like, I told you guys this is exactly what was going to happen. I hate being right about this stuff because I ain't no Pepstradamus, as some say. I just see the writing on the fucking wall when some, you know, power-hungry fucking money grubber is in power and he's willing to do whatever he wants to be real. Like, the Supreme Court really fucked up when they were like, you have total immunity. Like, what were they doing? Honestly, like, everybody focuses on Citizens United. That might legitimately be one of the worst decisions the Supreme Court has ever levied.
As part of his anti-voting crusade,
And
the
it
Trump
doesn't make
administration
any
has paid
sense.
special attention to voter registration lists maintained by the states. It's obvious why. In all states except North Dakota, voting starts with registration. And if you control who's on the rolls, you ultimately control who votes. Under Trump, the DOJ has demanded sensitive registration records from all states that maintain rolls. Some states have complied, while others have refused. In turn, the DOJ has sued 30 non-compliant states and
Y'all are really slacking on that like button. They were doing that over on this space. Come on, guys. I hate to do this, but can you hit that like button, double tap that screen, and subscribe to the channel if you have not already?
to force access to the records. The department has claimed it needs
You're forcing me to do the whole plug bit. Come on now.
the record to ensure that states are adhering to
I
all
was
federal
being
laws that
good.
require that registration records be up to date and accurate. But the lawsuits appear
I
aimed
appreciate
at
it,
making
guys.
it
Thank
easier
you.
for the administration to pressure states to purge specific people from registration lists. So far, 21 federal judges, including several appointed by Trump in his first term.
Yeah, he made it perfectly clear that he was intending to build the Fourth Reich if he was elected. Yeah, I don't know why everybody's so, like, surprised by this. And then you got people like him that will all of a sudden just be like they're remiss to use Fourth Reich or Gestapo or any of that kind of language.
Have rejected the DOJ's lawsuits, with many
God,
ruling
like, how pathetic is that? Like, that's where I will call out the, like, milk toasty fucking coverage from some of the, like, more liberal center commentators is because, like, dude, use the fucking language that is applicable. Like, this is why it's kind of pathetic watching Josiah freak out about this, because every leftist was just like, yeah, this is what's going to happen.
that unredacted vote.
I mean, fucking Majority Report has been covering this like this was already the reality, and I got to give them some credit on that.
Voter rolls are not records the federal government can demand from the states.
Yeah.
0 have ruled for the DOJ. 0. But that hasn't stopped Trump from trying other ways to force states to remove voter rolls. DHS Secretary Mullen sent letters to California, New Jersey, Nevada, and Pennsylvania, all led by Democrats, alleging that DHS discovered that 250,000 non-citizens may be on their rolls. The department didn't specify how it came up with those figures, but that didn't prevent Mullen from demanding that these states work with DHS, quote, to positively identify the individual non-citizens registered in your state. Around the same time he sent those letters, Mullen also publicly threatened election officials with criminal charges and prison time if they didn't comply with other demands related to their voter rolls. One of Mullen's orders was for states to feed their rolls through a DHS database that Trump officials have retrofitted into a flawed system to monitor and shape registration lists. Investigations have revealed and experts have warned that the system routinely flags eligible voters as potential non-citizens because it's not about purging non-citizens. It's about preventing Democrats from voting. It's about suppressing Democratic voter turnout in ways that were down to the electoral benefit of the Republican Party. Here's another ominous one. Pressuring Republicans to refuse to seat Democrats. The period between Election Day, November 3rd, and the seating of the next Congress, January 3rd, 2027, will be crucial. During that time, Trump and his allies will likely continue to ramp up election conspiracy theories, this time with the potential aim of pressuring congressional Republicans to challenge contests in the U.S. House and refuse to seat Democratic victors. Citing false claims amplified by the White House and right-wing media, congressional Republicans could contest Democratic wins in hopes of retaining their slim majority in that chamber. And there might be little that courts, states, and outside groups or voters could do. That's because under federal law and Supreme Court precedent, the final say on who gets seated in the House is entirely controlled by a majority of its members, meaning in this case, the lame duck Republican majority. It wouldn't be the first time. Parties have gained the House or expanded their majorities in the chamber by contesting elections multiple times in the past. But that was a long time ago. Should Republicans attempt such a gambit today, it would be an attack on democratic elections unprecedented.
Yeah. But the thing is, there's precedent for this. And the thing, like, if you're not going to prepare yourself for them to use something that has already been done and has legal precedent in America, I got a fucking bridge to sell you there, Josiah.
Modern U.S. history. So, folks, this is a 5-alarm fucking
Hope your wife turns out well. Thank you. Appreciate that, Leroy.
fire. It's also a reason we should never,
All BS aside, hope you guys have plenty of years together. Thank you. I really appreciate that.
ever.
She's doing well. She's cancer free. She did have a successful surgery. It just kind of sucks. It didn't go exactly like we wanted it to.
Have granted Donald Trump and the Republicans the power that they have. Donald Trump should not have been voted president. Republicans should not have been voted in congressional majorities.
Rough road.
We stupidly decided to vote for them as the American people.
Hey, Ken.
Obviously, I did.
Maintaining that
I imagine most of you did not either, right? The point is,
that streak over there.
this is now, so much of this is predicated on Republicans.
By the way, guys,
not
I also stream on Twitch.
acting like the fascists that they are. This is a problem, and this is why every single one of you should make it your personal mission to vote for every fucking Democrat over every fucking Republican. Now is not the time for these intra-party squabbles.
Yeah.
Moderate versus progressive.
Yeah, no, I kind of said this earlier on this space, and I'm glad that we're all kind of coming to terms with this, where it's like, no, I understand how annoying it is too, because like I'm annoyed at him saying it. Therefore, I can only imagine how people that don't necessarily like my politics feel when I say something similar, but it doesn't make it any less correct. Same with Sam Cedar. You know, the people that want to continue to make these little arguments, realistically, I think that it comes from feeling powerless. And this is where the only way that they can, you know, externalize it. And it's just like, well, I feel like I can get more done by pointing out how stupid you are. It's just like, okay.
They have a
Like I've been saying, save it for after November. Like, hey, once December comes, go for it.
fucking D next to their name. You vote for them over the Republican.
Go
And
for it.
shit like this is the reason.
Because, yeah, if we are going to, like, if we're going to play this fucking, like, you know, tiptoeing on glass bullshit, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's just,
You know, head in the clouds.
can we let Trump motivate everybody to get out and vote for these people, and then can we sell them on any of these candidates? Or like, listen, as I said, I'm not the biggest Dan Biss guy. I'm voting for him. I don't care that he's not the most progressive candidate, even though he's a pretty progressive candidate. I'm still voting for him. I'm voting for anybody that is literally more progressive or to the left of any of the Republicans on these fucking ballots. Because, like, that's the alternative right now. It sucks, but that's the truth.
Leftist Democrat or the most milquetoast.
Is the traditional Democrat Party still a thing? Barely. The thing is, like, this is what they're lamenting the fact that they're getting MAGA-fied. Like, they hate it. They literally, like, we had our Tea Party moment with New York, and now they are fucking losing their minds. This is why all the old heads, like James Carville, and anybody that has been an established Democratic fucking senator or any figurehead, they're all freaking out. And they're the ones that are going, oh, this is a bridge too far. These people are too left. When, dude, everybody's been saying that about them for the past 20 years, yet they never seem bother until now.
Most moderate Democrat you can find.
Let's be real. Like, this is, dude, it's all a fucking work.
What they all have in common is that if they're in power, they're not going to do this shit. Whatever your preferences are on policy and candidates, once the primary is concluded and it's a choice between a Democrat and a Republican, in my opinion, you have a moral and civic obligation to vote for the Democrat and get these motherfuckers
Right
out of
now,
office.
he's not, like, again, it's fucking, honestly, you could put that a little bit differently and not so fucking, you know, again, like thumb in the nose. This is, the condescension bit goes both ways here. Like, don't condescend to people that are on the farther left because you don't like it when they condescend to you, you know? Shoe on the other foot kind of thing.
So let's plan on doing that.
What up, Ricky?
In the meantime, let me know what you think in the comments.
All right. I usually don't jump right into the stories like that, but that one was big enough to where it's like, okay, let's get past like the little bit of clickbaity stuff. And yeah, love the stream, Pep. Thank you. I really appreciate that, Ghost Train. Be safe and yeah, take care of yourself. Have yourself a good sleep. Okay. But look at this mess. My cat did this. I swear to God, this cat. This is what I when I was yelling at him on this space. That's what he was doing. He was getting tangled in my headphone cords. He chose violence again today. I should have named him Two-Face. I really should have. I'll do my best. Oh, nice. Bye. Cool. Alrighty. Let's chill for a minute and discuss some of this politics stuff, because politics stuff, the stuff with Trump. Because I am getting a little tired of talking about this. It feels like I go in circles where it's just like, guys, we just need, like, we need to do the we need broader outreach, blah 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 blah. Simply put, it really is. And like, I hate how they bastardize blue no matter who. Because now everybody thinks of, like, again, the milquetoast Kamala voter, but realistically, that's our thing, man. Like, as I said, goes both ways. They need to be blue no matter who, and that means shutting them down anytime that they start. Well, is this just Francesca Hogg a little too left? Shut up. You're voting for her, right? Or are you doing the thing where you're going to pretend that, well, I don't know, she really has to win me over? Yeah. We're done with that. The primary's over. So, yeah. That's crazy. That's crazy. Nice, Jess. Fuck yeah. We all have different common enemies, and they should be what drives us, but the media knows what will, knows how to make different sides and divide us. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's why, like, Morning Joe was out there just being like, we can't have these DSA communists out there. That's ridiculous. And then just today, like, that was yesterday's Morning Joe. Today's Morning Joe was, did you see that the president called him a jihadist? Where would he get that language from? Guffaw, guffaw. Please. Who could have seen that coming from our coverage? Yeah, but no, you ain't wrong, Leroy. There's bigger things than race, identity, and political stances. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, but those things do, like, they all play into things. Like, that you can't discount the fact that there is racial politics. And, like, you can't discount the divides. You can bring them together and sow that divide and, like, you could, again, fix that. I see too many people just, again, they want to be angry. They want to hate people. Genuinely, they want to hate people. They want to hate the other side. They want to hate MAGA. They want to hate liberals. They want to hate whether it be Whitey or the the fucking, oh, I hate the any other race, just in general, but, the race traitors is what they're calling them because they didn't vote along, the way that they thought they should, or any of that. Like, it's all fucking stupid. It really is stupid. And it's such a fucking waste of time, and it's just, you're masturbating. That's what that is. You're just fucking gooning away over there, thinking that you're smarter than everyone else. Like, great. I'm glad. I'm so glad. I'm glad you got a bigger dick. Like, good for you. But you know what we don't do in society? You don't just whip it out and show everybody it. You can have that big, that BDE without fucking whipping it out in front of everybody and getting, in real big trouble. LeMayo, so true, political gooning. That's exactly what it is. You'll be in and out of the stream. Man, putting the pump to us, huh? Thanks, Snatch. Thanks for informing us. When one group of politics is actively trying to legislate a minority out of existence, I think it's fine to hate that group of politicians. Well, again, you can hate that group of politicians specifically if it's on the right and they're the ones doing it. Right now, for instance, I do not want to be the guy that's saying that, you know, the Black Caucus, you know, I'm not saying that you guys should vote for the Democrats, but I don't know. Seems like you should when the other side's the one legislating you out of fucking existence, like she just said. So, don't know what to tell you guys. You know, it's kind of fucked up. Like, that's something that I was always pissed off about too, where it's like, both sides are the same edge and the same coin, blah 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 blah. Yeah, that's why, you know, you lost your right to vote essentially because of the fucking gerrymander and the fact that they're going back to Jim Crow in a matter of 2 years. It didn't even take 2 years for us to start racially segregating based on politics. I won't ever vote Republican. Yeah, I don't think I ever will vote Republican either unless they do that party switch thing that happened at some random point where all of a sudden they become, you know, let's put it this way. If it does get to that point where it's like, yeah, Republicans are now for trans rights, socialism, and, you know, having socialized medicine, then at that point, I guess I would have to. But I don't know. We live in a really weird political time. I also think that people can't conceptualize politics from you know, the era before them and an era after them. We are very much like narcissistic in our living in the way where it's just like, oh, you know, like that whole, the future of our country, our children, they don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck. You know how I know that? I was a kid at that time being told that, well, we gotta do this for the children. We have to put parental advisory stickers. Yeah, yeah, they were too focused on that. You know what they left us with? This current situation. So maybe, just maybe, I don't actually buy that fucking logic anymore. I don't think anybody actually gives a shit about leaving their kids a better world. Conceptually, maybe, like it's a nice thing to say, like a bedtime story, but when it actually comes to doing the hard work, fuck you, you're not doing the hard work. God, you know how many times I've had this argument with people in my life where it's always moms. I don't know what it is, but moms apparently ain't got the time for politics. Because those are the number one contingent that I have had unfollow me on Facebook or like in my personal life, where they're just like, you know, I really, I love you. You're a great person, but I just cannot stand seeing all this politics all the time. It's very doomer. Like you're very, you know, it's very negative. I heard that all through fucking, you know, COVID, all this shit. And now, guess who's posting a lot of politics and posting like, why is this happening? Why are women's rights being up? Why are they? They didn't even follow through on the IVF thing. What's going on? Now that contingent of people, listen, I'm welcoming them. I want them to vote. Like, I'm glad that they're voting, but I'm privately and not so privately going like, you kind of deserve this. You do. Fuck you. Fuck you. Like, seriously, I'm glad that, like, there are times, and I'll just say it, there are times I am glad that, like, people like that who fucking bury their heads in the sand eventually feel it, because then I know what's gonna come. It's kind of how, like, ironically, with the Voting Rights Act thing, I didn't know it was gonna take that for apparently people to get radicalized and actually, like, wake the fuck up to their political situation, where it's like, oh, you're being disenfranchised. Hey, maybe you should go vote. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just a guy on the internet that fucking talks about this stuff in what I consider to be a productive way, or try to talk about this in a productive way. You're so doomer. They say blind to reality of our world. Okay, us. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's how it is. No, you got your 3 fucking kids, you know, all under the age of 7, and now she's because again, she was like a MAGA mom for a moment there, and she got like really into RFK's promises and things, and now that measles is making a comeback in her school system, now all of a sudden she's like Dana Batch about this, where she cares. No, at some point it's just like, no, you're selfish. And honestly, no. Like, if your kid does get measles, hey, will that make you more politically aware? Will that build an activist out of you? Fuck. Gonna make me sing Milan. Let's get down to business. to defeat Donald Trump. I will not only like, but I'm effing subbing. Love this. Thank you, Leroy. I appreciate that, man. Wow. Hey, look at that. Hell yeah, Leroy. I gotta do it. Leroy Jenkins. Hitting that like button and hitting that sub. Look at that. He really is living up to his name. Just going for it. No, I know it's shitty of me too. Like I have I've had to sit down and reconcile with this. I'm not proud of the fact that I kind of like, when it comes down to it, want bad things to kind of happen to somebody that I used to consider a friend. But when you see them living in a way that is not only ignorant, but also she's actively being detrimental to like the movement, because she was also one of those ones that just like, I wish you could just speak more. You know what? Not everything is political. She's actually this person that like is a real person that she made me like so active that I kind of got to that point where I was like, oh, thank you. You know what? You inspired me to get more active in politics, because I saw exactly how it started cascading in your life, and how you only show up every once in a while where it's like, oh, the grocery prices are now all of a sudden a problem for you. Weird. You blame Biden for the eggs. That's how that worked, and you blame the Democrats. And she was one of those where it's just like, I don't play Republican or Democrat. I just go vote for the sensible side that's gonna be better for my kids' future. It's whatever. Oh my. Yes. Also, yeah, Etch, thank you. Thanks for dropping into my Twitch chat. Oh yeah, fucking hell yeah, dude. Thanks for supporting everybody else. You know, I'm big on that big tent policy here, where rising tides and all. Better go both ways though. that's where I'll just say it. It's rising tides until it's just like, oh, if I'm just doing if I'm giving one-sidedly, hey, yeah, I'll take that away. Okay. I still have no idea what time this election coverage is. You know what? Here, let's see. When is the election? Starts in wait, South Carolina. Oh, it's just the Lindsey Graham one. That's right. I forgot about that. All right, so we got Vermont, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Connecticut, and then one special election in South Carolina. Election coverage will start at 7 p.m. Eastern, so around 6 p.m. 6 p.m. for me. Okie dokie. Oh God, can we rename that Lindsey Graham Air Force Base? Make some of the first things that these people do. Just executive order the shit out of renaming everything and taking any fucking crony from Donald Trump's cabinet or somebody like Lindsey Graham. Like, this is like if we named a library after Henry Kissinger, which I'm sure we have one, but still. I'm ridiculously stupid. I don't know how to join Discord. Oh, you just put the link in the in your trusted browser, and then you go, and it should take you right to that Discord and give you the option to join. Discord's a little confusing if you're new to it, but once you understand like how the channel is broken down, and then usually look for general chat first, then if you have questions, usually the users will be super cool and help you out. Usually. I've only had one bad experience, but it was bad enough for me to be like, I should probably preface this. Actually, you know what? Screw it. Here. You guys can join my Discord. I only give the Discord links for special times when I'm feeling a little generous. And, yeah, So that is also my Discord. I'm in both though. Technically, my channel is featured on this space. So down with the sickness. I hate that Disturbed is like one of those bands, man. Like I don't know, I can barely listen to them anymore without knowing that the lead singer is just like an out and out Zionist. Like that sucks. And they're Chicago boys too. Like I've seen Disturbed a few times, and I'm disturbed, if you will. I saw that Mark Zuckerberg ignored the boat's distress call like it was a Nazi threatening a woman's life on FB. Cool. Sounds of Silence remake is still peak. Oh, it's very good. Yeah, my mom actually really liked that cover too. Anyway, oh dang, I get something ruined for me every day. Yeah, I know, it sucks. But if there's one thing that we got back, System of a Down. Apparently, the drummer does not like Trump anymore. He actually came out and said that he feels betrayed by Trump, and Surge and him made up, and now System of a Down is talking about doing a new album. So, hey, pretty happy. You hate that cover? It's okay. Music is subjective. It's just like comedy. That's how that goes. It doesn't have to be good for everybody. If you like it, great. If somebody else doesn't, great. Like me, I'm not the biggest fan of Taylor Swift. I think that some of her music's a little overrated, but I'm also not going to be mean about it and say, oh, people who like Taylor Swift are stupid. No, you're fine. You know, I get some of it. Some of it's entertaining as shit. I watched her, what was that concert on Disney Plus? My wife, you know, she wanted to watch that. So you know what? I enjoyed it. It was all right. She puts on a hell of a show. So, but that's just how I feel. I know that some people don't like things that I like. Like, I know that for a fact that a good amount of you would probably hate some of the comedians that I like. And like, just hands down, Big J Okerson, you guys would want to just cancel him out and out. Like, it's fine. I know what he's saying is in jest. Some of it is in bad taste, but that's also where I don't know, man. Like, I'm still early 2000s, late, middle 2000s. Cringe humor doesn't affect me that way. Like, I grew up with shock jocks, dude. I just don't care. If it comes from a hateful place, then I'll just be like, hey, man, not cool. Jim Jeffries just fell off. He didn't really get canceled. Dude, okay, it's so weird. I'm losing my chat over on, okay, so this has been a thing all day. Hold on. Let's see, error report. YouTube error report. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to see if there's an error that's affecting the chats. Aha! Yes, there is. Okay. So apparently there's a glitch that's affecting YouTube chats today. This is site-wide. May result in disconnection, but will reconnect almost immediately. Okay, so yeah, so apparently it's just going through like refreshes. So if you guys get refreshed out of chat, or like if you see the spinning circle of doom in chat specifically, just know that it is going to eventually reconnect. I don't think that this is affecting the vertical stream though. It's only horizontal today. So Post Alone. Post Alone. Jim Gaffigan is hilarious. I like Jim Gaffigan. Let's see. Who's a comedian that I just don't like anymore? Bert Kreischer, Tom Segura. I can't stand their stuff. Especially their modern stuff. Like, of course, they got some... Like, they have hits. Like, Machine, before it was overtold, was funny as fuck. The Bike Story from, Tom Segura and some of, like, his older comedy was great. But unfortunately, they fell off, man. So... Chappelle fell off too. Yeah, unfortunately, he really did. My kid was listening to Post Malone the other day in the car. I didn't even know who it was and was digging it. I guess I never heard anything from him before. Oh, yeah. Now you kind of understand who Kirk sounds a little bit like. That was the first thing I told him, and he was a little upset about it. He's like, I do not sound like Post Malone. I'm like, yeah, you kind of do. I mean, I'm gonna go based off like when I was listening to Kirk with my friends. They thought he was Post Malone, so they were like, "Man, I haven't heard this track before." Sunflower's a great song. Yes, yeah, it is. Yes, he does. Yeah, he totally does. Actually, shout out Kirk for all the contributions to the show. I know he can't always be here to watch. I know that he lurks a lot. So if you're watching this, hey, man, appreciate that. Just in general, thank you for contributing to my channel all through the 2 years that I've been here. Without him, I would not have my awesome intro outro. I would not have the rights to use his music, and just in general be able to do my the radio shtick that I do sometimes, which I haven't done in a while. We'll have to do a WPEP thing. Oh, there it goes. All right. Yeah, so I'm watching the chats do their disconnect thing, and the weirdest part is it's totally not registering anywhere but YouTube. So, again, if you guys lose the chats, like, say that it does happen and it doesn't come back, here, take the Twitch link. If you got, I mean, yes, this is a little bit of a shameless plug, but this is a great example of why I have it. You guys can join my Twitch. I'm live now over there. You guys can also chat over there. I do cross streaming. So maybe mobile's safe. It must be. Yeah, because like I'm telling you right now, I was experiencing this issue over on this space too. Because that's what that's what it was, by the way. If you guys experienced any of like the lagging issue, apparently it was only through the chat. So, love Nirvana, I'm just being evil. Nirvana's great. I mean, whatever. The thing that happens with certain bands is that they get almost like the younger generation gets into it, and then you kind of fall out of it because you're like, oh, that's a little like, okay, you guys did it again. Like, you know, it's like when you're into an indie band and they grow too big. I used to be that guy, not anymore. Because yeah, that's stupid. That's gatekeeping. It's dumb, but it's also, it plays into what I was talking about with politics. It's this desire to have something to yourself, so you protect that. And when it's niche, you're like, oh, but I also want to share this. So you start opening yourself up to smaller groups, and then you start realizing, oh, hey, there's like one or two of us that really like this thing. But then you go online and you see people like in these broader groups, and they tend to ruin it. You know, that is usually how it goes. Which, whatever. This is why if you like something, like it the way you do, and don't let anybody else tell you how to enjoy something. I felt that way about Neutral Milk Hotel when I was younger. Let's see. Mudhoney. I think Mudhoney was the first band that I felt that way about. Where it's like, you don't like grunge unless you know who Mudhoney is. Yeah. No, I was definitely that way. I did that with like indie rock a little bit. God, like I remember when Sufjan Stevens broke out, like, because he was from Chicago, and Chicago was literally like the first hit. I was just like, yeah, you guys, like, this was our anthem from, like 2 years ago. Like, so douchey. You understand? Like, I am breaking this down for you guys so you understand how douchey it is. Where it's just like, damn, dude. Chat, are you still here? Yo, chat just disconnected again. Chat. Disconnected. Pep, you sounded insufferable. Oh, I was. The thing is, I got called a poser once, and then I decided that the way to make me feel better was to be like, no, I'm not a poser, and then I'd go call other people posers. It's like the whole way that it's like if you get bullied enough, then you become a bully. Yeah, it all stems from insecurity and not knowing how to actually function in or function properly with that type of thing. You know, my mom, actually, to her credit, she got me out of that before it could take hold. Because she actually, you know what? Big W to my mom on this one. Story time. So my mom, this was around the time that, like, Blink-182, like, I remember I was actively trying to get out of Blink-182 because people kept calling it poser rock. And I remember I was about to get rid of, like, a whole bunch of my Blink-182 stuff, and my mom stopped me because she was just like, well, what are you doing? I'm like, I got made fun of for liking this band. And she's just like, what are you doing? Like, do you like the band? I'm like, yes. She's like, do you still like their music even when after these people made fun of you? I'm like, I don't know, because I don't feel good about it. She's like, don't let other people tell you what you can and can't like. She's like, maybe they just are uncomfortable because that band got bigger doing something that they perceived as they were doing it first, because she knew it was like punk. And then she told me, she's just like, how would you feel if I told you that I think that you're dumb for liking Jimi Hendrix? And I was just like, well, that'd be weird. She's like, that's kind of what you're falling into right now. I was like, oh. And then I stopped it. I put that box back down in my room. I put all my posters back up, and I kind of took the attitude of like, fuck you. You can't tell me that I can't like Blink-182 and like, or like, this was the big thing. They were just like, you're not a real punk if you listen to Blink-182. It's like, you know what? You know what's totally not punk rock? Gatekeeping. That's not punk rockish at all. I also learned that, like, usually the most punk motherfuckers at the shows were the dudes that would show up in, like, a button-down shirt, like, coming straight from work. The ones that, you know, didn't show up with, like, everything that they either bought from the Alley or Hot Topic. And that's another thing. Oh, where'd you get that Hot Topic? It's like, dude, it's the same shit. They literally have the same distribution as the people that sell you the same shit at the Alley. The only difference is you're going to the Alley and feeling proud about it because it's been owned by the same punk forever, and it is an objectively awesome place, but realistically, same shit. Blink-182 plus Green Day was your first concert. That was an awesome tour. I went to that tour. But yeah, what a great first concert, Pinkerbell. Yeah, Bobert was your rep. I used to call her office often, and they would eventually send my calls to voicemail. That was District 3. She ran away to District 4, all because of me. Well, I wouldn't give yourself that credit, but the family is an evil mess. Holy shit. Yep. Hot Topic is based. It's just a meme. Whatever. I think that they sell some pretty cool shit. Occasionally, I'll find like a cool shirt and you know, maybe a pack of cards or a Funko Pop. I don't know, man. I think that, like, most people are miserable, so they have to put their misery onto other people. You know, that incel mentality bullshit, but it really does extend past incels. You know, that is the uncomfortable truth, is that, yeah, sometimes you got, like, we can all be a little bit incel-y if you're doing the gatekeeping thing, and you just got to call it what it is. Here, I just reset the my studio. Let's see. Maybe that'll fucking work. Oh, there it goes. Okay, that seemed to have done the trick. Yeah, chat is buggy today. It's all YouTube. As I said, this is 1000% YouTube, because this was happening over on this space, which I'm not connected over there, so. Whatever. We'll get through it. If it, as I said, if it keeps doing that, just head over to Twitch. Thank you for the kind $10 donation. That's awesome. Also, I just realized that this did not work. Oh my god. Okay, so yes, that. Alright, so that made my. Alright, yeah, that totally bugged out my chat. I'm wonder if that did it. There we go. Look at that. Push the bugs through, and now everything is up to date. I always blame YouTube. Yeah, my comments are vanishing. The thing is, my chat keeps disconnecting, then re-enabling. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Let's see. Do I have any warnings on my channel? No. Okay. No, this is all just them. Bad glitches, whatever. My complaint about Hot Topic is that their dresses are overpriced and too obvious with their character tie-ins. I don't need pictures of the character on the clothes that they are supposed to give the impression. I like how you have a problem with that. Because yeah, my wife, funny enough, kind of said something similar. She was just like, do they have to put the print on of the character's costume or look? Yeah. They got these awesome Goku pants that I just saw. I was like, oh man, I kind of want those, but I don't know. They're a little much. Kick it. That's how my dad fixed things. You know what? When all else fails, I totally do that. I did that yesterday. I had something that was going on where I was just like, it's not working. And I just gave it a hit where I was just like, fuck it. Bam. Did it make it work? No, it didn't. Unfortunately. So I'm also now worried where I'm like, oh, did I accidentally, like, I hope I didn't, like, do something to it. Goku at Hot Topic? Yeah, Hot Topic has awesome shit. They have so much awesome shit. They have awesome anime shirts. They have awesome freaking superhero shirts, like concert shirts, like, or not concert tees, but band shirts. Like, dude, whatever. Like, they have cool stuff. But too many people are just like, it's a poser store, so I'm not going in there. Sorry. Even secondhand, that Hurry Universe crap is too pricey. Oh, the Hurry. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Yeah, that stuff is, yeah, it gets a little pricey. I get it. Yeah, let's see. Because I haven't been to a Hot Topic in at least 6 months or so. Because we went to a mall and there was a Hot Topic and I was just like, huh. I was under the impression that Hot Topic is where the goth shop. They do. And they always have. And honestly, can I just say this? I'm not trying to gatekeep the goth movement, but I saw the goth streamer that went viral for being on the thing with Jake and or with Drake. And I just have to call it like I sees it. That shit's not real goth. I'm gonna do it. When you're doing just the thought bullshit, like, and like, half of your fucking fame is just shaking your tits and doing the fucking, like, the tongue out with the fucking vampire fangs. Ew. This is gonna actually kind of shit on like the whole last hour here where I was talking about, you know, posers, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, well, guess what? Every once in a while, you do kind of find the ones that deserve it, where it's just like, ew, like, can you, all right, try hard, pick me, like, so many different fucking names that I can use to be mean, because it is fucking pathetic. Is she hot? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I don't even know who she is, and it is just like, oh wow, like, I like the look, but yeah, it's cosplay. Yeah, I was a goth teen, I broke so many hearts. Yeah, I dated a goth girl. I was super preppy at that time. That was kind of wild to me. Like, because I went from punk to prep to punk again. Or actually, I would call it like prep punk. Because I realized that, yeah, shopping at Abercrombie did kind of like help me a little bit in the getting, you know, noticed department. I did all right. Let's just put it that way. I did all right. Goth mommy stuff. Yeah. Goth is DIY. That girl was doing a Mavis cosplay. That's kind of how I felt about it. Yeah, where it's just... I may watch her vids often if we're thinking of the same girl. LOL. I think she was the GameStop - Best Buy girl. The E-Thought girl. Or whatever. Yeah, I think that's what they even call her. Whatever. I don't fucking... I don't care. I think honestly, good for her. Good for her. You know what? Even getting with Drake, good for her. I'm happy. Made him bark like a dog. But also, if you're an actual dommy mommy that has the goth aesthetic and you saw that, I'm willing to bet that you were probably a little bit annoyed. Chat disconnected. What the fuck? Okay, yeah, this one's not good because all right, this chat bug has got to stop. Guys, here, go to YouTube, at Team YouTube, and just say, hey, fix this chat error. Smooth Bandito. Yeah, that's cosplay. Yep. No, it is. It is. She's cosplaying a goth. You know how I know? And this is kind of whack on my side. It's because I don't have tattoos, but I don't know, man. I don't know many goth girls that don't have tattoos. So I'm not a goth, so I just watch it for the eye candy. Yeah, same. Oh, same. Yeah, selling bathwater. Oh, yeah. Girls were doing that at the at like a regional anime con. They were sitting in the lobbies selling their... Listen, dude's gonna be fucking weird. I will never understand simping to that level. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, but then again, I have to remind myself, some dudes ain't never touched a girl, ain't never been with a girl, probably never will be, and that's the closest they're gonna get, so I don't know. I have the cringiest millennial tattoos. I swear to God, do you have the finger stash? My sister has one. Selling bathwater is cringe. Yeah. You can think, what was that dumb frickin' the original girl? Oh God, I forgot her name. She said the pink hair. She showed up on everywhere, and then all of a sudden she started doing prawn, and then just lost her relevancy or relevance. Not. Oh God, there was the other one too, Amaranth. I remember her. Yeah, but she did it too. Oh yeah, Bella. And that was farts in a jar. Oh jeez. You have a Playboy bunny? Like you have like one of the stuffed animal ones? Oh no. Oh, you're talking about you have a Playboy bunny freaking tattoo? Oh no. Oh, okay, yeah. Oh god, I remember when those came back. Sparrow and origami crane. Those aren't that bad. I don't mind those. The tramp stamp is the big one. Like, if you got a tramp stamp and now you just got to kind of like let me know. Like, I don't know. One of the funniest ones I ever saw was a Target. That shit made me howl. I was just like, hey, at least, oh man, she got a sense of humor about this. I think most men would be insulted if a woman walked up to them trying to sell their bathwater. Oh yeah, I would be. I'd be like, excuse me, how much of a simp do you really think I am? Like, that's a hot tattoo, Pep. Don't badmouth it. I wasn't really saying nothing. I was just saying it set my ass. Like, I remember seeing it. I was like, is that what I think it is? And she's like, yeah, it's a Target. I was like, that's hilarious. You just have one. Oh, you got stamped on your ass. Oh God. I have the Ghost in the Shell portraits on the back of my neck. That's pretty cool. Honestly, now that's cool. Wow. That's actually one of the cooler tattoos I've heard. As far as just like, I've always liked that, where it's like, you do just something subtle, and like it's kind of an homage to something. Yeah, I remember seeing this one dude, he had, it was kind of like a cyberpunk arm he did, but it looked really cool. Yeah, disconnection repeatedly happening in chat. I know. Sorry, Groove Dragon, you might have just gotten here. I cannot control that. Okay? Go to Team YouTube, at them, and tell them what's happening. Send an error report. I cannot control what's happening with the chat. It is happening on both of my streams, horizontal and vertical. It's not just happening to my channel either. This was happening over on this space. So if you guys are annoyed by what's happening, please, at Team YouTube, wherever you guys are, whether it's on Twitch, Facebook, I know you guys have some sort of social media even, and if you don't, then this is, I guess you don't apply here, but yeah. No, I understand, Groove Dragon. It's more so the fact that, like, sorry, you got caught in the crossfire on this one. I'm not annoyed at you. I'm annoyed at the fact that YouTube is not doing anything about this, and it's been happening for the past 4 hours, so, at least. So, I just, yeah, I'm over it, and this is where I can only do so much. I've already tagged them. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, sorry, guys. Give me 1 second. Fucking YouTube, dude. Sorry. It happened again. I'll tell you guys when it's happening. I read the manga. Just wanted... Oh, no. I appreciate that. Where do I go to let them know it pisses me off? You can send them an error report on YouTube through your settings. Or you can @ them on X or Twitter or whatever the fuck you guys call it, because people are just like, eh. Can I just say I'm over that now? Can we just fucking call it X? It's X. I get it. It doesn't have the blue bird anymore. I'm just fucking over it. At team here. Send error message to @team YouTube on X and Instagram. There we go. Or send error report through YouTube proper. There you go. I think most men would... Oh, really? Yeah, great. Now my chat just resets all the way back here. Great. This might actually be untenable. And if that's the case, like, what the actual crap? Yeah, it's very annoying. You look like a Knight Templar ready to defend Christians. Oh. Well, got that wrong. You got that very wrong there, my guy. Punch the screen, it will fix it. Sure it will. Yeah, sure it will. Or try the stream on mobile. I don't know, guys. It's literally... All right, actually, no. If you are getting pissed off at the chat not doing its thing right, go to Twitch. This is the reason I have this. Sorry, I am talking like I'm Stern right now. Not Howard Stern, just sternly. But this is what's happening right now. There is literally nothing I can do about this. Okay? So if you guys want to chat seamlessly and do not like, and you don't want to have any of these disruptions, go to Twitch. Please don't attack the host. The host is trying. Yep. Kinsley, greetings. What's up? What's up? Also, what up, Jet? Thank you for letting me. Thank you for letting them know that. Because yes, I was trying to I was really trying to hammer that point home. This has been happening everywhere, and yes, it knocked out my multi-stream. I don't even have my chat up anymore. Great, okay, fantastic. So I have to go through here. What a scuffed stream. All thanks because YouTube is YouTubing. By the way, this happens every time that they do an interface update, and they're doing it right now. That's why I said motherfucker, because I was just like, let's see, is there a TOS update? Yeah, there's a TOS update. So guess what I get to do tonight? I get to go and read the new TOS, and then possibly report back to you to see if there's any big changes. I think that it's great that Christians are all over the world would consider Pep to be their nightly protector. I'll take it. I'll take it. What will they break now? They broke chat. They literally broke chat. I'm watching it happen in real time right now in my other stream, where it's chat disconnected, chat connected, chat disconnected, chat connected, chat disconnected, chat connected. No, there's definitely a YouTube bug. I'm sure that they would tell me to disconnect my stream and reconnect it later. I'm not doing that. Right now, my horizontal stream seems to be doing just fine. There's minor hiccups, but realistically, guys, what I'm going to tell you, and this is the last time I'm going to address it, go to Twitch and just chat over there. It's actually faster anyway. I will make sure that your chats are on the screen so we can all see them. And yeah, but how derailing? It's very derailing. It's super fucking derailing. And yes, this is why I'm upset about it, because I feel a little bit powerless with it, because there's nothing I can do. And I understand that it's probably pissing you guys off as the users of this platform, and you guys want to engage, you want to have your normal, chat ability, which is already hard enough with all the stuff that they do with chat, but okay, what the hell? Okay. Ooh, this put me in a mood because I just saw that somebody also just unsubbed. I'm like, you know what? Fuck this. This is literally the shit that I was talking about, like the mental health shit, where it's just like, yeah, great. I've literally had one day where I was just like, yay, I made it to 3K. Awesome. I've been here for 2 years, and now I'm right back to it, where I'm just like, maybe Matt was right. Fucking A. Anyway. Yo, Twitchy Twitchers, what's up? Don't forget, you got these awesome emotes too. We got the Pep Talks, we got the Stan, and we got Macho Man. There we go. We'll go Macho Man. Yeah, doing a little bit of Twitch over here now. Not getting the best results over on YouTube. Yeah, gonna be dealing with a little bit of glitches all over the place. Thank you for subscribing over on Twitch for your 3-month anniversary. Wow, it's already been 3 months over there? That's awesome, though. Thank you. Yeah, the subscriptions over on Twitch, you know what? Those are a big help. I'm trying to grow over there. Like, if I can reach 1,000 over on Twitch and actually, like, get consistently, just over 100 subs, I'd be, that would make me pretty happy. That would definitely make the, make life a little bit easier. But we're at 27 right now. Not bad, but it's this is the part that sucks about doing multi-platforms. It does confuse people, and this is why Vosh, I know, has his own site that, like, pretty much, like, if you want to donate to Vosh, you got to donate to his site. It's kind of like I've been toying with doing, like, the Patreon and stuff like this, but yeah, we'll figure it out. Twitch party, hell yeah. Well, hey, thanks, guys. I appreciate that. Like I said, if the chat starts bugging out over on YouTube, just remember Twitch is always active. The actual streams, I'm not having any interruptions on this. This is what's really crazy to me. I'm not getting an error report, which that doesn't make any sense. I'm gonna just say this right now. Since YouTube wants to do this and they don't want to give us any answers, I am going to say something here that I don't care. I just don't care. YouTube is really good about giving you an error report, and it's usually through a connection to your OBS, or it will give you one directly. Nothing on this one. And like I said, this is all because they're rolling out new stuff. Like, We don't even get 2 months. Like, this is what really fucking drives me up the wall, and I think that this is on purpose, is they get close to having their platforms running almost seamlessly, where you're like, oh, wow, I like this new feature. Oh, hey, look at that. Like, Twitch, they just did the vertical and horizontal thing. I swear to God, if the next thing that they do does not include that, I will start revising my fucking place on YouTube again. Because realistically, it's getting a little old, where I have to commit so much bandwidth to having 2 streams up. Why? I don't know, because they can't figure out how to have one stream that seamlessly switches from horizontal to vertical. Crazy. Yeah, new stuff. They can't even keep the old stuff together. Yeah, no kidding. It's almost like this is like it's fucking capitalism, dude. I'm so... the ever-growing enshittification of everything. Isn't it awesome? There we go. See if this works. Did it work? Oh, there it goes. Okay, so we got horizontal chat back. That one actually like went away for a little bit. So, whatever's happening, it's affecting Bandit. You're back. Just as Bandit. What's up, dude? Good to see you. Thanks for checking in. Yeah, I'm gonna just say that whatever is happening is not affecting the vertical side of things as nearly as much as the horizontal. Horizontal's essentially down right now, minus the actual stream itself. So, gonna take a break and play some Magic today. Hell yeah, man. Dude, that's awesome. Congratulations on being able to take a break and go. Are you playing Commander or just regular Magic? Or are you playing the game, whatever, Magic Arena? Magic Arena's fun, but I actually like to sit down and, you know, limited sealed. Oh, nice. Oh, really? Wait. So what'd you get? Did you get anything from the Hobbit set? I did not. I can't afford it. So, turtles. Oh, shit! Nice. Yeah, I heard the Turtles Commander deck is really good. Anyway, I'm not gonna stun lock on Magic the Gathering, but have fun, man. That is awesome. All right, guys. But yeah, also, just so you know, the chat is back up on horizontal, and then vertical. It seems that I'm not getting any more error reports, knock on wood. So, we'll keep an eye on it. Also, in 20 minutes, we'll be celebrating the 420. Hope you guys are ready for that. Yeah, just hanging out until he gets here. Fuck yeah, man. Exciting things happening over in Tennessee. My favorite part about Magic is tapping Ds. Scotty, also, what's up, man? Just so you know, I'm having some problems over in the on the chat side of YouTube. I don't know what's going on as far as they keep having an interruption. So, wow, thanks, guys. I'm worried about whenever new TOS will be. Yeah, me too. Me too. The fact that it just dropped and like I mean, dude, they sent it to me directly. So that always tells me, oh, this actually, like, that means that they want me to read it. Because of every once in a while, I'll get it through my YouTube where they'll just be like, oh, we updated our TOS. Come and sign up. Or come in, you have to agree to the new TOS. And it'll be really short. This one is like a literal new TOS. YouTube doing YouTube shenanigans. This actually makes sense why GNN got reinstated. So this could be good. I don't know. I'm going to just say, like, I'm not happy with the way that it's going right now, but at least we got, you know, GNN back. Like, I'm starting to think that they went through appeals. They started realizing that they might be getting rid of the AI overview. That's what it might be. Oh, that could be good. That could be good. YouTube doing YouTube shenanigans? Yes. Yes, they are. But as I said, it has calmed down. It finally stopped. There's a YouTuber who asked for $50 to open Pokemon cards. People make fun of him. Good. People should make fun of him for that. What, to do Pokemon card rips? Dude, people do, like, this is why I got out of Pokemon. This is it. The scalping and these shitheads that are like, I have a TikTok channel where I rip Pokemon. Fuck you. The fact that I even fell for that because like some guy was just like, oh wait, you have an active channel? I'm like, yeah. He's just like, how many people do you have? I'm like, I have over 1,000 subscribers. He's like, wait, what? Because like he realized it was kind of funny. I will say this much. Watching TikTokers talk to a YouTuber like is kind of wild because for every million viewer TikToker, they only have like 30 or something subs. Like, it's crazy how that works, man. If I see Pep doing a Whatnot show, I'm out. Yeah, you'll never see that. I just play games and ignore the merch. Yeah, Gen 1 got a native PC port recently. That's now in 3. Yeah, I kind of saw that, but I want an official port. Like, I don't know. I'm waiting for Pokemon Red to be released by Game Freak, whatever. Listen, guys, I understand there's much better games out there. Fucking Pal World is a better made game, plain and simple. But I also hate the fact that people suddenly forgot that it was literally built with AI that was generated by Pokemon. So when I saw that the Pal World cards came out, I will say I wanted to get the first set just to have it so I could, like, that one is one where it's just like, that could be an investment later down the line. But who knows? I didn't. Honestly, I don't care. Like, the FOMO fucking faded on that one pretty quickly. But yeah, it's literally like, dude, they built it as literally a ripoff of Pokemon, and then they were like, oh, hey, why don't we make this an open world game that you could also do some violent like, whatever. It's the culmination of the soullessness of gaming in which it is ruining video gaming. Like, if you guys just start accepting AI slop, even if it is well put together as far as like a coherent game, I don't know. Then at that point, are we just acknowledging that AI actually does do it better? Is that what it is? Or like, I don't know, man. That one I wrestle with. So the PC port uses the actual game. You have to supply a copy of the ROM yourself for it to even work. Oh, okay. So when you say it's 3D, it's technically more in line with like Pokemon Heart, or Heart Gold, like where it's just same game but just 3D. Okay. I mean, they kind of, all right. So that was like a big deal when they did the Pokemon Red like re-release on it's cool, but I don't know. Listen, you want to see what I'm playing as far as Pokemon? Boom. I'm literally playing Pokemon Yellow on my 3DS. Because I am a millennial. That is how I do. I'm getting sick of this heat. Man, it sucks that you're still dealing with that. That really sucks. I'm sorry that you're going through that. Oh, hey, look, YouTube shenanigans are right back at it. This time, it is my view count. Fun! Fun. Mod the F out of that 3DS and you can have the entire collection. I didn't mod it because I didn't want it to get bricked. I actually here. Let's see, can I show it? This doesn't give my location, does it? No, okay. I got a whole bunch of shit. I download it. Like, I have a card in here that, like, I downloaded almost everything off the Nintendo store that right before it went away, everything went on, like, hyper super sale. Everything was, like, 50 cents, so I was just like, screw it. I'll just download everything that's, $1 or under. And then I also downloaded all the free games, so Joe Med, thank you. I appreciate that. Did they use AI? Last I heard, they didn't. But that was a bit of misinformation. I am not sure. Also, hope you're doing well. Joe Med, let me see. Because listen, if they didn't use AI, the big electric fucking mix between Pikachu and I almost call him Electrolyte. Oh my god. Not Elekid, the one that evolves from Elekid. You guys know who I'm talking about. He looks like a electric bunny. Excuse me. Developers at Pocket Pair and the studio leadership have officially denied using AI tools for the game's assets, stating that human artists draw thousands of concepts and sketch by hand. Okay. AI Art Imposter, a game that uses AI generator as a core gameplay mechanic. Okay, that don't look great. CEO statements, developer stances. Clarified that human artists created all the game's content. Okay. Well, then I do not want to spread misinformation then. Okay. Well, that actually changes a little bit of Pal World for me, where I would check it out, I guess. Brondo has electrolytes. Oh, no, I agree. They kind of did some plagiarism. Some designs are obvious. Oh, yeah. Like, dude, at least Digimon, like... Digimon was kind of like, oh, yeah. We get what we're doing, but it is also so different. Like, because, like, the only thing that really, like, was the fact that it's, like, a large roster of, like, monsters. But that's really it. Or that you fight with, I guess. That evolve. Oh, god damn it is. Digimon's a ripoff. What am I talking about? I'm literally trying to defend Digimon and I can't. Digimon is actually just a really good game. Totally underrated on PS1. And then the card game is also super, super underrated. Actually, if you guys play One Piece, that's pretty much Digimon. Awesome. Love your fishing page. What? I think a bot accidentally got broken and came here. Did I put something in my chat that would, or in my comments? We never got and some of them are actually pretty good. Oh, well, that's cool. Good fishing lure name. I see it. I don't fish. I mean, if you're making a joke about me fishing for, like, Republicans for, like, with my clickbait titles, hey, by all means, go ahead. Which, I don't know why, but my clickbait titles seem to work just as well on the other side of the political aisle. I've noticed that when I get my reports where I'm just like, Which, by the way, they do kind of label you guys by, you know, what kind of stuff you watch. So I'll get, like, an update, and I'll see, like, a name, right? And it'll be like, this viewer also likes blah, blah, blah. It's like, oh, okay. Is that Godzilla in the background? Yes. Now, he's the best fisherman ever. Like, if you guys, like, I mean, come on. He's probably, like, putting you out. Like, if you're fishing where Godzilla is, though, yeah, you might as well just give up for the day. He already ate them all. Anyway. By the way, guys, if you did go over to Twitch and you guys were mad at the chat's back. Like, it's back. Start talking about war crimes. About what? I'm watching Dread right now. Seeing Brand New Day later. Hey, Matt with 2 T's. That's awesome. That's number one. Good watch. You know what? I respect that you're not watching a Spider-Man movie right before going to see Spider-Man. I am not as... I'm lame. I played Spider-Man the game to get myself all hyped to go see Spider-Man because I was just like, I want to pretend to be Spider-Man before I go see Spider-Man. Hey, Pep, damn, internet's been sucking all day. Internet? So now you're saying that it's an internet issue. Dude, if Iran is actually, like, attacking us and it's causing internet issues, that wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. Nobody cares, dude. This isn't a holy war against Islamic countries the way that you guys are trying to make it out to be. Even Donald Trump has said that if that were the case, he wouldn't be allies with Saudi Arabia. So shut the fuck up. Nobody cares. Take your xenophobia elsewhere. We get it. You're scared of brown people. So sick of people like that. Like, at least be honest. Like, you know that, like, we can see through the coded language, dude. Like, what you just said there, fucking obvious. But that's cool. Islam isn't just brown people. It's mostly the brown people. Come on, dude. Really? Okay, fine. My bad. You're just xenophobic and you hate anything that isn't, it's not placating to your delicate Western sensibilities as a white Christian male, I can only assume. This bot's been broken. Realist war crimes are Cook County taxes, not even that. I got pulled over in McHenry for no seatbelt. $164, no minor infraction fee, no seatbelt, wasn't even listed in... Well, if it was a misdemeanor, how come you didn't just try to get it thrown out? Apparently, they just throw out misdemeanor cases now. Seems like you fucked up on that one. Yeah, McHenry County seems to be the, like, easiest one to get out of anything with. Because, like, I've been following Lisa, the Trump store lady, Lisa Fleischman. Yeah, that's how I know this. Plus, I have been through the McHenry County court system myself once or twice. But they were a little bit harsher on me than they were, Lisa Fleischman. Aren't we all human? Yeah, sure. Cook County taxes are also, in comparison to, like, Detroit, Wayne County, like, dude... If you live near the city, if you live within the city limits, you're going to pay higher taxes. That's how that goes. Now, Kane County, what's their excuse? Which is funny because Kane County is where a bunch of the rich fucks live. You'd think that where all these rich Republicans in Illinois live, that they would have lower taxes because that's what they vote for. It's always odd to me that places like that, and then you look into, like, when they had county votes for tax referendums. Yeah, like, this happened, funny enough, in Cook County. Because we have some red areas in Cook County, believe it or not. And yeah, it was kind of odd that a whole bunch of people ended up voting to increase taxes. And they were Republicans. Most Islamophobia is just racism, using Islam as a signifier in racial otherness. Yeah, that's why I said what I said. I'm not taking it back. I own an amazing Spider-Man 2 outfit that I'm gonna wear under my clothes, so right before the ending, I will strip down, throw my sweats in my bag, and freak all the kids out when the lights come on. Dope. That's awesome, dude. I hope that, I hope there's a good audience for that, man. Like, that'd be awesome. I would have recommended doing that on the weekend that it opened, though, because holy crap. Yeah, I had to go see it on a Sunday because I couldn't find tickets for a Saturday show anywhere in the city. And I was willing to drive out to the burbs to go see it, and nothing. So, Hi, Chad. Hi, host. Made it. What's up, Mitch? I'm sure my internet is lightning or fire related. I'll just say that no, like there's something going on between YouTube and just like internet issues. Something's up. But like I did also say, the chat issue has been resolved. Actually, here, let me go let everyone know that. The chat issue on has been resolved. At least that's what this update says. So, yeah, if you're wondering, guys, I did get an update from YouTube that told me that it is resolved and it should not have any more issues. All right, it's saying that it's still platform-wide and that if there are any more disruptions that they will be addressing them in the future, but okay, so I guess that does leave the possibility that there's still going to be some type of issue. Whatever. We prevail. That's what we do here. Same here, sold out everywhere. Yeah, dude, that was crazy. I feel like an asshole because I remember telling my buddy, we were talking on like a Wednesday, like in the middle of June, and they had just opened up screenings, and he's like, "Hey, man, do you want to buy tickets for Spider-Man?" I'm like, "Nah, I'll wait till it gets closer," because honestly, and this is true, the last time I did that, I ended up getting burned pretty bad on it, like, because I could have gone and seen any other screening, and it was one of those days where, like, you planned it for a certain day, and then you just were like, oh, God damn it, I have so much other stuff I got to do. And then it's like, well, I got to go see this movie because I paid for it. So, I'm not one of those guys. Oh, God. You know what? Sorry. I got to take the headphones off today. This is the bitch about where, like, I have got to get those headphones that have the glasses spot on them. Somebody had talked about those in chat, and then they got recommended to me, and I saved those, so I'm here for a good pep talk. Good. Well, you're in the right place. Electrolyte, I choose you. Some dumb beats, I just saw your comment. Yeah, again, guys, I'm just getting caught up with the refresh on chat, so if I missed any of your comments, apologies. Also, everything should be integrated now. Yeah, multi-chat's back. Cool. Sweet. Larkin talking to my your dad. Awesome. Tell him, I guess, chat says hello. Are the headphones to hear myself? No. It's actually to hear the clips and stuff and just kind of isolate myself. No, I don't feed myself back into the cans because I've never liked that because it's actually a little confusing, especially if you have like a minor delay. No. It's actually something I hated when I was doing my broadcast classes. Everybody had their selves piped back in. Although there are challenges to having, like, you know, you have to have an engineer that knows how to isolate the two mics as opposed to having the entire studio fucking piped through. Yeah, it's all right. It was funny because the first time that I dealt with that, he even was just like, oh, you had to be that guy, huh? Also, 421. Missed it. 421 because PepTalks. I did the song today. Oh, that felt good. How long is Trump? What? What an odd question that I do not know how to answer. All right. Well, that's nice. All right, guys. Well, let's continue. Yeah, fuck it. How long is this? Got 3 minutes in. Fuck it. We'll just restart this. I started a Crystal and Sagar debate on Woke 2. Right before I ended my This Space show. I was not able to get through it. So what we're going to do is we're going to start the debate again. I'm going to run up, take a quick piss. And right that should place me right back here when we picked up when I paused the clip. So if you guys have already seen this clip, or like the bit from Pepaganda, worry not. We only got 3 minutes in. I'm not going to interrupt as much because that was also part of the problem. Is I have this problem where I can make a 3-minute clip into an hour or so. Hey Nexus, how you doing? Welcome to the show. Appreciate you being here. Also, Nodobu. Hello. Welcome to the stream. I appreciate you being here. If you guys are new to the channel, please consider hitting the like button on the stream or double tapping the screen and subscribe over on YouTube. It really, really helps. You can also follow over on Twitch and subscribe over there. I hate the fact that subscribe means two different things. That is wild. It's like, okay, why did they have to do that? But yes, subscriptions are paid, and you can do free subscriptions through your Bezos bucks if you guys have Amazon Prime. If you don't know, you guys got Amazon Prime. Apparently, you guys get a free subscription to any Twitch account. Any Twitch account. Ooh, who would you give that to? Oh. Either way, guys, I do appreciate it. Sorry, I'm being cheeky here. Let's get the show on the road.
Minnesota, in Wisconsin, and also actually in South Carolina, Darlene Graham on the ballot here to replace her brother. But before we get into the specifics of these elections, there's an interesting dynamic here with AOC when she was being asked at some of the old tweets and comments of Francesca Hong and other DSA-aligned candidates, whether those were going to be a problem for them going forward. Let's go ahead and take a listen to what she had to say.
As possible to win the Senate. So I've been focused on those legislative
What do you make of those controversial statements? I'm sure you've seen. I mean, she's the Thanksgiving dust up. She says she doesn't, still believe that, but, the abolished prisons, abolished police, which is also positions that have been taken by a lot of the progressive candidates who have won. How do you get around that?
Yeah.
I mean, those are not positions that are supported by.
Right. I mean, I think that a lot of these races, even right now, they'll have a tendency to be nationalized.
Yeah.
But these races ultimately are local, and all politics are local. My understanding is that that Francesca Hong has made clear her present stances to her electorate.
Yeah, she's moved away from a lot of that.
Right, she's moved away from it. And I have a local city councilman that has this saying, woke one was crazy.
Woke one was crazy. Okay, that's interesting.
And I think that what's important is that we have to assess what
was it? I mean, did the movement go too far with some of those positions? I mean, you briefly supported the idea of defunding the police.
Well, I think that during this time, and especially during COVID, there was a huge opening of the Overton window. We were shut down. There was some of the highest unemployment rates that we have seen because of those shutdowns. Yeah. And I think that the doors were really open in trying to entertain any and every policy that was going to get us to a better place. And I actually think that the discussions that were had in that time were quite fruitful. I think that when we talk about crime today, it's fundamentally different than the way that we talked about crime in bringing crime down, right? Oh, and I think that we all share in the goals of having as low a crime rate as possible. I think that, during lockdown, of course, rhetoric in that time is not rhetoric that we would use today. And I'm grateful that these candidates have the opportunity to present who they are to their electorate and what they're campaigning on in this moment.
So she's referring there to Chiose, who's a councilman from New York.
He's the one who came up with this?
Yeah, he's the one, and he's the one, for people who don't remember, who thought about challenging Hakeem Jeffries, and then ultimately, DSA, at Zoran's urging, decided not to back me, decided not to run in that primary. But in any case, this captured a lot of online attention. I'm curious for your thoughts on this, Sagar.
I could give a whole diatribe about this.
And for anyone that's just joining and does not know, my cat has been a little terror lately.
Because Crystal and I are going on Jon Stewart today, so we can't let this blow out to be too
So
long.
cute.
I would say woke one is crazy is the most, like, it is the biggest cop-out of all time. Because, look, you either held the position or not. In my opinion,
Bro, love that hair, grow that, man. Thank you, appreciate that.
but he's still woke. They just don't admit it anymore. I mean,
realistically, this wasn't even necessarily a style choice as much as it was just laziness.
To explicitly apologize. So, for example, Zoran...
Yeah, actually, for any... Let's see. I haven't had a proper haircut since before COVID.
We had to tell the cops, I'm sorry for saying defund the police. I think that's a very positive development, actually, but because it required a little bit of accountability. This is a massive cop-out. Like, if you support defund the police,
Are we watching the same thing as yesterday? No. So I covered this today on on Pepaganda. So if you feel like you already heard this, you only heard the first 3 minutes of it because I had to wrap my show, so we weren't able to get through it.
Like, if you support, little kids being castrated chemically, say it. Like, you should say that.
Oh my God. I'm so glad I made it back to hear that. Dude, you're so disingenuous. That's not what it is. Castrated chemically. You fucking disingenuous prick.
If you support mass rioting and looting and want to...
Do you understand that more people, or like more kids get, like, men, like boys, little, like... So boys get put on puberty blockers the most because they end up developing bitch tits because of our fucking hormones in our food right now. But that's something. Let's not talk about that.
Put your MLK quotes out there. You should,
even though that's something that apparently RFK does care about.
Yeah, or you should have the decency to tell people I was totally wrong and it was a total disaster. So people's lives are ruined. People literally died. The murder rate skyrocketed. It was one of the worst, in my opinion, movements of probably in modern American history. They almost lost the election because of it, and they tried to deny it for years and years and years. And saying woke one is crazy is just, it's not enough. Like, I would compare it to the way that you probably feel about Trump, and you want accountability. Your Trump regime, that's my woke one. Like, that was my woke one. That was my radicalizing event. Like, I lived through 10 years of actual total cultural
Speaking
insanity.
of processed garbage, I know
woke
what
one
this
was crazy.
is.
It's like, it's not enough for me. And I think for a lot of people too, be like, well, what do you mean by that? Like, to change your position. And I do think, a lot of these candidates trying to have it both ways is frankly bullshit. Like, Abdul El-Sayed literally lies about saying defund the police. He chickened out apparently on coming on the show because we were going to debate property tax. He just canceled for no reason. One of the things I was going to ask him was like, dude, you claimed you never said it. You said it. We have you on tape. Why don't you admit that you said it? And if you change your policy, then you should say that. But a lot of these people just want to walk away. Francesca Hong today was asked about some of her old tweets, and I forget exactly what she said. She said, as somebody who was studying to be a sports journalist, I just wanted to put all my different hot takes and opinions out there. I'm like, no, like, you said Thanksgiving should be canceled. Like, you basically, you said you were uncomfortable at having a half-white son. That's fucked up. Like, you should pay penance for that. You should have atoned for that. And so, I don't know, look, I mean, she's not going to win me over ever, like, in terms of AOC. But for somebody else, if you hold those positions, we're going to have some serious cultural dialogue about what exactly all that means. So, yeah, I don't know. I think that they should take notice of the most successful DSA politician in the country, Zoran Mamdani, who had to straight out come out and be like, yeah, I was wrong. I apologize for that. And then appoint Jessica Tisch. Like, unless I see something like that, I'm like, I don't believe you.
I mean, I think so. A few things. First of all, the conversation that you want to have is just not going to be feasible in this, like, Sunday show quick hit where she's being asked these questions in 30 seconds. And so I think what you see with her saying woke one is crazy, and with Francesca Hong saying basically like, oh, look, I put on a lot of hot takes on Twitter. I don't stand by all of them. She cleaned up her Thanksgiving thing, like, no, I don't want to cancel Thanksgiving, etc. I think you see a recognition, an increased level of pragmatism among the left that you did not see at that point. And I think part of it comes from the fact, I mean, first of all, just it was an intense time with COVID and lockdowns and BLM and George Floyd being murdered and all of these sorts of things. So part of it is that. And part of it is the fact that now the left has a real chance to actually be in power. So you have to not just put on a tweet.
This isn't even soft power either. This is them, like, they're freaking out specifically because, like, AOC and the squad, they can control 4 people. This is actually creating a new coalition, and they see that.
You have to actually govern, and you do have to
appeal
to
squad,
our election.
so,
I think there is a level of pragmatism, and I also think there's a learning of just, like, the approach. It didn't work. It didn't work. To your point, it led to a backlash. You know, there was never any criminal justice reform that was passed. You could point to some local examples, sure, but coming out of Black Lives Matter, there was no mass criminal justice reform at all. The police were not, in fact, defunded. And so I think there has to be a reckoning with that.
That's also why I hate
it's a positive step forward
they
for people
defunded the police.
to be able to say, okay, it wasn't strategically savvy. I don't think we're in that same place. Here's where I actually stand, and be able to move forward. So, you know, I understand what you're saying about AOC. And listen, she still holds position that you just disagree with.
Yeah,
and I'm not going to. And Francesca Hong also holds positions that you just don't agree with, and Zoran does as well.
Yeah.
So they're not going to like apologize and come to you on that.
No.
But this is a kind of recognition that there were some excesses at that
like how
point.
she put that,
you know, both in terms of the tactics, in terms of the rhetoric,
apologize
and it
to you
didn't
and
end up
come,
ultimately
like,
working
yeah,
out.
okay.
I just
I like
feel
that.
like it's a past that isn't fair. I mean, Ryan has said this. Like, it's not just me. I see other leftists saying this. They're like, guys, this ain't gonna cut it. Like, you're gonna have to apologize. Like, you gotta have straight out.
That's actually not what Ryan said about this. He said he thought she did a pretty good job of handling this in the situation. But you know, the other thing that I want to point
I'll be honest, again, the tweet about her feeling guilty having a half-white son.
to is like, you know, for all the
I hear that, I'm like,
conversation about woke one and all the criticism that I had of it and have of it, you know, continue to have
you did choose who your partner was.
of it. There is a very authoritarian woke two under the Trump administration right now that you know has a far wider reaching and more powerful effect, where you're not just talking about Ben Shapiro getting shouted down at a college or whatever. You're talking about people being deported. You're talking about people being arrested. You're talking about mass surveillance, NSPM 7. And so it's also hard for me to get worked up about that at this point, given the way that specifically quote unquote anti-Semitism is being.
That's sick, a disingenuous graphic though, or such a that's such a disingenuous graphics. AOC says woke 1.0 is crazy, but she did.
Used to imprison people.
I mean, she did. Like, but yes, is it technically taking it out of context? Trust me, man. I talked about how I do clickbait here. I get it, but to a degree, it is like, well, wait a minute. You already have the viewer. It's not necessarily lying, but it is being disingenuous.
Will deport them and completely crush dissent, and to label them as terrorists by the federal government.
I think
that has to go, you know, be put in context here as well.
I don't disagree at all. So, and again, I apologize to Ryan. I had interpreted it as him talking about, because what I saw what he had said about woke, the whole woke one thing. He's like, no, there needs to be like a reckoning in terms of how that era was handled with cancellation. But I think by defining it as just Ben Shapiro, like that's not what happened, right? Like the murder rate went sky high because of the George Floyd protest. That is an empirical fact. It is just simply true.
Well, I think that also was driven by COVID too, and the lockdown. There's no doubt about that.
Partially, but there is. I can show you the data. The day before the protest,
like I said,
and the day after, the murder rate went sky high, and it only just recently came down. The only reason I think that a lot of
both
DSA
a benevolent
is getting away with
and
a lot of this nonsense today is because that the murder rate has gone to like 2012 era. So people are no longer having to worry about the concerns that we have. Like, I don't forget. I remember, you know, what that looked like and the destruction of this entire city. So that's where I'm like, okay, it's not Ben Shapiro, right? Like it's a genuine like mass cultural hysteria which took over, and still I think most of the left believes. Like I still think that they do believe that. So you're talking about
believe what?
Yeah, I think that they still believe in a lot of the anti-racist bullshit. They just, you know, kind of phrase it a little bit differently. But it's like, okay, I'll give you a good example. It's very easy to say a lot of this anti-Semitism hysteria is bullshit. Do you have the courage to say it about affirmative action? No, I mean, I don't think so. Like, I don't think a lot of, you know, maybe true Trotskyites. Jacobin, I read a nice Jacobin article yesterday about this whole woke one situation, which made a lot of the same points that I'm making. The Trotskyites at Worldwide Socialist Web were the original anti-woke people.
Little
but like,
shit,
you know, the
I
median
swear to
liberal
God.
voter was appalled at the minority-majority districts getting struck down. Like, they still believe in affirmative action.
Well,
like,
I mean,
that is woke.
There is a deep legacy of racism, and BLM doesn't come out of nowhere, right? There was you know, George Floyd was murdered. People were horrified, including people on the right. I mean, Sean handed it.
I swear that Sagar is always at 1.25 or 1.5 speed. Well, I'm at 1. So that's true, because I'm at 1.25.
Sean Hannity doing a segment about how horrifying that was.
Hey, I was horrified.
Yeah,
I mean, I speak pretty
I mean,
fast.
there is a historic legacy
funny.
of.
You ever 1.25 yourself? You want to talk about meta
discrimination against black.
Where you're just like, all right, let's speed this up, guy.
Americans specifically. And I think, look, I'm not a fan, I'm not a supporter of affirmative action, so I don't put, but I understand
this guy sucks.
why people say, okay, this group, there is a legacy here that we have to deal with and have to ride with. We continue to have mass disparities in terms of health and in terms of wealth, et cetera. And it's not tied to, like, you know, pretending criticism of a foreign government is actually racism against this particular group. It's based on actual reality, history, and current outcomes today.
But you and I both know that, you know, when I say a minority-majority district is affirmative action or is bullshit, you know, today,
it's call that Diet Coke.
Racist. Like that still
Man, that stuff gets to you.
exists, and I know it. I mean,
But,
if
I mean,
I
but
Yeah,
Tucker,
my
also-
mom drank the gold can Diet Coke, which I can't ever.
trans is another one. I mean, it's one of
But
those
Tucker,
where
you also have to
like-
admit that racism is
That
not only
and I
alive
can't
and well,
believe it's not butter. If I see those in a refrigerator for some reason, I'm just like, ooh.
but is being really stoked by the current Republican Party. And we discussed a
Oh, and
very recent
LaCroix.
example of that guy, Amir Hassan, I think his name was,
Yes.
who the other guy whose name was like Tom Jones or something, very standard white guy name, had literally dropped out of the race. Amir Hassan is backed by Trump, and literally just because he has a Muslim-sounding name, loses
Well, if
in
you
a
want to be
Republican
technical about
primary.
it, that's Islamophobia. It's not racism, but I mean, I guess we
Okay,
conflate the
bigotry.
two. Bigotry, sure. I'm not
So-
denying that it exists, but do I support affirmative action for Amir Hussein? No, honestly, I don't. And so,
Yeah, but
like,
I'm just saying, like, to just dismiss
Yeah.
concerns, because again, I don't even support affirmative
know
action,
you
but
don't. I'm
to
not-
just dismiss concerns over racism as some like
This is actually one of the more heated debates that they've had. I mean, if you could call it heated.
liberal hysteria, I think it's preposterous.
she's
well,
getting-
Black
you
Lady
can
is
tell
literally
she's
about to be
sick
the
of
next
his
governor
shit.
Georgia, which
Wow,
would
thank
have
you for the
most of the
gold
Georgian
coin.
founding
Appreciate
fathers
that.
rolling in their graves, and nobody who's bitching about minority majority.
No one's
districts.
saying that,
That
well,
doesn't
maybe
seem
some
to
are,
be,
but
you know,
I don't think the general view is that no progress has
Tigers
been
getting
made. I
mad.
also don't think that your view is that one black lady in a high level of representation means that the problems are solved.
No, certainly. Hey, if you like that.
All right. We have one more breaking point segment because they did the thing with the clock cameras, which gotta be real.
Ben, there's been
wait.
so much hand wringing.
Wait. That's right. Trump is actively engaging in political theft. Yeah, let's do this.
These Democratic primaries, and I think that misses the point, given that the axis on the Democratic side is one of policy preference, and the axis here is like, do you believe in democracy or not? What do you see as the stakes of today's elections?
Yeah, Alicia, my head was going there too. We'll probably spend a lot.
You're back for OT.
Time talking
Nice.
about 7-year-old tweets about
7
different
a.m.
holidays
to 9 p.m.
from Democrats, and meanwhile the people on the other side literally want to dismantle democracy. I think that's a little bit more extreme. Look, this matters. I mean, to pick up on something Vaughn said, one way you can imagine this is.
Fuck Flock.
Remember back
Flock
in
is wrong.
2020,
Hell yeah.
when it was Republican elected officials in a state like Georgia, Brad Rassenberger, the Secretary of State, who said no to Donald Trump. Well, imagine if it was the opposite. Imagine if you had compliant officials who were willing to go along and say, no, actually, we found those votes that you wanted Donald Trump, and we're going to say you won the election. We can see the types of scenarios that would be concerning now. Any effort to federalize the election, any presence of the military or ICE at polling stations to potentially intimidate people, any effort to seize ballot boxes based on phony
ridiculous.
allegations of fraud after, any effort to pressure officials like these people that may get into office to not certify election results. There's no reason to believe that Donald Trump isn't going to do what he's done in the past when he's lost elections.
I've gotten to the point where I don't care anymore. We'll all be gone in 100 years anyway. The left wants to destroy this country, so be it. Hey, John Cena's, he's had it. He's like, you know what? You can't see me.
2020 and try to claim some form of fraud and try to get enough people to go along with it. So this is all just kind of playing out in extreme slow motion. And I think it's just important that at every juncture, we are naming what the steps are that they may try to take and taking steps to try to insulate democracy from
Won't be seeing John Cena at a polling place. Hey!
And to describe the playbook that they're going to use so that nobody's surprised when this unfolds. But it's pretty clear that Donald Trump spends very little time trying to craft a winning message on affordability or the economy. He spends most of his time trying to create a pretext for some effort, any effort. And I think this is, again, the last thing I'd say. What's very important for people to realize is he's got a lot of things he's going to throw at the wall and try to see if one of them sticks, right? So there's not just one way that he's going to try to interfere in this. He's going to give himself as many options as possible. And the more the people like this are getting elected, the more it kind of reinforces that instinct of his.
Well, and the more you have backup singers like Peter Navarro, who are breathing new life into the big lie. I want you to take a listen to what he said just yesterday to Steve.
Speaking of glass stems, so I forgot that I did this. So back in the back in the day, I bought my wife something cool from Steven Singer, which again, not sponsored by them at all. It's just a place that sells jewelry, and they had these gold dipped roses. Yeah. So I got her a few of those throughout the years, and I finally put them in a vase. It was really cool. I saw them in the sun. You can actually see the original veins in the flowers, and it's really cool, man. So I don't know. I usually I would never even think about going to bat for something like that, but if you're looking for one of those types of gifts, that's a good idea.
About the evidence that they are still looking for.
I'll have some
good husband, sir. Oh, thank you.
Good stuff for you this week. I've been digging through all of the
really
stuff that John Solomon has been able to get out into the public, which has been, of course, ignored by the legacy media. But I'm doing my job in packaging that in very easy to
we're destroying the country by wanting everyone to have a better, more affordable, dignified life. Ooh, scary.
understand messages and op-eds.
Well, they literally, dude, they buy into the fear-mongering. You understand that this is how effective Fox News and the Republican Party and Donald Trump and all these people's like bullshit is? That there's always an enemy at the front door. Always. This is literally, they live with this mentality. Think of like the conservatives that, that the way that they talk about home defense. Like they literally are fantasizing about some disenfranchised person coming to their home to take what they have. And they want to protect their home. So they're going to stand their ground. Like, it's all this fucking like oppression fantasy thing. It's like they love being victims. So they are always think like with the full on victim mentality, like, oh my God, we have to protect ourselves, which there's a line, bro, to the point where it's like, so now you're starting to impede on others existing because you feel threatened. Like, literally, see, like, this is kind of how it is, where they're just like, oh, I see brown people. I don't like that. We need to clean it. It's literally just fucking...
This is what's so wrong, Steve.
Fucking, not racial genocide. What is it? Cleansing. Ethnic cleansing.
With just about every journalistic outlet except War Room. It's like, they won't deal with the hard truth.
And also, why are we still listening to Peter Navarro?
What happened in 2020?
He's not even a real doctor.
A reminder, his title is Senior Counsel for the President on Trade and Manufacturing, and perhaps you should be focused on that, Eddie, instead of spreading election lies. I mean, these season one characters won't give up.
Absolutely. And, the
season one characters won't give up. I like her.
We're about to start the semester.
Like her.
Everything that Ben Rose just said, I would circle on his paper and write exclamation points in the margins. He's absolutely right. I think we need to understand this from two angles, right? They're going to try to limit who can vote, because we know we're in an all-out assault on the Immigration and Nationality Act of 1965 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965. So there's an assault on who can vote, and then there is the practice of how they count the votes. And they're coming at it from both directions, and I think it's important for us to be screaming at the top of our lungs. This is a five-alarm fire, because this is a part of the assault on American democracy. And what Peter Navarro is talking, these are a band of liars. They're prevaricators at the highest level, and we need to take them as such, because they don't want us to actually focus on what they're doing, and what they're doing is trying to undermine American democracy.
Ben, I'm speaking of season one characters, I am taken by the fact that we're still talking about Mike Lindell, and I think because he is so absurd as a character, it is easy to not take him seriously, and yet that would seem to be a mistake here.
Yeah, I think that in some cases, people like that are a lightning rod. It kind of distracts from the reality that underneath this is clearly a deeply well thought out set of plans that they have, right? To again, well said, to stop people from voting or to limit the people who can vote and to affect the vote count. And just because the most buffoonish person is the one who kind of attracts the most eyeballs, and a guy like Mike Lindell, doesn't mean that there are not other people all across this country at various levels of the Republican Party that has been captured by Donald Trump that are willing to go along with this kind of thing. And frankly, the fact that in order to win Republican primaries, there are people that feel like they have to go along with these lies demonstrates that this party is much more the party of Mike Lindell than it is of...
Yeah, do you know what they haven't been talking about the last election cycle that brought us, Mamdani, and how that will be a precursor to this election, and that's why like Trump is panicking so much that he's talking about a state of emergency.
I don't know, someone like John Cornyn that just got tossed out because he wasn't sufficiently pro-Trump in Texas, right? So this is the Republican Party, whether people are comfortable with that or not. And just because Mike Lindell is a particularly absurd spokesman for it doesn't mean that they're not also very smart people that are trying to figure out ways to limit people who can vote and to figure out ways to challenge the integrity of the vote itself.
Well, and on top of that, sir, you have that clip that I played for you from Real America's Voice, where you basically like have the host like workshopping, like here's another way that maybe you could steal this election. You have the president.
I like how she's had it
to talk about.
You can tell that she's actually like genuinely upset about this, where it's like, what the fuck are we doing?
Election fraud, the state of America.
All right, I officially, Alicia Mendez
Act, which he knows does not
she's
have the
quickly
votes to
becoming
pass.
one of my favorites with Stephanie Rule, where it's
Yeah.
like, at least they have some passion about the shit they talk about and act like they are, they have some, like, something to this. Man, I cannot talk. Great for me right now.
With photo, by the way. Nice to have they're fighting on the photo. We don't want a photo. Now, why don't they work? Because they want to cheat. It's very simple. There's only one reason. But we want to have that. We want to have proof of citizenship. So it'd be nice to say, yes, I'm a citizen. Here's my citizenship, proof of citizenship. And ideally, but we're not even stressing this because that's only a 79% issue. That's not in the 90s. The mail-in ballots are so corrupt. You know that. Right. They're so corrupt.
I am not sure, Sawyer, if my head is spinning from the content or from that graphics package, but it is spinning. I mean, he will not take no for an answer here.
Yeah, Alicia, I don't know about you, but when I talk to folks who aren't in politics, just out in the street about what's going on, they ask me all the time, do you think Donald Trump is going to steal the midterms? Do you think he's going to try and steal the next election? And I say, no, Donald Trump is not going to try and steal the next election. Donald Trump is already trying to steal the next election. I mean, it's insane. What he's already done is enough to warrant, I think, charges. He's ordered red states to go after.
That's what I said. I literally
Mid-district, mid-decade gerrymandering, rather, to steal as many seats as possible. He's stacked the DOJ and intelligence
not
agencies
smart by any means.
sycophantic
No,
loyalists.
but the people, like they kind of said, the people behind him are
who will do whatever he says. He's ordering states to hand
just
over
throws
voter rolls.
numbers out there.
And he's
it's
already
all
seized
out of his
ballots from the
ass.
2020 election. I mean,
People
this is a president who
somehow
is
buy it.
actively engaged.
The saddest part is that Poly Market and our stock market also listen to those numbers and somehow take them for at face value.
In an election theft. And if, I think Democrats are wise to do what they can right now to make preparations. I think they're wargaming all possible scenarios ahead of the midterms. But I also think they need to make clear right now that there's going to be charges against local, state and federal officials who try to, tamper with our elections. They need to make clear that, Donald Trump can't pardon you out of state charges. We're going to come after you if you try and, subvert the will of voters. I think that needs to happen right now because, he's clearly already taking
Governor Pritzker already came out and said that
maximalist steps to try and, seize
that
power
was
over
pretty
elections.
smart.
Even if the president doesn't get away with this, he has far more allies now than he did in 2020. The New York Times counted more than 90 election skeptics or outright deniers on local and county election boards. And then it writes, quote, among those officials, 41 have taken direct action to interfere with elections, such as trying to delay or deny certification or have direct ties to activist election denier groups. Roughly 60 people posted or shared messages on social media, some repeatedly and others just once.
How does that not automatically disqualify you from being part of an election board? I mean, dude, jury duty has fucking better guardrails than this.
Questioning the election results in 2020 for supporting
insane.
other conspiracy theories. So today, of course, our focus is on these governor's races, on the Secretary of State races, but what kind of damage can these people whose names and faces we may never know do, Vaughn?
A lot of damage, and that's where it's very difficult to keep track at the local jurisdiction level exactly which operatives are going in under the guise of being poll workers or county elections officials that have the sanctity of their local election at heart versus those that believe that perhaps righteously believe that the past elections were stolen and are coming in there with the intent to prove it. And I think that is where you have Tina Peters is the perfect example of somebody that was not known nationally, and in 2020. After the election, she allowed an associate with the right-wing outlet Gateway Pundit to come in and put a USB drive into an election, a voting tabulation system, and copy the data and the information inside of it. And ultimately, that data made its way onto the public internet.
Nice.
And under the guise of trying to prove that the election was tainted. And so, Tina Peters to this day said that she
by the way, the chat thing is all fixed.
doesn't have remorse. But that's the type of impact that somebody could very well have on the front end of an election. Of course, on voting day, you could have machines that are tampered with, or there is that reality.
Volunteer to be a poll worker if you can. Prevent that spot from being held by any one of these lunatics. Yeah.
Tony Evers in Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Francisco Aguilar, Secretary of State in Nevada.
I was thinking about doing that, but I know it's already too late. You had to have your application in. I think it was by January.
They would actively resist FBI efforts to break the chain of custody if FBI agents, for example, were to try to seize ballots on Election Day or after Election Day. And it's going to come down to those local officials and the extent to which they are able to effectively not only work in good faith, but also work efficiently within the justice system to try to protect the sanctity of their local elections. There's a lot of dynamics, not to mention the fact that some folks may be working next to poll workers or other county officials that have a very different view and vision of how this election should be run.
Patty, you raised your hand as though we were in class.
I just wanted to underline, given all that we've talked about,
No,
we shouldn't be talking about ideological differences with policy differences within the Democratic Party. We need to be focused on these folks who are trying to undermine our democracy in this moment.
Okay. $50 per day? You get really? I was not aware that Okay, so
turning now to flock cameras, which in my opinion is
go.
the new data center issue. Every locality in the nation having a discussion around this privacy invasion and the ubiquity of these cameras everywhere and their pairing with police powers, now becoming a matter of significant political controversy all the way up to the federal level. Of course, that's going to invite certain people to defend them, one of them being Barry Weiss's Free Press. Let's take a listen.
Do you ever feel like you're being watched? That's the panic behind
Governments lie? I don't believe
fears
it.
sweeping across America. People are freaked out about surveillance from our employers, our nanny cams, and our phones watching our every move. And right now, this anxiety is being taken out with electric saws and cans of spray paint on tools used by law enforcement to keep us all safe. The target? Flock safety cameras. In upstate New York, someone cut down a flock safety camera with an electric saw. In Oakland, California, another was covered in paint. And in Idaho, someone rammed one with their truck. And in good old Florida, a man just sits in his lawn chair with a cardboard held up for the lens. Since January, roughly 23 cities have canceled their contracts or shut off their flock camera over Fourth Amendment concerns. There's even an open source intelligence website, DFlock, that's finding these cameras so people know exactly where to vandalize them. Here's what's actually under attack. In 2025 alone, the system helped locate 10,000 missing people. About 27 people a day, or about one every hour. Over 40% of agencies said Flock helped recover over half of the stolen vehicles in their jurisdiction. In Indiana, an infant
She loves that tasty boot.
and abducted at a shopping center was found in under 2 hours. In Ohio, a missing girl was located in under 30 minutes. And this is the tool that people are treating like the enemy. It is fair to have concerns about how companies use and track our data, but that's not what these cameras are for. To be blunt, they're not interested in you, unless you're a kidnapper, a thief, or someone who intends to do harm.
They're not interested in you unless, what is it? You need to comply. If you've got nothing to hide, then why do you worry? This is, vintage privacy arguments from like the War on Terror era. But this is where it actually bears investigation.
What do you have to hide?
It's like, okay, are these claims even true?
Yeah, except the thing is, I hear that from just normal Republicans.
Let's put the next one up here on the screen.
And then they're the same, the same ones that are just like, government overreach anytime. Like, yeah, when they're getting dewies. Come on, let's be real.
And we've gone through some of this before. 1 in 3 alerts wrong. High
they
error
love
rates
Big Brother.
and data concerns force cities to
Unless there's a Democrat in charge, then all of a sudden they're just like, they're watching us.
drop flock. A 32% LAPD false positive rate and immigration data fears have pushed 82 contracts across 28 states to collapse. They say that an LAPD audit reveals that flock safety cameras produced a 32.3% false positive stolen vehicle alert rate, and at least 82 municipalities have canceled them. More than 5,000 cities now currently have flock cameras, which are scanning license plates. Again, most residents never voted for it. 30 localities apparently just deactivated them since early 2025, and that number continues to grow. But I feel like the LAPD in particular,
they really think we're stupid. Yeah. The thing is, your average person, this is like the new Luigi debate online. Your average Republican and Democrat hate flock cameras.
One of the largest.
And they know exactly what they're doing. They know exactly what Peter Thiel's doing. They hate everything about this. And yeah, they're just trying to use the social media spaces to try and gaslight America. But if you talk to anybody, like just in your communities, they do not like this shit.
What is the second largest city in the nation?
And then if you even if they are somehow spewing their propaganda, and just parroting this shit, all you have to ask is well, then do you care about the Constitution, the Fourth Amendment, and living in a police state? Because I thought that America was better than this.
Being one of those who is going to come out and say, hey, purely based on
this is also what happens when you fearmonger 24/7 for 20 plus years to a bunch of baby-brained morons.
Reasons I'm not going to put morality in the LAPD. I don't think those two things to go together. They're not worried about privacy or any of that. For them, it's pure business. They're like, yeah, we used it and got a false positive rate for a stolen vehicle. We've covered some of the stories here. Terrifying incidents of people being pulled over and finding themselves
like I said, this is one of those bipartisan. This is where they always want bipartisanship, but they hate when there's actual bipartisanship amongst the general public. Luigi being my prime example. This one, like I said, they are terrified that in every locality, everybody's just going, nah, no flock.
At gunpoint, or others being accused of false positive or of having a
too
stolen
far,
vehicle.
buddy.
We covered previously the guy who drives cars for a living for dealership plates. He got surrounded by police on some sort of a false incident. And I think there's just a bigger question. She talks about oh, these companies are not interested in you, but they do have all of the data, so they are interested. And also, it's not the government that has the data; it's the private company themselves.
Yeah, and then they're talking about arresting you for pre-crime.
That they have to
running it through an algorithm to see if you will be flagged for for just know, they suspect you might do a crime later. So then they're like, well, we have to make sure that you're not going to.
By X, Y, and Z. Privacy
Trust
records,
me,
is there an
that's
audit of
next.
it? Like, what are the internal controls? What exactly, recourse do I have as a citizen to make sure that that is not being improperly used? And this is everywhere. She also says DFLOC is an organization for people to vandalize. That, again, by that definition, Waze is a terrorist tool because I know where every cop is on I-95.
That framing was so
that's what I mean,
dishonest.
right? So like they're like, oh, by just knowing where it is, that in and of itself is a tool of vandalism.
Minority
I'm sure cops hate
Report.
it when we mark them on Waze.
Yeah,
because
except
no
not
one
even
is speeding ticket. Doesn't
precogs.
make
They're
you a
not
terrorist.
even using human minds to do it with. Like they're
Yeah,
using
of course.
AI
And
algorithms.
All of this has required
Which can't be
obfuscation
manipulated at all.
and hiding from people what is actually happening in their own towns. So they do see DFLOC as, the CEO of the company who later apologized, called it a terroristic organization because it is providing people with just transparency and information about what is happening so that they can politically organize and act on it. It is so dishonest in her little, vertical video to not talk about any of the instances of misuse that have been documented. I'm not even talking about the false positives where police really think they got the bad guy and then they come in, we'll show you one in a minute, and create very dangerous situations, by the way, not to mention this is a waste of police resources because they're going after the wrong person. Meanwhile, the person, whoever they're trying to get, is getting off scot-free. I'm talking about the 50 police officers who've been charged with abuse of this system, using this to stalk. Tell me that FLOC is not interested in you unless you're a kidnapper or thief, etc. Tell that to the woman who was stalked by her abusive ex, whose child was also stalked by the abusive ex, whose, the future partner is also stalked by, so it's such incredibly dishonest and selective framing. She also uses the stats that come directly from the company. This is like basically a FLOC camera press release that they put together for the free press. To give you another example here of, a really dangerous situation because of a FLOC error. This is a local news story about the wrong person being aggressively pulled over on an interstate, cops jumping out, guns drawn, and it wasn't even the right person. Let's take a look at that. This is D4.
Good morning. Yeah, quite the mix-up. Brookfield police say they pulled over a car because FLOC camera flagged it for connection to a Milwaukee homicide investigation. Well, turns out
Brookfield.
Quite the mix-up. Not just wrong person, but also wrong car. Take a look again at that video that you see here. You can see multiple squads on I-94 in Waukesha County, officers with guns drawn, and a passenger sticking their hands out the window. Police pulled over the car after a FLOC camera flagged it again for Milwaukee homicide, but when Brookfield police called Milwaukee, Milwaukee said they no longer needed the car or the people inside, so officers let them go. That's according to Brookfield police.
How long until this gets someone killed? I mean, if you're a normal person, it reminds me of the ICE stops with like the, unmarked vehicles where people think they're being carjacked. Like if you're a normal person, look, these are marked cars, so to be fair here, but you're not expecting to have this aggressive, you're on an interstate
don't forget
and
that
they're pinning you in.
ICE is going to be able to use FLOC cams now.
And coming out
just a
guns
heads up.
drawn. Most people don't know how to react in that situation. You make
Raw
one wrong
lawsuit,
move, next
there's
thing
gonna
you
be
know, you've got a
tons
person who's killed. And
There's
the
already
death
a
on
bunch
the
that are
conscience
coming
of
through
the
the
officers too, by the way,
pipeline.
all because of the stupid tech that got something wrong. It is a very disturbing situation. And I get,
No.
there's no doubt they're helping to solve some crimes. There's no doubt about it.
You're right.
But you have to
No.
ask the question, where do you draw the line? Because that logic will work forever of, okay, well, if we just put cameras on every street, if we just put cameras in every building, if we just put cameras, activate your phone camera in every house, then no one could ever get away with anything. And then they'd have 100% compliance with the law. Is that worth it to you? So where are you going to draw the line? And I think many Americans at this point are drawing the line before we get to FLOC cameras. There was a man who was arrested in West Virginia for vandalizing a FLOC camera, and the Facebook post about his arrest, but D3B up on the screen.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
29,000 plus comments, and all of them are like,
Yes,
couldn't
I
have
am
been him.
interested
He
in
was
politics,
with me.
but
We're
I
helping
do not know what to speak
orphans.
of.
Yeah, it's couldn't have been him. He was helping me make a tank setup for some snakes. He was saving my neighbor's dog from a fire all day. Couldn't be him. Arrested for doing community service is wild. Couldn't be. He was canoeing with me that day. This is literally, I can't say 100%, but this is like 99% of the comments that were left on this post to give you a sense of how much this has disturbed the population at large.
And I think that the private angle really matters here. It's a company with like, for example, their trust center says every search is recorded, logs and review tools to help agencies check usage. The thing is, though, is that the audit and review system is run by the agency using the camera.
Boomerang?
It's not by an independent party. And none of us voted for it. Like, look, I support, actually, like if we're going to have, a radical reduction in petty crime, which would be my dream here in the United States, I need to make that case. We all need to buy in and be like, all right, guys, we're going to have these camera systems everywhere. We will no longer have petty crime or any of this. But this is why I think this is a good, bad idea. You get to vote and to decide. If I lose, so be it, right?
Well, and also
that's
important. That sort of discussion would require the people who wanted them to say, and here's going to be the check. Here's how we're going to make sure that when the police department implements this, there's not going to be abuses of police officers randomly stalking their ex-girlfriends, the mother of their children, or whatever.
Don't threaten me with
so
a
you
good
would have
time.
those systems put in place. Instead, this is the wild, wild west. People didn't have any idea this was happening. There was no democratic accountability
takes
or
care
check.
of its
So now you
citizenry.
have this, I think, increasing. I mean, I haven't
least
seen any
now.
polling on it yet, but you were talking about how you searched this, and every local news station is picking up on
I was
this
gonna end on that.
because it really is like
lapping us
becoming
hard,
this
man.
flashpoint. And it ties back to the Francesca Hahn thing. She's picked this up in her campaign too. Very savvy.
Free advice for any politician. When I was researching the story, every single I'm talking about Wyoming, flock cameras, Chicago, flock camera, Texas, flock camera. Every single negative headline. Everyone is about communities getting upset, vandalism, about debates. You know, local news organizations are running polls. Should we have flock in Cheyenne or something? You know, it's like small, not small, but by our standards, it's small. Like, this is not a national issue yet, but it's like data centers. I can smell it. Like, when there's local news, these people, like, they know exactly like what's capturing attention, right? That's why they cover crime and they
live in the community, finger on the
they live
pulse.
there. Like, they know what gets attention. If they're all writing on flock and it's all negative, free advice for any politician out there. And like I said, if you want to defend it, like the Free Press and all that are doing, it needs to be taken to a ballot. A locality must vote on whether they want themselves, to be surveilled all the time. They need guarantees, independent audits, and none of that's happening. That's what's so terrifying about this. And there's no, it's like opting in just because the cops like it, they get to do whatever they want to do. Like, that is the inverse of what a civilian force we grant extraordinary control should be able to be able to do to us. So that's my last thing. We have to have a democratic actual process surrounding this. And if we come around on it, then that's fine. But I don't think that that's going to play out right now. Let's get to David Day, and he's standing by. Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free.
All right. I think we're good on that. Shit. Yeah, dude, I was about to say that was Barry Weiss. Go figure. That's crazy. So the Trump administration is essentially putting that out there. Cool. Yeah, but then they're the ones that are also just like, oh, hey, Republicans, you guys can totally run against flock cameras. Just make sure that you don't actually do anything about it. I ate my chopsticks with Cheetos. Well, what can I say? I'm a classy bitch. This was weird. Just random story.
Vanessa, you said it. This was one of Mayor Mamdani's signature moves intended to make the wealthy pay more. But now this so-called
Judge pauses Mamdani's wealth tax.
pied-à-terre tax is facing a new legal challenge. Here's what we know and where things stand right now. The tax, of course, targets people who live outside New York City but own luxury second homes here, worth at least $5 million. The mayor began notifying property owners in July that they might be subject to this new tax, but some New Yorkers say they got those letters even though the property in question is actually their primary home. A state Supreme Court judge on Staten Island ordered the injunction. It alleges the administration improperly placed the burden of responsibility on homeowners to prove they don't owe this tax. The injunction does not mean that this tax will not eventually move forward. For now, though, it's on pause while the case moves forward. The mayor's office releasing this statement saying, quote, "We disagree with the ruling, but we are confident in both the pied-à-terre surcharge and the city's ability to implement it fairly and effectively."
Okay, so yeah, this isn't just like an over. So they're not. It's not a stay.
Here live.
Or is it just a stay? Wait.
Mamdani has also criticized the attorney behind this lawsuit. That would be former First Deputy Mayor Randy Mastro, pointing out that he has recently sued the city 5 different times. The pied-à-terre tax itself was approved as part of the state budget. The next hearing is August 31st.
Judges should probably get out of his way.
We are live outside City Hall. I'm Julie Millay, Pix 11 News.
All right, Julie, thank you so much for that report.
That was it. This happens every time. Yeah. No, I know. I know that Mamdani was actually expecting that, so yeah, he wasn't freaking out about it. All right. Trump targets birthright citizenship again. Legal experts react. Yeah, this is kind of important because if you guys, I know, political memory, it's just flood the zone bullshit. But if you guys already forgot, he lost this case in the Supreme Court. This is going to be challenged again, and this is going. the thing about the Supreme Court is, at what point do they start actually punishing the Trump administration or sanctioning the Trump administration for for going and trying to relitigate their decisions like this? Like, I don't know, man. Like, if I was on the Supreme Court, even if he was giving me like the things that I wanted, I'd feel pretty fucking stupid. I mean, realistically, their legacy is torched. 10,000% torched. Like, this sitting Supreme Court is going to be remembered as just a fucking puppet court.
Right.
It's disgusting, but we'll see. Let's see how this is going to play out.
The U.S. president is renewing his push to curb birthright citizenship. Donald Trump has signed 2 executive orders that tighten some laws already in place. It comes less than 6 weeks after the Supreme Court struck down the president's previous attempt. One order targets alien enemies and members of foreign terrorist organizations in categories of people who lobby and act on behalf of foreign governments, making children born to people in these groups ineligible for birthright citizenship. The second executive order focuses on so-called birth tourism, which has been a focal point for immigration hawks. Listen to White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller.
Man, I hope you guys understand how much damage this is going to do for the next decade.
Put this in the top 3.
Just remember, whoever's in power, like on the Democratic side after this, I'm just going to say it. I ain't playing the game that we did with Biden. If anybody tries to get me like up in arms about something, I'm gonna just be like, I don't fucking care. As long as they're not doing as what Trump, if they're not continuing Trump's bullshit, I'm good.
Importance, because it ends what has been one of the gravest.
I mean, I do have more standards than that, but just in general, it's like, God, because like every fucking day, I'm just like, how is this gonna get worse? And then, surprise,
most egregious abuses of the American system, and it keeps American citizenship safe.
Let's take a closer look at the executive orders with Todd Schulte. He's the president of Forward.us, an organization started by key leaders from the tech community to promote policies to keep the U.S. competitive in a global economy, starting with immigration reform. Todd, always good to see you. So the last line there in what Stephen Miller said was about citizenship in the U.S. being sacred. And I find that quite interesting, because when you think about birth tourism and the sort of numbers of people who actually come to the U.S. specifically to give birth in order to get American citizenship, by many accounts, it is less than 1% of all births in the United States. It is a very, very tiny amount. So based on the numbers...
Which is hilarious, because does this now apply to Melania Trump and Barron? Or no, only the poors. Only the poors and the ones that have a little bit of a different complexion. We're not going to come on. Do you really think they're like go after Polish families now?
A real problem based on actual numbers. So why is the issue of identity and citizenship in the United States such a wedge issue, and why does it resonate so strongly with the right base?
Well, I think what you see is the president had a rebuke from the Supreme Court. They are coming back around on this question, and they're using fear-mongering, both under kind of the guise of what they would call national security and fear-mongering on that. But also, I mean, you heard this quote. The idea that people coming to the United States through so-called birth tourism is like a top 3 issue for the American public. I would ask all of your viewers, have you talked to anybody today who said that that is like the top 3 issue for them? And I bet you haven't here. Because what this is ultimately about is trying to scare people and give them a sense that somehow their way of life is being replaced by the other. And we've seen this across American history in some of our really dark moments here. And this is just the administration continuing that same sort of plan of dividing and distracting people from the fact that their agenda overall and their immigration agenda is very unpopular.
Just in terms of the practicalities of enforcing this, I mean, this idea that we're going to look at people who are specifically intentionally coming to the United States in order to give birth. I mean, how on earth do you verify that? I mean, obviously there's a key difference between somebody who does want to come to America to give birth so their kid can get American citizenship, and somebody who is pregnant and happens to be here visiting family members or friends and then obviously goes into labor. I've seen both, to be honest. But how on earth do you verify intent?
Well, so we should be clear. There's laws against lying on a visa application explicitly to come to the United States for another purpose or to have a kid. That exists already. That those laws exist.
Okay, so what's the fucking problem?
This administration, who I should say is in charge of the laws, they don't like all the ways those exist, doesn't give them the ability to rip up the 14th Amendment. So we should start with that, because that's ultimately what this is here.
Yeah, that's what they're trying to fucking do. They're trying to subvert the 14th Amendment through fucking executive order. That's what Trump does. He goes, "What do you mean I can't do this? I signed, I put my cardiogram signature on the piece of paper. Now it's law." That's how that works.
How do you verify the difference between people who are coming to the United States who would be precluded by law versus people who are coming to the United States? Not to get particularly graphic, but you would I don't know, you're going to pregnancy check people who you think are particularly high risk. And if we look at the other part of the executive order here, the people who they are targeting here are people who...
Can we just say that this is creating a fucking way worse world where fear runs everything and they are totally winning because the fear is overtaking the dumbest sector? Like, this is, again, I say this a lot here and I'm sorry, but I'm glad I don't have fucking kids. I am so glad that I do not have kids to worry about going into this bullshit. I just have to worry about dying in this bullshit.
They seem to are undesirable. So pregnancy checks for people from maybe it's the
goodbye
same
any fucking semblance of me actually working hard for any job that I feel like has my back. That's gone out the fucking door.
Countries
and then they did that thing. You remember how they shamed us for quiet quitting?
On visa bans before. I hope we never find out.
What was so interesting, I think, is during
and
the
they
World
wonder
Cup,
why
I'm not
everything is just getting worse.
sure how much attention you paid to the World Cup just a couple of months ago, but obviously there was a whole red card controversy.
It was great, yeah.
Yes, red card controversy over a player named Folarin Balogun that a lot of people were talking about. And President Donald Trump had called the head of FIFA to say, listen, can you reverse the red card that Folarin Balogun was given? What was so interesting is that when you looked into his background, this is somebody who played on the U.S. team literally because of birthright citizenship. He was a Nigerian British man, or rather his parents are British Nigerian. They happened to be in Brooklyn on vacation while his mother was pregnant, and then she gave birth to him in the United States by pure chance. That's how he got to play on the U.S. men's national team. And when you hear Donald Trump talk about...
Yeah.
Awesome. But when you hear how Donald Trump talked about him as being one of the best players in the United States, he was only able to play because of birthright citizenship, because of the very thing that Donald Trump is trying to dismantle. I mean, talk to us.
How about his own fucking kid? Kids.
That's one tiny example, but give us
is that a bridge too far for CNN?
your thoughts on really just the sort of contributions that we have seen that immigrants make in the United States, and how the administration is really able or tries to play both sides depending on what suits their argument.
I think this president is a very talented politician, often for aims I don't agree with here, and will lift up individual examples when he finds them to be beneficial. Certainly when it comes to immigration, he in his personal life has married a number of immigrants to this country. And so I think what we should take a step back on and realize here is it's great that people want to come to the United States. It's awesome that we have
Then why are we doing everything in our power to make sure that they don't?
Doctors from around the world working at the best hospital systems in so many ways from around the world. We do awesome
you're still going to buy into that American exceptionalist myth, huh?
medical research in places like New Jersey and in places like New York. And if you look at ultimately what this administration is trying to do, it's going to make that so that we will lose the ability to be the top destination for people from around the world. When that happens in world history, when you stop being a center for kind of global human capital, it doesn't come back. And so this will start with them saying, we're going to label someone a domestic terrorist. They're engaging in birth tourism. We should be really clear. People like Renee Good and Alex Preddy and Kilmar Abrego Garcia, they have said we're engaging in terrorism here. They will scare people about ideas of birth tourism here. But this is about ultimately them trying to redefine in really harmful and exclusionary ways who's an American. And then at the same time, when the president thinks it's advantageous, he'll
keep using your cute little language to fucking kind of tiptoe around it.
An individual immigrant or two for sure. Yeah.
I think the bottom line is Trump can't take no for an answer. He made his...
Didn't they already say that he can't do that and it's unconstitutional? Yes.
His case to...
That's why it's going to become an even bigger problem, because he's trying to challenge this Supreme... Like, this is him ignoring the Supreme Court, and now this is where we really test the strings of democracy.
Supreme Court, and he lost. The court confirmed what we all know, which is if you are born in this country, you are a citizen. So now the Trump administration is coming back with a new executive order, again, trying to rewrite the Constitution. Seems like it's a desperate attempt to try and get some kind of win or the appearance of a win in the face of what was a clear loss at the Supreme Court. But this is not a game of whack-a-mole. These are people's lives. It's people's citizenship. And the president does not get to...
You know what? He don't care. His supporters don't care.
...decide who is a birthright citizen, period.
Yep.
As you well know, Cody, the 14th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution reads, and I'll put it up on the screen, there you see it, all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens. Talk about the importance of that language, especially the clause subject to the jurisdiction thereof, and the practical impacts of these new executive orders.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the citizenship clause is absolutely foundational to who we are as a country. It was put into the Constitution specifically to ensure...
Well, the real unemployed Brendan,
that this
quite the name.
Fundamental American principle, if you're born in
no Fed post
in this country, you're a citizen, no matter who your parents are, would remain part of our law and part of our culture, regardless of who's in Congress, regardless of who's in the White House. And that's exactly what the Supreme Court reaffirmed
pure racism.
In the Barber decision earlier this year. The court said the question is whether a person is subject to the jurisdiction of the government.
Yeah, I know it comes next. Then they're going to start justifying it on the basis of religion. They're just going to they're going to subvert all of their constitutional protections until there are zero.
The country.
And you know what? It ain't hyperbole. It ain't just the left trying to scare you guys. You know, this is the thing that really bothers me. For how much fear they live in, they don't listen to the right thing to actually be afraid of. That's the thing that sucks.
Which he is physically present.
Meanwhile, we're literally fearing losing our rights. Like that dipshit that was in chat at the beginning of the show where he's just like, oh, how did you lose your rights? It's not about how we've lost our rights, even though we are losing them almost day by fucking day. And then he threatens to take even more. But it's the shit that they are doing right now where we can see the writing on the wall. They're trying to classify anybody that descends from the fucking administration. That means Republicans who don't like Donald Trump. And they want to label them as left-wing terrorists. And the thing is, a lot of people are going along with this.
Even if...
Again, big scary Antifa. Make sure you get those guys. I don't care if they have laws and protections. Get them. I'm scared. I want to go to bed feeling not scared, and I also want to feel better about myself.
Rarely. He is, unless he falls under one of the...
I heard the Mexicans having fun, and I saw them having a dance. We don't have dances. I don't get to enjoy things. I don't want them to enjoy things. I want them locked up. Hello, ICE?
Familiar exceptions.
That's what we're living through now. I know. That little character right now there, it seems ridiculous to you, but that's actually happening.
Such as for ambassadors. It really could not be clearer. Nearly everyone
just staring at the danger and not moving. Yeah, like fucking deer.
Listen, there's a few exceptions that are captured by that language, subject to the jurisdiction. Those go all...
Surprise, motherfucker. You thought that you were hitting a deer? I'm the moose.
All the way back to the framing of the constitutional language.
You ever seen Car vs. Moose?
Relevant today,
don't go the way you think.
Is for the children of ambassadors.
Unless you think that the moose rips through the car, because, yeah, that's what happens.
When you say ambassadors, don't you mean other diplomats as well who are serving in the United States, not just at the ambassadorial level?
You know, Wolf, that seems to be part of the idea behind at least part of this executive. Or
what car? A DeLorean. It's like a moose versus a DeLorean.
The critical distinction is whether they have full ambassadorial immunity. So there's a difference between an ambassador whose children are rips
through it like tinfoil
from criminal offenses and so forth, versus other people who may be working for an embassy, who may, be a janitor at a foreign country's embassy. Under this executive order, Trump is purporting to strip away that janitor's children's citizenship, and that's simply not the law. That's not what the Supreme
And it's going to get challenged, and it's going to be brought to the Supreme Court again.
Court has ever said to the.
If anything, because I think that because it's been litigated, that this could actually just be brought up to the Supreme Court for review.
Contrary, it's a very narrow exception, really. For
I remember that was part of like the thing if they already litigated a case.
How do you respond, Cody, to the skeptics who are out there who believe it's unfair for the children of people who come to the United States just to have their babies and promptly return home to enjoy the privileges of American citizenship?
Look, I think that this entire idea is basically a red herring. The idea of birth tourism, to the extent it's a problem, is a tiny, tiny problem, which, as you noted, is already illegal under federal law. But what the administration is really trying to do here is strip away citizenship from as many people as possible to try and change the demographics of this country. The original Trump executive order signed at the beginning of the term.
Yeah, they already covered that. High rule stuff. Also, welcome to the show. The player that Trump got red carded, rescinded got the red card rescinded for in the World Cup. He would fall under the birthright citizenship change. Yeah, I know. Yeah, they covered
was
that.
Huge in scope.
Sorry, you weren't here.
We're talking about something like 20,000 children being born every month, 5 million additional U.S.-born undocumented people, projecting out 20 years if the government had succeeded in its arguments. Obviously, it's failed. The Supreme Court rejected those arguments. I think the scope of this current executive order, is a little bit more open to question. It may be significantly smaller in terms of who it's going to impact. But what I'll say is, fundamentally, for the children of the families, our class members in the Barbara litigation, we will never, ever stop fighting to ensure your child's citizenship and birthright.
What recourse, Cody, does the ACLU have at this point to challenge these latest moves by the Trump administration? Do you anticipate all of this coming back to the U.S. Supreme Court?
Yeah, look, we're closely examining this new executive order. Obviously, came out yesterday. We're looking at every single one of our legal options. The main thing I'd say at this point is just stay
cheers.
tuned.
Oh crap!
Whether it will make its way up to the Supreme Court, it might not. I think at the end of the day, the bottom line is the court has already explained that the citizenship clause protects nearly every child born in the United States, with only those rare exceptions, namely for diplomats today. And so, to the extent that the administration is going to keep issuing executive orders, trying to find new ways to use, executive fiat to strip away constitutionally guaranteed birthright citizenship, that will fail.
Yeah. Again, which makes you wonder why even take this up again? Because now Trump is risking fucking pissing off the Supreme Court, which at what point do they finally get pissed and go, okay, listen, we tried with you, but we've had it. We fucking had it with you, Donnie. Like we don't need you anymore. Okay. No, you're doing the no-no. You're doing like the ultimate no-no. You're clawing at the comic boxes. You go upstairs now. Swear to God. Okay. They're relitigating the issue because it's the wrong thing to do and because they're going to do the wrong thing no matter what. It really does kind of seem like they're trying to one-up themselves with that. All right, the Lauren Boebert problem. This is funny. I'm not gonna lie. Like the accusation's not funny. The fact that it's happening to her, hilarious.
Yeah, go to church, find Jesus. Like, I mean, why is everybody so horny here?
Yeah, Mother of the Year Christian MAGA Congresswoman Lauren Boebert might want to take her own advice and start praying for her eldest son Tyler, and more importantly, for his victims. Because Tyler just got arrested again for his latest in a years-long string of misdemeanors and felonies ranging from petty theft to child abuse. And believe it or not, today's charges are darker than both of those combined. So, who did Tyler Boebert hurt this time, and how is his MAGA mom's wholly inadequate response making the matter worse? We'll spell it out after you help us out by liking and subscribing to Really American both
Hey,
here
that's
and
the newest Iron Man by Ryan Stegman.
on Substack, because as hard as this stuff is to hear,
artist.
it's never
Nice guy.
been more important to prove that the real people we need to be afraid of in this country aren't the immigrants. They're the MAGA cultist criminals Donald Trump floods our streets with every single day.
Yeah, the ones that got pardoned.
They're sending prisoners, murderers, drug dealers, mental patients, and terrorists, the worst they have in every country.
He's got the
all over the world.
5
All
for
right,
5.
Final very heavy
Wow.
content warning here before we get into it. Get the kids out of the room and far away from Boebert's son. Because even before today's damning new charges, Tyler had a rap sheet that should have gotten him thrown in the swamp section of Alligator Alcatraz.
Son of a Colorado Congresswoman, Lauren Boebert has been arrested and charged with nearly 24 crimes, including multiple felonies.
The 18-year-old is accused of
You guys remember what she said about Hunter Biden?
breaking
I remember. Pepper Farm remembers.
into vehicles and then stealing wallets.
Republican Congresswoman Lauren Boebert's young grandson wandered out of her house for the second time in 7 months over the weekend. Her adult son is now facing a second child abuse charge as a result. Boebert told me today that there is no excuse and that she's very frustrated this happened. Boebert's 2-year-old grandson often accompanies her to Washington and around the district. She says she was at an event in her district and her 20-year-old son was watching the boy at her home on Sunday when the toddler got out of the house, which is near a lake in Windsor. Windsor police say that Tyler Boebert was cited on a misdemeanor charge of child abuse without injury. He's already facing a trial in April on the same charge for a similar incident
you remember
at the Congresswoman's home last July. At that time, Congresswoman Boebert released...
I love when shitty people have bad things happen to them. Fuck it, man. I'm just gonna go. I don't care anymore. I used to be a really good person where I'd be like, oh, well, that kind of sucks for her. I kind of wish that she, I'll pray for her kind of thing. Yeah, that's way out the fucking window. At least I'm honest about how I feel. Fuck her. Fuck her. I am so happy this is happening. You know what? You suck, Lauren. And you know what? You deserve every single bit of this. Oh, I don't believe in karma, but I might be making a revision.
Released a statement saying it was a, quote, one-time incident that we have addressed as a family.
Yeah, and nobody's saying any MAGA congressperson should be the example of good parenting. That would be like saying Hannibal Lecter is the epitome of good dining etiquette.
The late, great Hannibal Lecter. Hannibal Lecter. Did anybody ever hear of Hannibal Lecter?
But Boebert's
I forgot about that.
latest response to these new heinous charges feels wholly inadequate and hypocritically hollow when you hear what her son has been arrested for now.
Representative Lauren Boebert's son is back in legal trouble. This time he's been arrested on multiple felony charges tied to the alleged exploitation of a child. 21-year-old Tyler Boebert was arrested Sunday in Colorado, with court records listing the alleged offense date as January 1st, 2024. Tyler faces 3 sexual exploitation charges, including allegations involving inducement or enticement, possession with intent and video, along with 2 counts of contributing to the delinquency of a minor. Representative Boebert tells TMZ, "I love my son. We take these allegations very seriously and pray for everyone affected during this challenging time." He is said to have posted a $10,000 bond and was released the same day, and his next court appearance is scheduled for August 19th.
Yeah. And as messed up as that is, unfortunately, it is just par for the course. Not only for Lauren Boebert for herself, as we'll see, she does not set a good example here, but for MAGA as a whole. I am, of course, talking about the horrific allegations against
Max
MAGA
Miller.
Representative Max Miller and his insane inability to take accountability or apologize that we'll touch on at the end of the video as well. But just think about this whole situation again and how Lauren Boebert responded. Tyler Boebert, 21, has been released on a
He gets bond. Yeah.
$10,000 bond. That is pennies compared.
Just remember, what was it? Just I think earlier today. We heard a story about a husband being taken from a rodeo. Yeah, and it turns out he had his green card, and they were doing ID checks at a bar. Actually, hold on. I think I talked about this, or like I thought about talking about this. I'm not sure. So either way, if you guys didn't know, there was a father that went to a concert with his wife and his 2 daughters. They were doing ID checks for the wristbands at the festival to get beer. So he went and he showed his green card, which they scanned, and it came back fine. It came back, clear. ICE met him and detained him and took him away. And there's viral video of the wife pleading with them to let him go, saying that he's legal. He has his green card. What is this about? Yeah, just a reminder that he's being held while this kid is out on bond.
Compared to what
America, fuck yeah,
Boebert makes in Congress after he was charged with 3 counts of sexual exploitation of a child. We don't know whose child, and thankfully the victim's identity has not been released, but it leaves you wondering, was it his own child? Was it a different child? Then you have including a video charge. Then you think the charges relate to felonies that allegedly occurred on January 1st, 2024. That's before he got hit with the child abuse charges for letting his kid wander around. And in this exclusive, Boebert tells the Daily Mail, quote, "I love my son. We take these allegations very seriously and pray for everyone affected during this challenging time." Your son gets caught abusing, sexually exploiting, and contributing to the delinquency of at least one, but potentially more than one minor, and your response is thoughts and prayers? Jesus Christ. I mean, I would say forgive me for using his name in vain, but we really shouldn't expect anything less from Boebert's ilk here.
The little Twitter trolls, they like to say, oh, Jesus didn't need an AR-15. How many AR-15s do you think Jesus would have had? Well, he didn't have enough to keep his government from killing him. So...
Boebert. Say it 3 times and she appears in security video from a weekend
the
performance of
Beetlejuice thing.
With the Congresswoman
good
who was
on
kicked
a
out of
real
the theater
American for going through the hits. We need to remind ourselves.
Boebert's team denied that. Said the haze was from fog machines.
Hey, I'm just so glad that the Colorado's 4th, they were just like, hey, you know what? We don't like carpetbaggers. Screw it. We're voting for you anyway.
That claim goes up in smoke.
This is why I'm thinking that Colorado actually might have that moron Karl Marx as their not Karl Marx, Victor Marx. Sorry, his dad was Karl. For real, his name was Karl Marx with a K. Yeah, Victor Marx. Our favorite lovable Indiana Jones, frickin', Raiders of the Lost
Temple.
Temple.
Sitting behind
idiot.
Boebert told the Denver Post she asked her to stop vaping, and Boebert refused. Her one-woman show continued, taking flash photos, raising her hands and dancing, often the only one clapping or standing up in the crowd. Boebert occasionally took a break from being disruptive to enjoy the company of her male companion. He briefly had a grasp on the situation before ushers returned and told Boebert she had to leave. The theater's incident report says Boebert pulled the "Don't you know who I am" card on the way out, appearing to give theater employees.
I like how she had to adjust herself.
It's so
fucking
fucking disgusting that these people want to use their political ideology and their religion to sit atop this moral high horse. And yet you can't keep your son from abusing and neglecting children? Great thing you have all those guns around your house. How could those possibly lead to any negative outcome in the future, right? But it's not like this is a one-off thing either. I mean, just look at the recent news that shows these fucking losers in glass houses are the last people who should be throwing moral stones.
Republican Congressmember Max Miller of Ohio, who's facing allegations of domestic abuse as he runs for re-election. Miller's ex-wife, Emily Moreno, who is the daughter of Ohio's sitting Republican Senator Bernie Moreno, claims Miller burned her chest and stomach by throwing hot water at her, held a gun to her head, and claims he fractured their 2-year-old daughter's collarbone. A child protection specialist reviewing their daughter's February injury found bruising resembling a handprint, and an investigative report says Moreno recounted her child saying, "Daddy's house is scary," unquote. A court document quotes the daughter telling her mother, "Daddy kill you.
And yet I have to sit here, you have to sit here day in and day out and hear those MAGA fuckwads and their dumb dipshit dying dementia-pacing president say how the left-wing radical terrorist communist Marxist buzzwords and the immigrants are the ones we should be afraid of, the one ruining the dignity of this country. Well, guess what? You can take all that moral righteousness and shove it where the sun don't shine.
Internal federal data obtained by CBS shows 47% of those detained have no criminal record and less than 30% have been convicted of a crime. The influx in detainments are not coming from border crossings, which have dropped to historic lows. The ACLU, Detention Watch Network, and the National Immigrant Justice Center says lawmakers should visit these facilities to see what's happening firsthand. Advocates also warn
but then they tried to, and they were told, get the fuck out of here, you can't.
That a new proposal backed by President Donald Trump could push ICE to detain over 100,000 people and boost its budget by 13 times.
And let's just remember that while felonious criminal shitbags like Lauren Boebert's son, Donald Trump himself, the January 6th insurrectionists, many who have been reconvicted for incredibly heinous crimes also involving children, are still out on the streets now. People who are in ICE detention facilities, many of whom do not have criminal records and were in the process of following the legal paths to citizenship, are facing graphic Guantanamo-level torture like this.
And we're now learning, thanks to an investigation by The Guardian, that in some cases authorities have responded by force feeding. Here's what that typically looks like.
Hey, it's Jacob.
The detainee is restrained, often forcibly.
Jacob Cedar.
Their head is held still as a medical professional threads a plastic tube into a nostril. And I'm sorry for the graphic nature of this, but you need to know, down the throat and into the stomach. Liquid nutrition is then pumped through that tube. And there's a doctor, Dr. Chanel Diaz, an assistant professor of medicine at Columbia University. Dr. Diaz told MS Now that patients describe it as, quote, one of the most uncomfortable medical procedures. And it is generally not something that a doctor would subject a, quote, awake, alert patient to.
And I know an eye for an eye makes the world go blind, but the least we could do is adequately prosecute some of these pieces of human shit. Because let's be honest,
we're not going to,
every
though.
single day that these people are allowed to stay out on the street blasting their blasphemous, bigoted hate under the guise of protecting our children and our country, every single day, that is another child that is at risk of falling prey to the very predators proclaiming to try and protect them. And you know what? That's the fucking gospel truth.
Yeah, go to church, find Jesus. Like, I mean, why is everybody so horny here?
Wow. That was really good. Because I gotta say, man, it ain't looking good. It ain't looking good for the Republicans when it's like, dude, every week we have a new Republican where we're like, hey, abused a kid. Oh, another one abused a kid. Oh, shit. Okay. All right, let's get our War and Peace report.
In Colombia, Reuters reports more than 160 people are dead after a 7.4 magnitude earthquake struck the northwestern Chocó and other regions.
Gee, you think that with Venezuela and now Colombia, like maybe there's like something, I don't know, guys, these earthquakes, the world's on fire, like the north is on fire right now. You're starting to like get the hint that these rich fucks have really, really pushed us to the edge, and they're just trying to get everything they can before the world does actually collapse.
Monday, damage.
It's almost like they know that our food system is probably like next, and our water system is probably next. And for some reason, we're fine with it because guess what? We got our phones, guys. We can get entertained and fucking algorithmed out of even worrying about this until you're hungry.
Damaging and collapsing hundreds of buildings. The death toll is expected to rise as search and rescue efforts continue. Colombia's president...
we're already seeing it. Like, dude, fresh produce is almost untouchable. And then you have this idiot that's out there going, oh, we need to get rid of all the highly processed things because it's killing our children. When, actually, no, the diarrhea lettuce and the fucking salmonella in our produce and the fact that it's affecting most of our produce. So now people aren't eating healthy. Weird how that works.
de la Espriella was sworn in just 3 days before the earthquake. He's declared a state of emergency. The U.S. Geological Survey determined the epicenter of the quake to be about 3 miles from the
I'm good.
small town of San Jose del Palmar.
I do my home farm. I'm good. I'm actually a practicer of permaculture.
About only 5,000 people.
Well, as much as I can be, in Illinois, but
The region is one of the poorest and most neglected in Colombia. The city of Pereira and the neighboring state of Risaraldo is among the hardest hit, as well as Cali, where several top floors of the city's main hospital collapsed, trapping patients. This is a local resident.
I'm also a 2A leftist, so surprise.
Fortunately, as the neighbor just said, there
Because the next answer to that is like, oh yeah, well, good luck protecting your
was a
farm.
Google alert and we were able to get out. But many people didn't manage to do so. Unfortunately,
Because in their pretend world, that's exactly what's going to happen. Once the collapse happens, and it's going to become, just pure anarchy, all that kind of stuff. Which cool. You guys were really fucking useful for the billionaire tool bags.
there were impacts.
And then just admitting that you're like, yep, we're just going to collapse. We're just going to do the thing.
Like here at La Luna Bridge. And despite everything, people are still moving through there. Also here in the strips, we see that the building suffered damage. I think they're going to have to demolish it. Really, this is a call for us as a community to come together and solve these types of situations that can happen at any moment.
New data reveals July was the hottest month ever documented in the United States.
Okay. Oh my God. She's on 1.25 speed.
Since records began in 1895. That's according to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA. So far this summer, intense heat domes swept across the East Coast, the plains, and the Southwest, triggering massive wildfires in the Pacific
By the
Northwest.
way, I just hit the like button. If you guys haven't done the same, please do.
In Canada, Lake Mead's plummeted to
Can they cause
historic low water
earthquakes?
levels.
From my understanding, technically, I guess.
As the Colorado River struggles to sustain.
Or they just know about it, but this is the thing. If they know about it and then don't tell us, then that's a good way to get rid of a whole lot of people. Again, man, it kind of seems like the globalists want to get rid of a whole lot of people, and they're doing it. It's kind of like crazy that Alex Jones wasn't too far off, and then he just abandons that position that he held for so many years the second that he was used by the system that brought it to light.
In the West, while in Puerto Rico,
that brought it to
hundreds
fruition.
of thousands of people are going without running water for 48 hours at a time as authorities impose rotating water shutoffs to combat severe drought. In France, nearly 70% of the country is under water use restrictions.
Yeah, this won't have any long-lasting impacts, guys. This is just a temporary thing.
As successive heat waves intensify the crisis, with 2/3 of groundwater reserves falling below normal levels. Another heat wave is expected this week. Meanwhile, in England, 3/4 of the nation has entered drought status, placing 27 million people under water use restrictions as a fifth heat wave looms. In China, more than 1 million people were evacuated from their homes as Typhoon Dolphin made landfall. The typhoon unleashed torrential rains that paralyzed transportation systems. On Monday alone, Shanghai's airports canceled approximately 1,000 flights. President Donald Trump issued an executive order Monday reducing the number of childhood vaccinations from 18 to just 11. The directive also proposed
MAGA chuds traded their country for a fucking IOU.
separating the combined measles, mumps, and rubella vaccine into 3 individual shots administered at different times. Back in January, Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. reduced the U.S. immunization schedule by eliminating vaccines for 6 of the 17 covered diseases, but a federal court blocked the change. The
Good.
new executive order reinstates Kennedy's overhaul, despite the legal case still pending. Republican Senator Dr. Bill Cassidy of Louisiana criticized the order, saying, quote, "I'm a doctor. This executive order is wrong. The president does not have the expertise to make these changes," unquote. The American Academy of Pediatrics said, quote, "There is no new evidence to justify significant changes to childhood immunization guidance. Dozens of studies involving millions of people show there is no link between vaccines and autism, and yet federal leaders continue to promote this outdated, disproven idea to scare families," unquote. This is President Trump Monday.
Where they have a vaccination thing, looks like the size of a bottle of soda poured into a little child's body. And bad things happen in too many cases, because this is an explosion. This is an epidemic.
President Trump.
Gee, where'd that come from?
Trump Monday claimed Iran has
for fuck's sake
killed thousands of people through its wars in the region and during protests inside Iran and demanded
we live in such a dumb timeline.
Compensation. Trump's
there's no way. You couldn't conceptualize. Like, dude, when I was in high school, I thought, like, yeah, dude, eventually, like, by 20, like, we'll be edging into 2030. And maybe, like, flying cars wasn't necessarily the thing, but I was just like, yeah, you know what? Socialized medicine, that'd be great. You know, oh my God, the jobs market is going to be great. Just all this shit.
New proposal countered Tehran's existing demands for reparations
The
and
ship fellow, we're heading to Buc-ee's.
removal of sanctions, which largely matched a preliminary peace agreement signed
Not
in
until they start dropping those lawsuits.
June, but has since collapsed. This is President Trump.
Well, we can ask for money for the damage they've done over a 50-year period. Whether you go SS Cole or whether you go all of the people that were so badly hurt, so badly wounded or killed, many thousands of people, and maybe damages for the 52,000 protesters over the last 4 months that were killed in Iran.
So he's literally just throwing their terms back at
Iranian
them.
President Masoud Pezeshkian
that's actually one of the laziest approaches I've seen to this yet.
reported he spent 7 to 8 hours with Supreme Leader Mujtaba Khamenei and confirmed Khamenei is in good health. The two men met in late July around the start of Pezeshkian's third year as president, according to state media.
It was good meeting with Iran's Supreme Leader Mujtaba Khamenei. We talked about all sorts of issues. We raised all the problems and set out our concerns. In terms of his health, he was completely well, because someone who can sit there and hold discussions with us for 7 or 8 hours cannot be in poor health.
This comes...
We heard that one before.
This comes amidst new reports President Trump secretly left the presidential...
Dude, this is so fucking...
jet before Air Force One took off from Turkey at the end of last month's NATO summit
could just
because of a
laugh.
credible threat,
Whatever,
an
man.
Iranian threat to fire a missile at his aircraft.
God, if you're taking yourself too seriously in 2026, I genuinely feel sorry for you.
In Syria, a court sentenced ousted leader Bashar al-Assad to death Tuesday after a trial in absentia. He was convicted of killings, torture, and arbitrary arrest during Syria's nearly 14-year war. It was the first Syrian conviction against Assad, who fell in a rebel offensive in December 2024 that ended his family's decades of rule in a war that killed hundreds of thousands of people. A U.S. oil company linked to President Trump called Greenland Energy is preparing to drill in Greenland without local approval. The firm recently landed drilling equipment on Greenland's eastern coast as President Trump renews threats to seize the Arctic territory. Greenland's government issued a strong warning that no permission was granted. The island's Mineral Resources Authority must approve all future logistical operations before they proceed, officials said.
Oh, so they're just allowing it, though. That's a bad precedent. No, you got to get in there. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. You got to get a NATO. Like, if you're not going to use NATO militarily, then you at least need them to come and show up and just take that equipment away. Because they have no right to be there.
Under Colombia's new right-wing Trump-supported president, Abelardo de la Espriella, Colombia has recognized Morocco's sovereignty over occupied Western Sahara. Colombia has frozen diplomatic relations with the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic and ended prior support for the independence group, the Polisario Front. Morocco's brutally occupied Western Sahara and its indigenous...
Fuck Bashar al-Assad, the butcher of Syrian kids.
Sahrawi since
I kind of forgot about him for, like, just because obviously things have been kind of hectic.
1975,
no,
in defiance
it's nice
of
to
the
see something
United
actually
Nations
happen.
and the international community. The first Trump administration recognized Moroccan sovereignty over Western Sahara in 2020 as part of a larger effort to normalize relations between Israel and its Arab neighbors. Trump's State Department's revoked more than 175,000 visas from foreign nationals as part of its sweeping immigration crackdown. This comes as congressional Democrats say they plan to investigate the Trump administration's efforts to deport U.S. military service members and their families. The probe was announced in response to an Associated Press investigation that found the Trump administration's detained more than 50 parents and spouses of active duty U.S. military personnel. The investigation by U.S. lawmakers led by Senator Elizabeth Warren also found ICE has attempted to deport 282 veterans and their immediate family members. In April 2025, ICE rescinded its long-standing policy that protected immigrant veterans and replaced it with a new measure.
Isn't that wild how some of these motherfuckers that are making these arrests and, like, kind of pushing out, like, taking the veterans' fucking spouses, in some cases even the veterans, how they're less qualified
that allow
to be doing what they're doing. That's kind of, I don't know. That's got to feel like a fucking weird form of irony.
For the detention and deportation of non-citizen U.S. service members. In more related news, attorneys and local advocates are reporting Haitian immigrants in Ohio are being forced to report to ICE appointments and wear ankle monitors after the Trump administration officially ended TPS, that's temporary protected status, stripping deportation relief from hundreds of thousands of Haitians. A video circulating on social media and news outlets shows a Haitian man in Blue Ash, Ohio, collapsing to the ground in tears after leaving an ICE check-in and receiving an ankle monitor. He's been identified by CNN as Monsanto Maller. He said he's lived in the U.S. since 2023 and that he fled Haiti fearing for his life. A U.S. appeals court in San Francisco allowed thousands of lawsuits to proceed Monday against Meta, Google, TikTok, and Snapchat for designing products that are addictive to young users. Attorneys representing thousands of school districts and individuals suing Meta and other companies said in a statement, quote, "A trial is how the public finds out what Meta knew about its products' impact on children, when it knew it, and what it chose to do with that knowledge. Meta has fought to keep that evidence from the public," unquote. And in New York, a Staten Island judge ordered an emergency pause on New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani's new pied-à-terre tax. The court ruled on Friday in a lawsuit filed by 3 homeowners seeking to delay the rollout of the tax. The
Yush, welcome to the channel.
Pied-à-terre tax targets homes valued at $5 million or higher, and co-ops and condos worth $1 million or more when the owner does not live there as their primary residence. A spokesperson for Mayor Mamdani said, quote, "We disagree with today's ruling, but we're confident in both the pied-à-terre surcharge and the city's ability to implement it fairly and effectively. This surcharge asks those who own second
by the way,
homes
welcome to the show. If you guys are just joining us and you're new here,
valued at $5 million or more to contribute their fair share to the city they benefit from, the spokesperson said. In India, tens of thousands of student and youth protesters marched on the legislature in Jharkhand Monday as riot police deployed tear gas, water cannons, and beat demonstrators with batons. This comes amidst
crazy how old people are just now considering if dopamine farming their kids for ad revenue and metadata is a good idea.
Weeks of street anti-government protests against the ruling BJP.
What do I think about the Spanish president?
Party over the leak
Talking about the president of Spain. I don't fucking know. Don't you guys have like a monarchy or some shit?
of national exam questions.
I don't know. I know nothing about the geopolitics of Spain.
Force millions of students to retake the exam.
Nor do I really
Some
fucking care
students
right
ended up
now.
dying by suicide after studying for the exam for
U.S. seems to have our own fucking problems.
years. The protests forced the resignation of India's education minister last month. This is a student leader.
Damn. That's very good art.
I would like to humbly
shit.
appeal to the state government
That was
through your
insane
platform
art.
that this protest today be a historic one. By evening, the crowd here will increase gradually. I appeal to the state government that you will have to seriously come up with a decision today.
No, the Mexican
and cell phone
president is
student
based to shit, but I also know that's not the Spanish president.
related issues.
And Massachusetts has expanded late-term abortion access, loosening restrictions in cases of severe
No,
or lethal
I know
fetal
because I'm just sorry. I don't know.
abnormalities or if the
I
pregnant
genuinely
person's
don't
life
know.
is
Congratulations on your World Cup win, though.
at risk. The law will allow providers to perform abortions after the previous cutoff of 24 weeks when it's necessary to save the pregnant person's life. Most abortions still happen within
It's kind of amazing to me how many people think just because I'm a political show that I like know a lot about geopolitics, specifically like any of the goings on in any given country at any time and like their parliament and their like the characters. Like, dude, I listen, I know the UK's got bin face, okay?
First trimester.
Like, I know that.
Monday's bill signing, Massachusetts Governor Maura Healey, a Democrat, said, quote, "We believe healthcare decisions should be made between women
But not that I'm not interested. It's just more so.
and families and their doctors, not politicians, mothers and fathers and families who experience these devastating diagnoses, and they are devastating, heartbreaking. Now they'll be able to make their own choices," the governor said. Massachusetts becomes the 10th state, along
Wait, Tom's
with
here?
Washington, D.C.,
Tom?
to allow an
Wait, Facebook Tom? Or not Facebook Tom, MySpace?
abortion at any point in pregnancy.
Wait a minute.
And those are some of the headlines. This is
Can I get
Democracy
the
Now!,
first, like, MySpace account back?
democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. Thanks for watching.
Hey, that was actually an awesome breakdown. She's in Scotland for some kind of thing. I don't know. Trump fled to Turkey in a secret jet. Okay, before we do that, here, I wanted to play this. I already watched this clip. This one kind of broke my brain a little bit. Aaron Barnett does a science experiment that's gonna fucking just...
Trump upending
I don't know, guys. Like I said, this is the dumbest timeline.
vaccines for American children. Here's what he's announcing tonight.
Also, I love how the CNN anchors
divorce.
only...
Executive order.
Yeah. Look, I don't want to. I will not get no conjecture here. Those are actual friends of ours going through a public divorce. I do not.
Yo, what the fuck, dude? I didn't even click that video in the slightest. Like, god damn, dude.
Crucial vaccines, including for hepatitis, are no longer recommended for children, setting America back.
I was going to say before I was so rudely interrupted. What the fuck? That's one hell of a way to cover up a bald spot. His hair is always so confounding. The CNN anchors, they only tend to care when they're like in mom mode.
Putting lives at risk, and it
I have
seems
noticed.
all because
This is the only thing that Dana Bash, Aaron Burnett, all of them, they all fucking have the same thing where it's just like, well, wait, the Trump administration may be going a little far. I don't know. But then vaccine stuff, they're just like, you're making it more dangerous for my kids.
because of a false belief that vaccines are tied to autism.
Decades ago, children received only a small fraction of the vaccines required today. In those times, people were much healthier, and of course, the high rates of autism now observed did not exist. So there's a reason for...
Yeah, it's called diagnosis.
Such...
Literally called pinpointing and you pinpoint the symptoms. And then you get a diagnosis. This is how this goes. And it's been rising since the 80s because we've been recognizing it as a diagnosis. I hate how unscientific people are. It actually genuinely hurts my fucking brain.
Epidemic rates of autism.
No, it's Diet Coke. Diet Coke causes autism. Like, I love that face.
Well, there may be a reason, but it's not vaccines. Independent researchers have conducted more than 40 studies involving over 5.6 million people. And the conclusion, again and again and again, is that there is no link. The facts and the science on this particular issue when it comes to vaccines are clear. As Republican Senator Bill Cassidy posted, I'm a doctor. This executive order is wrong. Autism and vaccines aren't linked, and yet the chief science officer for the Autism Science Foundation came out and spoke. The quote there, vaccines have 1,000% been exonerated. And yet, here is President Trump today.
I saw this early on, and I've seen proof of it, where they have a vaccination thing, looks like the size of a bottle of soda, poured into a little child's body.
Oh my God, our president's retarded.
Now that
I'm sorry. I had to hard R that one. Holy fuck.
That's nonsense.
Holy
all of us
fuck.
parents know that. A vaccination that's the size of a soda bottle.
Holy fuck.
Soda bottle? I mean, that's a lot. That's silly and insane, right? And by the way, Trump, when it came out to, what this is, how much? Well, this is the soda bottle, and we got actually a little syringe here just so everybody could see it. So we can just for purposes of accuracy here, my eyes aren't so good, but I will show you the soda bottle that the President of the United States is referring to, and the single dose, 0.5 ml, in one MMR vaccine, the one that has been falsely accused of being linked to autism. So there you go. Trump's dose, reality. They're pretty different. Well, Trump was asked then, where are
Good on her for doing this, though, because honestly, America loves a good visual aid because we're fucking dumb.
you getting your information? So
This nation is so dumb.
I think I heard you say that the MMR vaccine for measles, mumps, and rubella is quite lethal. Is there any evidence of that?
What I've heard is that there are some people that say it is that way. I've heard when you put them together, they can be explosive.
some people is not science. Some people is just what you hear people saying. And in this case, it's not true. And yet, because of what some people are saying that have gotten into the president's brain, the entire vaccine schedule is being upended.
Very importantly,
You wanted this. You wanted this, Aaron. You wanted this.
vaccinations for hepatitis B, COVID-19, and
CNN
influenza,
did.
among others, are no longer recommended for all children.
Now, vaccines save lives. I want to show you a chart. This middle chart we'll show you is from a paper that was published in the medical journal, The Lancet. What you're looking at here, I can boil down very simply. It estimates that 9 billion years of life for human beings have been gained thanks to just some vaccines that you see listed there in different colors. 9 billion years.
Yeah.
Well, that's something Elon Musk should be just championing and jumping up and down about, right?
Yep.
I mean, the vaccine that's responsible for the most life years gained is actually measles.
You voted for this fool and now you regret it?
And vaccine skepticism
Really? Yeah, that's big of you.
on that has
FF, welcome to the show.
caused the United States to shatter a record. Nearly 2,500 cases this year.
I'm a leftist streamer, but I do appreciate somebody that admits when they
2,500. If you look
made
at
a
that
mistake. Also, just because I'm a leftist streamer doesn't mean that if you are right winger or whatever, don't feel like you're not welcome here.
chart, it tracks them. So far, there
More
have
curiosity.
been more measles cases this year so far than the past 25 combined.
you're all
I
good,
mean,
man.
measles was basically declared
Appreciate you being here.
eradicated thanks to
By the way,
vaccines.
guys, if you haven't already subbed to the
Trump
channel,
and
please
his
do.
HHS secretary, RFK Jr., who of course is a longtime vaccine skeptic, are now undermining the success and all those life years gained from these vaccines. They're on a mission to question vaccines in America.
Yeah, and do you know why? It's almost like it's a distraction. Are we talking about the Iran war that is not going well for America, that we've depleted our ammunition and they still got their nukes or they got their nuclear material? Like, what are we doing here?
How you do?
And then Jeffrey Epstein, like, dude, I hate how just like, look at the key, like these aren't key, look at the chopsticks, woo, chopsticks, woo, and we're just gonna push this over here, woo, chopsticks, and now you're just focused on chopsticks.
We will have an answer for you. We just got it.
So important.
There's nothing to get
Shiny, right?
But that hasn't stopped them from tying vaccines to autism and a lot of other things for years and years.
Dude, I really hate how when I was just saying how dumb America is. I hope you guys can reconcile that. That's exactly how people are. That's how bad it is. Our media cycle has trained us to just go like, oh yeah, shiny thing.
The child, a beautiful child, went to have the vaccine and came back and a week later got a tremendous fever, got very, very sick, now is autistic.
Well, I do believe.
I shouldn't laugh at that, but goddamn
that autism does come from vaccines.
There are certain groups of people that don't take vaccines and don't take
so full of
any
shit.
pills
Oh my God, it's actually hilarious.
that have no autism. They have no
Anti-intellectualism
There's
is
no
on the rise. Oh, buddy, it's been a fucking 20-year fucking process.
Vaccine that is, safe and effective.
I hate to say it, this is very much the end game. God, I love her deadpan faces because realistically, it's just.
It's one of the most infamous lines ever said by RFK Jr. Elena Trine is out front at the White House. And Elena, you're learning that Trump went ahead with this today, despite warnings from multiple advisors, right?
Yeah, look, I mean, that's the political component of this, and I think you're hearing from a lot of health experts and scientists today coming out about the damage this could do to people who, might erode vaccine confidence. But I will say there have been advisors in the political side of this. There have been polling that has been shown and passed around people here inside the West Wing at the White House that shows changing the vaccine schedule is deeply unpopular. And there have been political advisors who have been in the presidency are saying perhaps this is not the right time to roll out a change to the vaccine schedule.
By all means, you know what?
With the midterms just a couple months
Just let it happen.
away. But a big part of this, and you could hear this really in the
No, actually, let's not, because this is, sorry. See, that's the nihilist in me coming out ever so slightly.
event in the Oval Office today, Aaron. The president is very passionate about this. This has become a fixation of his.
It hurts me to know that I have a father-in-law that still believes this guy 100% and trusts everything he says. That does suck. Mike Nikes.
Throughout his second term in office, this idea that vaccines
How's it going, man? Your name is not the easiest one to say.
Could be linked
Welcome
to
to the show.
autism. That's why he directed.
Don't forget to
and he
vote
played
this
that
fall.
clip.
Oh, I don't think that a lot, like anybody that watches this show and can vote in America is not going, or they're not going to miss that.
To reference it.
But also, like I was saying, Mega Mike, thank you for being here. FF, thank you for being here. If you guys haven't already subbed and you're enjoying the vibe. Also, I do actually like chat with you guys. We're just in the middle of a segment.
Of him asking RFK Jr., where are you on finding out what the reason for autism is? He has put that as a #1 priority that he wants RFK Jr. to have. And I'd remind you as well that RFK Jr. was an anti-vaccine activist before entering the Trump administration. One thing that I noticed as well.
Oh, Mike and Ike's, got it.
That I found pretty interesting today, Aaron,
Mega
is what
Mike
we
and
heard
Ike's,
from the
got it,
president's
got it.
former Surgeon General from his first
It's
term,
like Mike and
Dr. Jerome
Nikes.
Adams,
Mike Nikes.
coming out and criticizing this order
Thank you for the
today. He
correction.
essentially said that he believes the president is getting really bad advice in regard to the
Yeah,
impacts that this
it's weird. It's almost like all his advisors are complete fucking morons.
is going to have
This is what you get when you get yes men instead of experts.
on vaccine
And
confidence
then you go experts.
and vaccine presentable.
God, do you know how much of an asshole you look like if you went to college, got a fucking degree in biology or any sort of science or anything? Just in general. If you went to college, spent a shit ton of money doing something to be an intellectual powerhouse, and then this shit's what happens, don't you kind of feel like a fucking moron?
Diseases. And he brought up, as I mentioned, the politics of this.
Which should not be the case.
Saying that he believes that this is clearly going to be an issue that people vote on in the midterms and in 2028. And it seems like Republicans are happy to take on the issue of declining vaccine.
Like you said, FF, yes, this is the anti-intellectualism at its best right here.
Take. So just a very interesting thing from someone who used to work for the
Then you with a
president.
college
his
degree
former
is sitting here
Surgeon
just like,
General.
where did I go wrong?
The
Where
Trump
did I
administration
miss?
is changing the children's vaccine schedule. On Monday, the president signed an executive order that would reduce the total number of immunizations. So basically, instead of 17 shots, which are recommended, it would go down to 11, dividing the vaccine schedule into 3 categories and split the mumps, measles, and rubella shot, known as the MMR vaccine, into individual shots instead of just one. Now, there's little scientific evidence to support these changes. Broad confidence among Americans in vaccines like the MMR shot so far. But for parents,
Dude, I just love how we listen to the minority of our fucking electorate because that's what causes the outrage. Those are the people that are always outraged. So they're trying to, market their outrage to us and sell us on it. And then we're not actually afraid of what we should be. I know, guys, climate change, not sexy, but guess what? It's doing a fucking number on the world.
This morning,
I'm gonna just go out on a limb and say that if I believed in God, I would think that the end of the world was on its way.
is what to believe.
For real. Dude, everything that they talk about in the book of Revelation is here. I mean, we've got the Antichrist as our fucking president, at least maybe him, or maybe he's not even the Antichrist. I would actually warrant that Benjamin Netanyahu's the actual Antichrist.
Has changed.
But
the science behind vaccines is the same today as it was yesterday.
No, like I said, the northern hemisphere is on fire. Southern hemisphere is having earthquakes. Japan just got rocked by an earthquake. Russia got rocked by earthquakes. Fucking Russia and Ukraine are at war. There's wars every fucking where. And I'm supposed to just go yeah, this is going to end very well.
Security that we have with vaccine safety has not changed.
That's a possibility, and you are Christian? I'm no longer a Christian, but I'll just say, man, damn, if you still are, I'd be a little bit afraid.
Children in this country face for vaccine
Because
preventable
I was one of those
diseases?
Christians. I've actually read the Bible and remembered the Bible, and I can tell you right now, hey.
Has not changed. And when you have people in the United States in positions of authority that are feeding into confusion and fear.
It's actually the book of, it's 2 Thessalonians. That's the one that's more so that gives us the breakdown for what then you can take into Revelation.
That is doing no service
Sorry to hear that.
to
Don't
those
be.
parents.
I'm pretty happy.
Okay, Dr. Chris Parnell, director of the NAACP Center for Health Equity in Public
Chris Parnell?
Health physician. Thank you so much for being here. So I remember
Immediately
being
think of SNL.
a new parent seeing the tray of
Yo, what up, Pons? Yo, Sandberg, what's cracking?
needles and being like, do we need to do all of these at once? And then the person would explain and say yes. Help us understand why the recommended schedule is what it is.
Sure. Good morning, Audie. I think what's most important
When the world is actually collapsing, the conspiracy theorists are nowhere to be found. Bunch of LARPers. That's kind of what really bothers me. That's why I keep bringing up Alex Jones and like all those conspiracy LARPers. Because for real, they spent the last 20 years telling us, be afraid, the elites, the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers, blah, 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 blah. And then, yeah, here it is. Literally happening right in front of them. We exposed the Epstein class, the deep state, nowhere to be found.
Healthcare is to reassure the public.
You know, loud as shit when it's like, your vaccines, Pizzagate. Well, where the fuck are you now?
Reassure families and parents that
QAnon was a Russian Israeli psyop. Yep, I think so.
Vaccines are safe, vaccines are effective, and that decisions around vaccines should be made by
Pep. We need a breakdown of the end of the world. I had no idea you knew the details.
Healthcare providers,
yeah, we'll talk about it.
Scientists, and those decisions
The rapture is not biblical. Not the rapture necessarily.
By years. Decades of rigorous research and study. And time again, you've heard other physicians say it, and I will say it clearly this morning. This is settled science. There is no new information.
Yeah, so this is from Matthew 24 and 2 Timothy 3. Global natural signs, nations and kingdoms fighting against each other on a massive scale, disasters, frequent famines, and large earthquakes in many places, diseases, sudden outbreaks of severe sickness and plagues, deception, many false prophets, fake messiahs trying to trick the people, social behavior, people becoming cold, selfish, and lacking basic love for others, lawlessness, a large increase in sin, and people rejecting God's rule, persecution, believers facing hatred, arrest, and mistreatment for their faith. Oh, God, that's a self-fulfilling prophecy every fucking time. Final prophetic milestone, the good news of God's kingdom being preached to every nation, and the ultimate return, Jesus appearing on a winged horse in the clouds.
That suggests we should change the vaccine schedule.
Okay, well, let me play for you what Trump has to say, Chris, because I think that it's actually quite common to hear this argument that he's making, so let's give people a sample.
But the actual battle of Armageddon is actually transcribed in the Book of Revelation.
And see if they recognize it.
Very simply, large amounts of vaccine, large amounts of like vats.
Why is she holding her stomach like that?
Are currently pumped into your child's body. And I saw this early on, and I've seen proof of it, where they have a vaccination thing, looks like the size of a bottle of soda, poured into a little child's body. And bad things happen in too many cases, because this is an explosion. This is an epidemic.
Okay, meanwhile, you had Republican Senator Bill Cassidy, who's a doctor, saying this on social media. He says breaking up vaccines will mean children have to get more shots to get the same protection, not fewer shots.
Not fewer shots.
And that it will increase hesitancy and make children safe. So help me out, because I'm already confused, right?
It's almost like the government actually wants them to not be safe.
Getting a lower number.
It's almost like the government wants these kids to actually be more at risk, so they don't have to worry about having them be, a problem.
Thanks for the breakdown.
Hey, you're welcome. Thank you for the $5. Appreciate that. And Stan is here just in time.
Someone says, actually, it's more shots. Like, what is the difference here?
Yeah, I think it's most important to first say that babies' immune systems are very strong, very smart, and can handle the commonly recommended vaccine schedule. Children are exposed to anywhere from 2,000 to 6,000 immune-triggering substances that we call antigens every day. And before this executive order, children were being exposed to 165 antigens through vaccines, which are like beginner books, right? Priming and pumping the immune system to function. So when you change that vaccine schedule, when you break break up MMR, or you say that flu or COVID is not recommended. You take the commonly accepted vaccine schedule and
why
you
did you
spread
have to
it
do that
out.
like
What happens
above
when
the?
you spread it out?
Oh my God, he
Parents
literally
are
did that
either more
above the
likely
air
to
purifier, so
forget
it's just
and to
fanning at me.
return for multiple dose vaccines. Children miss much needed protection, and it's not just about the child who doesn't get vaccinated. Remember, immunizations help to perform herd immunity. So it's also about the child or the very vulnerable
Bro needs
person
a
who,
fart
because
fan.
of some
Yeah, I
illness,
do.
maybe cannot receive the full recommended vaccine dose. So we have to think about the collective and the whole.
Over time, measles, for example, the measles
he's got
cases are
gas
up
today,
in the
man.
U.S. under this administration. What are your concerns as we head into the school year?
Gave him a cheeseburger yesterday. That was a mistake.
My concerns are that vaccination rate that is recommended among kindergartners continues to drop. It's recommended to be 95%. It's now 92.5%. And when that rate drops, people unfortunately get harmed, or worst case scenario, they die. We are having the worst measles outbreak in over 3 decades. We are already surging above 2,300 cases in this year alone. And that does not have to.
Did the Bible prophesize weaponized information? Kinda. 2 Timothy did. Like, yeah, false info. Yeah.
These are research effective vaccines. We know what times
Deception.
are best.
Many false prophets, fake messiahs trying to trick people. That would actually fall into
We're
that.
best able to give the vaccinations
Because the false
to
messiahs
children.
can also be classified as like the TikTok algorithm or like your favorite celebrity or whatever.
And we actually know the best dose. Now we took something that was
Stan says,
hardcore
I love you, Dad.
science.
That is very, very accurate.
And we demote it to guessing. And for Senator Bill Cassidy, way too little, too late. As a physician, he should have stood his guard before the current secretary actually was confirmed, and we were allowed to destroy the faith in public health.
I mean, it is ridiculous that we even let it get that far. I mean, let's be real. The dumbest way. Wait, what's Philly D saying now? Topsy-turvy gubernatorial race. Yeah, we'll do the AI slap problem is bigger than you think. Yeah. We'll deal with that later. It's getting to be election time. Although I want to cover Trump going to, like, his the way he fled out of Turkey. Let's see. Election starts, what, 7?
It's outside of those 3 congressional districts. I was talking about it's even outside of that upstate. And I think that's one of the things I was kind of interested in here tonight is this region of the state. There's the Midlands here,
so,
Columbia, it's suburbs, also some of the, Aiken.
So Darlene Graham is getting
area
this
here,
is based
it's
on
not the natural
name recognition
base
and
of
sympathy.
anybody.
Cool.
How is that breaking? And again, this is just one slice
I just
of
love
votes.
how we have to work so hard for our politics and for our politicians, and then they just fucking waltz right in. I hate everything. I really do. So this is what makes it hard to pay attention to this shit sometimes, genuinely.
From one small county in that area, but it catches my attention because there's Darlene Graham 2-1 up over Sanford right. What's interesting, and just take a look here also, Newberry County, and again, Newberry is in that.
She loses,
it's
that'd be
not
great,
in
but
anybody's,
I don't think she will.
Sort of natural automatic zone here, although it's a little bit more, in Norman leads there, Graham second. What's interesting to me is this. We have, it's early, right? But you had 2 counties here where we got a couple results from Fry's district. Graham is up in one of them by a vote. Graham's running second. We got a county
By
up here,
a vote?
big one in Norman's district. He's romping, but Graham is in second, right?
That's crazy. By
Norman's
one
leading
vote?
here, Graham's in second. This is sort of that. She's leading in this county here in the
long.
early vote only.
Obviously,
Orangeburg,
like, that's
but
gonna change,
again, this
but-
isn't sort of that contested area. Now we're into Sanford's. This is Sanford's base, right? Charleston, early vote there. And again, this is interesting, right?
It seems to me that I read the prophecy
Sanford leads
was
it,
for a
Graham
Messiah to be
second again.
origin
So
balding.
we're immediately seeing breadth to Graham's.
They
These
don't
aren't
actually
huge
really
numbers,
say
but
how
there's
they're
breadth
going to
her.
look. They're just going to say that they
we've
come in
been
with
now
charisma,
in Fry's backyard
saying
a
that
bit,
they are
Sanford's
that they
backyard a
actually
bit,
believe in Jesus.
And in Norman's backyard,
I remember
she's
that.
no worse than second in all of those places, right? But this is interesting. This is Sanford. This is the biggest component of Sanford's old district. He's leading it. He's leading it by 4
crap, I gotta
points,
pee.
right?
All right.
In the early vote. Norman.
Not balding anymore. He's totally balding still. What are you talking about? Okay, here we go.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Tuesday. I have an amazing show for everybody today. What do we have, Crystal?
Indeed, we do. Trump says he wants reparations from Iran, and we are learning a wild story about how he used Air Force One as a decoy because he believed there was a credible threat against his life from the Iranians. A lot to get into there. Truly a wild story. We've also got big primaries today in Minnesota and also in Wisconsin. We're going to see if progressives continue to be on the march, what the margins are, what it means, and also whether or not woke 1.0 was crazy, as AOC said. China has a very different way of dealing with their billionaire class. We'll do a little compare and contrast between their treatment and the treatment of Trump and our billionaire class. New flock camera failures and pushback as the free press goes to the mat, defending them. And David Dayen joins us to explain how the public bailout of AI might already be baked in. It's a very important story, and we've got a few updates there in terms of the entire financing scheme and whether or not this is, in fact, a bubble.
Yes, exactly right. The largest private credit deals in the history of mankind. Surely everything will go swimmingly and none of us will suffer the consequences. Thank you to everybody who's been signing up. BreakingPoints.com. We've got our free trial going on right now. It applies right at checkout. You can select monthly, yearly. You can cancel at absolutely any time beforehand if you want to, so no worries about that. Check it out. You get access to our free newsletter and you get to support our work, including, get the free show or the full show, delivered straight to your inbox, and the full newsletter as well. If you're watching this on YouTube, please hit subscribe to our YouTube channel. And if you're listening to this podcast, please share an episode with a friend. It really helps other people find the show. But let's go ahead and start with an absolutely insane story that broke last night from one of my friends over at the Washington Post. A11, let's put this up here on the screen. Absolute stunner here from Dan Lamothe, John Hudson, Andrea Brattain, and Joyce Sun Leon Lee, contradicting public statements. Trump took a secret flight from Turkey amid the Iranian threat. So we're going to take a little bit of a step back, and the timeline here actually matters a lot. So what they detail in this story is that, you will recall several weeks ago, Donald Trump flew to Ankara for the I think it was the NATO summit that was taking place there. He's on the ground. While he's on the ground, the United States resumes bombing Iran. Obviously, there were some questions. Turkey, of course, shares border with Iran, and Erdogan himself has been a critical node in some of the negotiations. But there never really was an idea that Trump himself would be in danger, except there was a strange tweet which Trump puts out in the middle of the meeting where he says, so he said, because we need to retrofit, he didn't say these words exactly, but he basically said the Qatari Air Force One, which was gifted to him, he said that will be here and we're going to be bringing the old Air Force One to Ankara, which I will then fly back to the United States on. He kind of made it some grand show of magnanimity so that people could see the grand old Air Force One. The reality, and what was reported at the time, was the Qatari Air Force One was not equipped with the correct security, infrastructure for some sort of anti-missile threat. Well, as we then learn now from this, an Iranian assassination threat had triggered a new deception operation, which is very rarely seen in the history of the American presidency. So the Qatari gifted Air Force One leaves Turkey first without Trump. Trump boards the legacy Air Force One in Ankara. He walks up the stairs and waves for the cameras. Now, in the video that should be up in front of you all right now, this is the appearance that he is on that plane. But what you can actually see in the video is that he secretly exits that Air Force One through the other side of the aircraft onto one of those airport catering trucks through the plane door. He then drives to a smaller Air Force C-32A, which is a modified Boeing 757. He secretly boards the C-32A along with the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth. Reporters and many White House staff are on board Legacy Air Force One. They have no idea that Donald Trump is no longer on board the aircraft.
They're still on the plane.
They're on the
that
plane.
Trump thinks is going to get blown out of the sky.
But they think, could potentially get blown out of the sky, and they had to put their windows down at one point, which a lot of reporters said is very, very strange. The Legacy Air Force One takes off, with great fanfare, and eventually uses Air Force One's call sign as it flies to the UK. The actual C-32A secretly departs Ankara slightly afterwards under a nondescript call sign called Reach 18. Its normal flight tracking system is switched off. Trump arrives
Hit the
in
like button.
RAF base in
Oh, hey, yeah, here. I have to go. Thank you for your program. Here, damn it.
the UK on the C-32A. Before
Sorry, I missed some of your chats, man.
decoy Air Force One arrives, he transfers back onto Air Force One.
Please sub if
in
you
an
haven't
unknown
already.
fashion. We don't know whether it was through an airport catering truck or whatever. He then gets off of the Legacy Air Force One on the plane, from the plane to the cameras. Nobody on board has any idea, other than a very, very small group.
So is the outrage that he left the other ones to possibly, you know, be a decoy? Because
Then he boards the
I'm pretty sure that this would happen with any other president. I hate to say.
Qatari Air Force One in the UK.
I'm not
flies
trying to go to
back
bat for
Washington
Trump in any
with press
capacity,
and
but
staff. So this is extraordinary for a number of reasons. Number one is the president basically never goes anywhere without the press. I can tell you, as a former member of the White House press pool, even on those secret trips where Trump would go to Iraq and they didn't announce it, the White House, the way it works is they bring, let's say, 3 or 4 people, and they're going to look, you're all sworn to secrecy, none of you can tweet about it, but you're all coming on board Air Force One, we're going to the war zone. Bush did this previously as well. I mean, even in the middle of 9/11, you know, Ari Fleischer and people are bringing press people on board the plane. So to have a president on board an aircraft without the press is absolutely extraordinary. It literally almost never happens. Not even just in terms of tradition, but I mean, you know, in case anything were to go wrong, a nuclear attack, like who knows, like something absolutely crazy. So that just shows you how extraordinary this is. But second, to have this like crazy deception operation, from what we know in modern history, has only happened once before with Bill Clinton in the year 2000, where he was filmed going up the stairs of Air Force One, but the plane he lands on is different. I forget which country that he was coming. So it's been almost 26 years since at least.
Yeah, but it was okay. Yeah, that's what I mean, though. Credible threat. But yeah, the fact that Iran was able to do a credible threat when we apparently obliterated their military. Oh, that's the story here. All right, I get it.
Is what we know of to see something like this. But the reason why I
see
think
the
that we should
angle
obviously take
now.
this
I just had to,
seriously
you
is
know,
Trump
talk it
and the
out.
government clearly believes Iran actually could kill him. I mean, that you don't go to these extraordinary lengths for
This is why people come to Pep Talks for their news.
no reason.
Yeah.
2, well, there's some problems apparently with Qatar Force One if it doesn't have the air defense capabilities.
Yeah, it seems
to
like a big
be able
problem.
to do anything, but to be able to shoot down incoming missiles or any of that. But 3, it gives us some more insight into Trump's extraordinary paranoia and fear whenever it comes to Iran and his genuine belief that they might kill him.
Well,
and again, I don't think that they would. I think it. I mean, I could be wrong, of course,
but
to
then
do
you
so
have to
would
go, well,
right.
maybe we shouldn't have murdered their leader.
No,
and then
I
you wouldn't maybe have to worry about it quite so much, because how could we, I mean,
Crystal
that's
out there
how we
making
opened
sense.
the
Come
war.
on now.
So, given the
doing
fact
that.
that their whole approach has been horizontal escalation, okay, you do that to us, we're going to do that to you. You have put that on the table. And that's what we talk about. I mean, this is a very specific kind of example of blowback, but that's what we talk about in terms of the way we conduct war. It's all well and good when we're doing it to someone else, or we're, our Israeli counterparts are doing it to someone else. But that opens up Pandora's box that can now be done to you. That is now on the table. So there was an extraordinary image yesterday that came out. He was playing golf at Bedminster. We can put this up on the screen next to a short-range air defense system that was deployed there on the grounds.
Doesn't look ridiculous at all.
When I first saw this, I thought it was AI. It's not. Yeah. It's real. And so, again, just shows you how seriously and how concerned he truly is about the possibility
Another reminder of the time we live in.
We can't say for sure this was due to an Iranian threat, but that would be the presumption, is that this was based on some concern.
I'm also going to go on a limb and say maybe he shouldn't be playing golf when we're like balls deep in this fucking conflict.
Threat on his.
We're going to play it low key, which means that I'm going to go play a few rounds of golf.
Life.
Well, I know that they're terrified of the drone
That's
threat.
me
I mean,
being
this is
low key.
Putin, and it's hard to say because the Western press is always trying to make things out bad in Russia. But I do think
hold on. That was a hole-in-one. Yes, sir. It was a hole-in-one. I saw it.
The obvious from Putin's
every single one is a hole-in-one. I got the most hole-in-ones ever.
Public movements. He doesn't really go anywhere anymore. He's terrified of being assassinated by Ukrainian drones. I think that's the
that
future.
part is probably not
and
too
you
far
and I
off.
talked extensively about this with Maduro. I'm like, do we really want to normalize? Like, we can just go in, we can get any foreign leader under false pretense. What was Maduro's crime? Remember, he ordered machine guns. He violated the interstate. I'm like, okay.
Wait a minute.
Like, all right, Trump's going to get indicted in a mullah court in Iran. Like, do they have the right to do so? I mean, the right is only by force. So you open Pandora's box.
Well, and especially because of the way that the nature of warfare has changed. And really the playing field has been leveled. I mean, that's what we should have learned from the Ukrainian-Russia example. We didn't. We actually should have learned it from the Hamas-Israel example.
And Syria, and the Syrian civil war. It was all right there.
Absolutely. But we had to learn it the hard way by jumping into this war with Iran, thinking that it was going to be easy peasy, will be done in 3-4 days. Trump literally thought that. And then you look at the landscape of drone warfare, it's not going to be that simple. So, you know, these drones are inexpensive. They're easy to manufacture. Iran is very good at it. China is very good at it. We are less good at it, actually. And so we're behind the 8 ball here. And I don't remember who was saying, like, think about one of our aircraft carriers. What are you going to do when they send 100,000 drones at your aircraft carrier? Do you think that that is going to work out for you? You just overwhelm the defense systems. So, you know, this, I think, extraordinary concern for Trump comes about from the new modern version of warfare, and also the fact that he has conducted himself and
so I might not be able to do election coverage for the entire evening. I'm gonna go till about 8 p.m. But yeah, I got a buddy that
put our, our military has conducted itself under his direction in this incredibly barbaric way, that we never checked Israel and allowed all of that barbarism to continue, that we opened this war. By the way, the piece about using negotiations as a tactic to then murder the entire leadership class, you can't think of something more dishonorable than that. So that puts that on the table for anyone. That means you're not the only one who's going to think of that idea. This is now on the table, as you said, Sarah, Pandora's box. And so now we have the president golfing in Bedminster with, air defense system deployed right next to it.
You can see it if you ever fly in DCA. You can see some of the SAM systems that are all over the Washington monuments. You know, I've been pretty close. I've never gone up to the White House roof, but I got pretty close one time. And there's these Secret Service guys just come literally out of nowhere with all kinds of crazy military technology. So this will only be amplified now with the drone threat. But I do think we have to take this really seriously, because if the having been part of the White House, like, I have never heard of this, ever. And when it sounds crazy, this is crazy. This is out of a movie. And the reason why, clearly, is the Secret Service and Trump, they're afraid. And if they're afraid, I think it is a credible enough threat to undergo some crazy deception operation to actually have this. And remember, they fooled the press. They fooled his own staff. Probably like, oh, he's sleeping or something in his bedroom. Like, their own people, basically, that were left there. And so, I mean, this will be fodder, I think, for future films. But it does demonstrate this will never happen under these.
I have to clip my dog's nails literally one at a time per day. It takes me about 2 weeks.
Extraordinary lengths. If there is not at least some inkling or an idea of a credible threat, which is scary.
It's also incredible that the Washington Post got the story, because presumably there are very few people who were involved, who knew what was going on. As you said, most of his staff
what they're doing
on the old Air Force.
That's why Trump was panicking yesterday too. Like, he really is. I know that, like, a lot of people, they play the clickbait game, and I'm a little guilty of it myself, but for real, for every time Midas Touch has been like, Donald Trump is panicking, and I said this yesterday, he really is this time. He's floundering because, like, the reports about us not having munitions, Pete Hegseth getting yelled at Camp David, like, all of these reports, and they are coming from his administration, which is telling me that honestly, they kind of feel conflicted. They're like, no, we need to let the press know this, because it is this bad. And we can't let this just go, because if we do, then we're complicit in if something bad were to happen. Then we can't have that now, can we? So I'm thinking that that's the case.
One thought he was there, thought he was in his bedroom, just sleeping or recovering or planning or whatever. And so, you know, to be able to get this insight into this deception operation is also pretty extraordinary.
My guess is, and this is kind of
When
the
he
funny
falls
thing,
asleep,
the Trump
yeah.
administration has
That's
been
why I was
going
able to get
after
him.
the former Air Force secretary, accusing him of leaking. Let me just, you
Yeah,
know,
if I
I'm
go
not going to give away
real
anything. There are a lot of
softly
people
underneath his
currently working
nail,
the
and then
building
just
who are
because
very
he
pissed
caught
off
on
about the way
right
this
as I
entire
clipped
war
it.
has
He was just
gone.
like,
and that's another problem. You know, I mean, I don't support that, I guess. The deep state is bad, but you know, I guess in this case, maybe the deep state is good because they're the ones who warned Trump that this was going to be an utter and a total disaster. And they're both humiliated, they're angry. Many of them are the ones who are paying the price. They're getting blamed when they're like, no, sir, we told you that we shouldn't be doing this. And this is part of what it looks like, you know, whenever you're like, when you put the country in such a bad position, and especially with a lot of the military, a lot of them are absolutely furious about the way that this has all gone. Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your inbox every morning, you can sign up at breakingpoints.com.
That's right. Get the full show. Help support the future of independent media at breakingpoints.com.
all right. Still not watching that. Oh, really? It paused?
The biggest portion, Stanford. What'll be interesting is when you get this one, Horry County, where Myrtle Beach is. This is the, you know, sort of the core areas of their congressional districts.
Steve,
yes.
I do have one piece of news from the decision here. They're looking at this race as well. What they're seeing in the numbers is they're confident that this race is going to go to a runoff at this point based on these numbers. Not ready to say kind of who is advancing yet, but guidance from our decision desk is runoff.
Okay, that's great. So, I mean, and I think you could tell right away here, we've seen so much of the map fill in, and, you know, the only places I've seen somebody get close to 50% right were kind of these two, which we've already told you are kind of outliers. Adam, could I ask just a facilities question here? At some point, maybe could Josh or somebody come down? This thing just locked, and I want to keep this thing on so I can look at it. Okay, we just got some more from somewhere. It looked. I saw something light up, but I don't know where it was. Did you see anything just come in now?
Yes.
That's big. Greenville. Oh, wow. Okay, so we said this is the biggest. This is the biggie. This is like probably 12% of the vote, something like that, statewide, is coming out of here. And here's Ralph Norman, early vote. The question of does this change as the election day vote takes shape? But boy, look at that. 2-1 almost over Graham, 3-1 essentially over Sanford, almost 4-1 over Fry.
Wow.
This is a place where there's a lot of votes. It's a place where there's a lot of votes. That's a big, and you can see what that just did in the tally,
interesting.
Right? A thing we've been seeing is this district fill in here. Fry's district is filled in, and he's been running ahead of Norman.
Cut and dry
and
as we thought it was
Norman now
gonna
has
be.
caught Fry in the tally for second place. What else just came in was another. It was more in his district. I think
that's it.
No, was it Cherokee or was that already in?
Yeah, no,
We just got the early in Cherokee. Again, this is a place where Norman did very well. He ran a distant third statewide in the gubernatorial primary. He got 17% of the vote, but in that gubernatorial primary, he got like 40 here, and he's running at 39% in the early vote here in Cherokee County. So, you know, again, you're seeing a congressional district that kind of goes here. It goes into Spartanburg too. You're seeing that Norman support extend, in the case of Greenville County, quite impressively into the upstate. And if you're a Republican in a primary in South Carolina, the upstate's a very good place to have your support extend to because it's just there are so many votes there. Again, we say a third of the vote coming from it. So with that, Norman now inches is ahead of Fry in the tally. And again, you can just see here, this is the effect of running at least second place everywhere, the way Graham is. Norman's going to have his spots where his numbers really flare up. Fry's going to have his spots where his numbers really flare up. And they're each also going to have spots, as you can see. I mean, Greenville's a great example, right? Here's Fry. His number goes all the way down to 13%, right? He's able to get, in the second biggest county of the state, which is in his district, he's running at 47 in the early vote. Then you go to the biggest county in the state, and his number falls, all the way down to 13%. And here's Norman in the biggest county in the state, running at 40%, and you go for him to the second biggest county in the state, and his number falls all the way down to single digits, 9%. Meanwhile, there's Darlene Graham, just she's getting 30%, right? It's not great there, 22%, but she's well in the 20s in each of the 2 biggest counties in the state, the 2 biggest vote-producing counties. For that matter, York's a pretty big one. She's in the 20s there. We say Charleston's about 5-6%. She's nearly at 30% there, right? And meanwhile, in Charleston, there's Norman at 15, right? Fry at 18. So just, that is how Graham right now is. It's continued to build as this early vote is filled in. The breadth's asserted itself. Now it's a 5.2-point margin for her. I see there was something else that just came in small that puts Fry back ahead of Norman in the tally. They're just kind of playing leapfrog right here, and then it's way back. It's almost 10 points back to Sanford in 4th place. Lynch, I imagine he got a decent number here. He got 8.5%. Yeah, this was I believe Lynch's best county in the Senate primary. Yes.
The one thing the one of the counties that did just come in, Darlington posted an update, and so we have a little bit of split of the pre-election and election day vote in Darlington. Yeah. So pre-election, a vote ahead of the election was 47-25, Fry over Graham. Yep. And then in the election day in Darlington, Fry 49, Graham 29.
Oh, they both went up. Yes. How much of the election day is that?
We have that about 15% right now.
15% of the election day.
400 votes.
Yeah. So the share between the 2 of them, 72,
had a good nap.
Points, but it's not a huge. I mean, I guess it's telling me not a huge change, although probably most significantly there. Let's keep looking for where else we can find this. I think what may be more significant there is that number for Graham. Because we said we're not quite sure what to make of it as the election day vote comes in. It's the more MAGA vote. Is that going to turn? Well, okay, in Darlington County, maybe it's not representative. We're deep in the heart of Fry country here, but she actually does a little bit better with the election day vote. So that's the big kind of remaining piece already for Graham. Just given, right? Look at this. Now it's up to 6 points, her advantage over her nearest opponent here in the statewide tally. That was because it's only Darlington. We got to see where else we get election day vote. But that's the biggest question, because in the early vote, we've taken you through what's been working for her.
Dude, that's a dope name.
And how it's just been sort of buttressing her more and more as the map's filled in. And if the election day vote goes the same and even a tick better for her,
watching some of the election stuff. This is the polls are
and then
barely
would become the question we said at the
polls
top.
just closed in South Carolina just about 40 minutes ago.
Strong first,
so we're waiting on.
We're looking at a
7 o'clock and then
here.
8
August
o'clock.
25th
I don't know if I'm going to be able to cover it. We'll see.
Where she's vulnerable.
Very worst case, I do know that this space is, and I will make sure no matter what, I'll raid over to this space.
Happen to her. No more.
Dude, this magnet in my glasses is way too powerful.
No,
every time that you see me accidentally hit my fucking mic stand here, that's my I have a magnet right here in my glasses. It constantly
get them.
Yeah, one just did pop in and
that one
Horry
was
County up there in the corner we were looking at before. So in the advanced vote, Fry 46, Graham 30.
So I have my sunglasses.
In the election day vote, Fry 42, Graham 38.
She's doing good on election day. Now, this is a very
that strong.
This is sort of, in some ways, we say the upstate is the most conservative, evangelical, fundamentalist.
That's good for you, man. You like Trump a lot. Cool.
State politically. Myrtle Beach, what are we talking about? We're talking about retirees, the older MAGA voter. In many cases, the transplant from the north who's moved down to Myrtle Beach.
Can I broadcast NFL games like this?
Golf,
no.
Around there.
But news channels
that sort of faction of MAGA.
Fair use, so.
This is the epicenter MAGA voter, the older retiree type MAGA voters, at least, heeding Trump's call in some way to get behind her. And I think that's got to be discouraging if that is the trend that persists there in Horry County. This is no ordinary
Sorry
county,
to interrupt,
right? Again,
but the volume dash stream is Actually, thank you for interrupting. Audio issues are always something I will take the interruption for. Okay, so yeah, sorry to interrupt, but the video dash stream is the same as the volume as your audio, so it's hard to hear you when Kornak is talking. Gotcha.
This is
Thank
like
you,
10%.
Really appreciate the feedback.
Norman, get into that runoff. If Graham keeps doing this, that's going to be
That
the
better?
game. Who gets second place right here? And if you're Fry, each of these candidates, it's critical for both of them
How's
to
that?
maximize what they can in their home areas. And so what Adam was just telling us about the election day vote in Horry County is both very
Thumbs up in chat.
encouraging for Graham in terms of solidifying the position that you're seeing there in the statewide tally. But that's not an encouraging sign for Fry. But we want to see, Spartanburg. Spartanburg, early in Spartanburg. Now, some of Norman's district
now?
extends here.
Thank you.
Again, this is another huge piece of the puzzle. I say Greenville is the biggest.
I like it when it's set to volume. That just might be me. The thing is, it's easier when I'm not talking because that's not too low for you guys.
Right? I mean, think about it. By 20%, we say 5%. We say about 10% right here. We say between these three counties, about 15%. I mean, these are sort of first among equals when you're looking. So Spartanburg County here, partially in Norman's district, partially not. Huge piece of the puzzle. Again, look at that 1-2 punch for Norman. Greenville, Spartanburg.
Where are the other people in chat? You don't see them? They are on YouTube.
And in the early vote, at least, those are very, very good numbers for him. 40 and 37. And what that translates into, and again, now smaller, we'd shown you Lawrence earlier. Union, this is in his congressional district. So, 49%. Newberry, we showed you earlier, not in his congressional district. A lot of his district is filled in now, too, at least with the early vote. And Norman running 0.2 of a point. What is that? 77 votes ahead of Fry there.
Good for me, but I'm half deaf.
But, so what we just saw, though, in Horry County, that Adam was telling us were...
Hello, Twitch chatters. Us YouTube folks merely appear missing.
I'm so used to saying it.
That has got to be weird for them. They're just like,
really,
is that
stepping it up in the election day vote?
Is he live?
And Fry is actually backing off in the election day vote.
Yes, I'm live.
Is that dynamic going to obtain?
Also, you guys can sub over on YouTube.
Norman?
It really helps me out. And follow over on Twitch.
55 in York, 37 in Spartanburg.
I need to get something to eat. Yeah, me too.
Are those numbers going to slide
Actually, no,
down
I don't. What am I talking
as the
about?
election day vote comes in? Is Darlene Graham's election
That's the
day
thing.
strength
I'm actually well nourished
today.
Maybe that's why I'm feeling.
Is that a function of the more particular demographics we were telling you about in Myrtle Beach?
Oh, it's almost
and in
4:20.
Horry County.
That was
so we'll reset
the whole thing that I was doing. Okay,
right
I got to run upstairs real quick.
We still
I
have.
forgot my banger.
We're waiting, on Lexington County. We're waiting on Richland County. Those are two big pieces of the puzzle right there. For that matter, Berkeley County here, first congressional district, fast growing. Outside Charleston, we're waiting on that as well, and yeah, that would be, if the night were going differently for Sanford, he'd be eagerly anticipating that. But boy, he's that's the most clear-cut thing we've seen. I think is that this is not looking like it's Mark Sanford's night, and it certainly is very encouraging for Darlene Graham, but. Maybe it's a bit of a subjective question, and maybe you got your own opinion watching this. But I think the thing to be kind of thinking about with Graham's performance right here is a little bit more trickles in. Is what do you think? Oh, Richland. Whoa! We just got all of Richland in one fell swoop. We think that's right, Adam?
Well, take a look at it. Yeah.
Yeah. Does that match our expected vote? This is Columbia State Capitol. This is
for
the suburb.
science.
Yeah.
Might be a little bit more, but we're basically there.
I'm not sure about that, Richland. We'll check in. We'll check it out. Maybe check out somewhere else in the state.
Okay. Sometimes we get a little. Let's put a pin in it. Although we can't unsee.
Mr. Harry Potter.
What I see is
you got this. Thanks.
More vote than we were expecting. So that's maybe too much. That's what it looked like to me.
Okay, can you check in with the decision desk
Yes,
quick
I'm
on that?
checking.
While you do that, I just teed up Berkeley, and we got
Harry
Berkeley. Okay, we
Potter.
got the early vote in Berkeley. A lot of growth here. Graham running in front. Again, we said this is Sanford's area, but the story, unlike his opponents, his other Graham opponents, his fellow Graham opponents, Sanford not winning in his
You just got
area.
the
He's
notification
coming
that
in
Graham got?
second here. Graham running first. Fry, not too far from his congressional district here, running third. Norman, a more distant fourth right here. What that does to the statewide count is it puts Fry back in front of Norman. And pending, I think that the big reason Fry, I don't want to show it, but I think part of that Fry number is what we just saw get reported into our system from Richland County, the state capital that Adam is trying to track down. That may well be, what you saw may well be completely legit. It's sometimes there are numbers get entered.
He'll be back a little bit later.
Cool. You think it's legit?
No, I can just say what came in, at least in my system, looks like 32,000 votes, and our expected was 14,000. So what leads me to think is either some kind of error in the input or error in my dashboard here.
Okay, is Decision Desk saying anything?
They're looking into it.
Okay. Okay, so I'm just going to circle this because we got a bit of a question here on, answer me this. What's our expected vote statewide?
Well, Rebecca, I was actually more bummed because it's 419 on the stream. We're about to celebrate 420, and literally, just a second.
The expected vote statewide.
As a matter of fact, what I will do, because I feel like really getting up.
346,000.
Do this.
Okay. I see. Yeah, that would be very high. Richland accounted for 4% of the vote in the gubernatorial primary, in the Republican gubernatorial primary. So that would be high, but
I'm going to turn my camera off for just a second.
Unusual
Not going
election,
anywhere.
So let's see.
Stick around.
The other big one, in fact, bigger than
Celebrate.
Richland, really want to see here is Lexington County. We say that advantage that Fry has over Norman right now. I do think that is powered to the extent there is, the advantage there. About 1,300 votes, 1,336 votes. That's powered by what we saw in Richland. So it's a big question there in terms of what Adam is trying to track down. I'll try to be patient, but Adam, I'll probably ask you 1,100 more times in the next few minutes if we have an update from the Decision Desk about Richland County, because that looms as a very significant thing. If you're communicating with them, I don't want to interrupt it, but do you know, is there anywhere else right now? I think we got some Buford too.
Excuse me.
Yeah, okay. Hilton
Hold
Head,
on, the immortal.
This is, again, that is, in theory would be Sanford country, but it's Graham. It's Graham in the early vote.
What's up, man?
Dope name. And Sanford running distant second, which, Graham's advantage statewide.
My
she's over
D&D
30%,
characters.
6.1 over Norman.
Jork the Dreamweaver.
Statewide number should be updated now because, we're checking into that Richland number.
Okay,
Otherwise
so
known
you
as
see it,
Jork
folks,
the
just
York.
full transparency here. It lit up. I showed you a result. As Adam said, the number of votes that reflected significantly higher than our expected vote. That doesn't mean it's not legit, because sometimes our expected vote is off. Sometimes there's much higher turnout in places than expected. Also the number, though, would be much, much higher.
Well, I cast vicious mockery.
Than Richland has typically been in these primaries proportionately. So they're checking on it. And while they do, they've taken those numbers off. Again, it could end up coming back just like it looked. It may be different. But look at the effect that had on the statewide tally. When
apply
that was
Hunter's
lit up,
mark.
Fry had an advantage here. We were saying, about 1,300 votes and change over Norman. Take it off. That's a 48-vote gap between Fry and Norman, right? Again, some distance. There's some real distance here. She's obviously, as our Decision Desk has said, she's not going to be knocking on the door of 50% or anything. But Graham has put some distance here between herself and second and third. But second and third, are now 3 votes separated. Norman and Fry
18%
are 3 votes
in.
separated. Okay. Most of this, as we've been saying, the vast majority of this represents early vote. And now Adam is trying to piece together.
I'm going to mute him, and then we're going to go over here. Going to get rid of that. All right, we're going to play this.
You can't get these people to debate their positions.
Like, who won't debate their positions?
Okay. We offered Candace Owens, I offered her $300,000 to do a debate. I was like, we'll give you $300,000.
What is her position? What does she think happened?
She thinks that Israel worked in conjunction with TPUSA and Erica Kirk to murder Charlie.
Based on what?
Well, that's the million-dollar question. Nobody actually knows. She's never presented a single shred of evidence thus far.
I have a counteroffer. He says $300K. Let's make it $500K, right? I just have the hunch, this feeling, gut instinct that you're maybe being backed by Turning Point USA or their affiliates in this debate request. It's just, you don't strike me as someone that has $300K lying around for conversation.
When I went to the TPUSA HQ, and I talked to Erica briefly while I was there.
All right, that was unexpected.
The first thing I did was what I think every normal, moral human being would ever do.
Oh God, Joe lets just smoking happen in there.
2020, but given the reaction, I think it probably would have been better for her to like lay low for a little while.
1000%.
The going out with the sparklers was not a great idea. Like all that was not a great idea because it just seemed insane.
Yeah.
As we near the 1 year.
Wow, Joe actually making sense
Charlie
there.
Kirk, it looks like Candace Owens is one step closer to solving the mystery because now she's in a feud with a wannabe alpha male. And if you don't know who Andrew Wilson is,
I will
then
just
good
say
for you.
Apologia
The algorithm isn't disgusting.
comedy
He's the guy who
is not
argues
my
with adult
favorite
athletes on the Whatever podcast.
commentary channel,
It's
but
that whole shtick, the Manosphere guys on the way.
I'm glad that
far-right
he's
love to
roasting
use
him.
to come off as wiser or more righteous than they actually are. And you're probably wondering how a guy who looks like he owns an adult video store somehow made it onto the Joe Rogan Experience. Twice. His original little burst of internet fame came from a fight where honestly it was pretty hard not to take his side, because the guy he was fighting was one of the easiest people on the internet to hate, Wes Watson.
Are you proud of who the you are? Would you guys say this motherfucker's proud of who the he is? That's a bag of trash, dude. You got 10-inch arms and tits.
If you want to follow the successful mantra of a man who tells you he's reformed from prison, understand why they might have gone there to begin with. I do think that a rejection of materialism.
Damn, you gotta do a lot for me to go like, all right, Andrew, smoke this asshole.
Success is being able to go home and look your family in the face and know that you're doing everything you can to support them. Do you
How
have children?
hateable can you possibly be?
I have two. Are you saying that your Bugatti and your money and everything else is worth more than your children?
My dad's a superhero. Look what he brought to the table. He came from nothing to this.
Yeah.
He works. God damn it.
You're still whining. Stop whining and just make an argument.
Dude,
Hey guys, I love you for being cool and just being. Yeah, thank you for being awesome. Seriously, you guys rule.
You're the one who got hostile for having a difference of opinion.
I'm so glad that I don't hang out with people like these assholes.
Wilson to squander whatever goodwill he had gained from the Wes Watson situation.
I'm pretty sure one
Because
of my
not
friends
long
turned
after
out like
that,
the
he would
bald
suffer
guy.
what may still be
Or
one of
one of my
his most
friends, one of my
humiliating
ex-friends from
at the hands
like
of
high
a pickle
school.
jar.
Right
Oh
side
yeah, the
up.
pickle
You can
jar.
do it. You got
Here we
this.
go.
All right, bro, I can't do it. Here.
All right. Oh my God. I guess, yeah, Andrew, go ahead.
I'm supposed to open the pickle jar?
It's like a, yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Dude, this seems a little immature. No. For
Hey, the guy
$1,000.
sent $1,000.
Yeah, but it seems slightly immature.
It's all fucking
it's just
slick
for-
now.
it's a little-
See, it is.
I gotta grip it.
Uh-oh, Andrew. If you can't open it either.
Well, your hand greased the whole top of it.
My hand are fine. Here, high five.
It
My shit
literally.
is slow.
It's look, feel it. Isn't that greasy?
It was like that already. Oh my God.
No,
you're
it
wasn't.
wasn't. You greased the top.
Use your
Oh my
shirt.
Jesus,
Use your
Andrew.
shirt,
If you can't open the olive jar, you cannot
Here,
blame my
while we're doing
hand.
olive jar.
If you're so strong, you should open it.
Yeah, I got to be able to grip it.
Okay, we'll grip it. Let's
It's
go.
literally slippery.
Uh-oh.
Grab me a paper towel so I can dry the top of it off.
Okay, once
But do we now need to allow her another opportunity with it?
Yeah, give her a paper towel.
No, I think you should do it, Andrew. You're the big strong man. You go, come on.
Yes, this is the way to handle it.
We got some chats while they're working on that. Red Fox, thank you.
Deontology prioritizes intent, but threshold exceptions introduce consequentialist reasoning.
I'll let you go first if you want.
No, Andrew, I greased it all
Someone
up. There you
donates
go.
$200 for that. Jesus.
Red Fox, thank you for that. Appreciate it.
I can't grip the fucker.
Uh-oh.
Like, I gotta have a way to grip it.
Jungle.
Andrew, I'm sorry. It's not.
My fingers slip
What a
right off the
backfire.
lid. My fingers are literally slipping off the lid. I just can't grip it.
These things are defective.
Olive jars are hard,
These things are
harder than the
defective.
pickle jars.
They're not hard to open, but I can't grip the fucking
me?
thing.
Watch this shit.
So you can't blame me for my greasy fingers now. Like, go on.
It's still greasy. The top of it's like,
You tried it with like 4
feel it yourself. Tell me
Should
I'm
I
wrong.
You know what?
Is that not greasy and sticky? Yeah, it's pretty fucking greasy.
I'm gonna let
Lulu donated $200.
Lulu, thank you for this.
Sarah, you've got good morals, but you're not engaging with Andrew on the level in which he's challenging you.
Oh, he's calling
Here,
me.
think
Yeah,
about
it's
the
not
ideas
even
you believe in.
fucking Fort
Read the
Knox.
philosophy book.
Here, go.
Yeah, just can't rip the.
Okay, now I want it to be.
I got
on.
this,
It's like pissing me
boys.
off.
Pisses me off.
Yeah, I know.
Should
it's
we have
fine,
Jake
it's
try?
fine.
See? Nah, you fucker. That was bullshit.
Not only that, but Wilson built his whole persona around being a Christian alpha male, who also smokes, cusses, and completely loses his temper the second whoever he's debating successfully
By
baits
the
him
way,
into
I know
losing
that
his
somebody
mind.
has
And I'm just gonna be totally honest
said
with
this
you.
in his comments
I
that
will
he
never
sounds
be able
AI.
to
I'm not sure if
convince
he's
you my
using AI or
worldview.
You
not. So
I know. But the reason
but
is not
his
because
channel
I'm not a great orator.
says that he's not.
Or I don't make good points, or I haven't said things which should be compelling to a person.
That could get him in
But
trouble if
Charlie,
he is.
I just think,
so.
honestly, you're too stupid to understand them.
So Andrew, can I sell
You
you
look
on my
snid.
worldview?
Yes.
Yeah.
Your wife has 3 baby daddies and has been married twice before.
And you and
Under
you lick sniz.
Under your religion.
That was the best he got at that moment.
But you lick sniz.
What is that?
You're a fucking. Don't talk shit about my wife, you stupid bitch.
You like snit.
Shut your stupid bitch mouth.
Your wife with the 3 baby.
What did I just say?
With the 3
Sorry,
baby
doll. I'm
daddies?
sorry. Is she morally
Oh,
inconsequential in
man.
comparison to your ditch
Hey,
licking?
we got Sandbag.
Do the men that you try to
Do the women that you try
show
to?
your hatred
Do
against?
you the women
they,
that
like,
you try
convince them
to?
that they shouldn't?
You know,
like,
Charlie, did I
pursue
bring
women? Do they know
Charlie?
that
Did
your
I bring
wife
your
is 5
family?
years older?
Did I bring any of your
You
family
called me
into
fucking
anything?
stupid.
Did I
You
say
called
anything
me
about
fucking
your
stupid.
family being stupid, Charlie?
could.
It's
You could
because
go
I'm
for it.
better than you, Charlie.
No, it's because you're embarrassed, and you know that the traditional values that you try to sell people
Okay.
on are bullshit because
Let's
you
go
are not
through
a
it.
traditional man.
Despite what may seem like a D-level podcast
I hate that they have a real aggro crag.
argument guy, Turning Point USA apparently thought this was the guy they should
Something
hire
I would spend like really dumb money on, where it's just like, hey,
to train their new group of
I'm going to give
not-Charlies
to a
in
lot
the
of
art
charities and then
debate.
buy aggro crag.
USA hired me to go down and train its new crop of debaters.
What did you grab when your house burnt down?
So that's
aggro
what I
crag.
did.
Which leads us to Wilson's second appearance on JRE.
He's so
Apparently his
sensitive.
handlers
Yeah,
know
for someone that can like that, I got that when I debated him. Like that was the one thing that I got over on him, even though I was fucking sick as shit. I did not do that great, but just in general, I was able to get that where it's just like, dude, you're just a dick, and he had nothing.
someone who knows someone, because I'm still not really sure why Joe thinks this guy warrants a second appearance on the biggest podcast in the world.
cares? Just
To
let
me,
him
it feels like
platform
one of
him.
those
Who
guests
cares?
Joe is basically told is going to be on the podcast. Because Andrew seemed to show up with a whole list of theories about what happened to Charlie, how people treated Erica after Charlie died, and everything surrounding the whole situation. But more
He
than
straight
anything,
rages
it
all the
seemed
time.
like
It's
his main
hilarious.
goal was pretty simple: trash Candace Owens.
On the other side, though, in this particular conspiracy, you can't get these people to debate their positions.
Like, who won't debate their
Oh,
positions?
we offered Candace Owens. I offered her $300,000 to do a debate. I was like, "We'll give you $300,000."
What is her position? What does she think happened?
She thinks that Israel worked in conjunction with TPUSA and Erica Kirk to murder Charlie.
Based on what?
Well, that's the million-dollar question. Nobody actually knows. She's never presented a single shred of evidence thus far that Israel ever worked to murder Kirk. That Erica Kirk certainly didn't. In fact,
Oh, now I
her
know why
position
this
for the
ended up
longest
on
time was if
Valhalla
Erica Kirk comes out and tells me
VFT.
to
I saw that
stop-
he was talking
to
about
stop
this.
to stop the conspiracy on
I
this.
have to bring
will.
that up.
So Erica did. She went out publicly and she was like, enough, like enough. You're just causing more problems than good here as this investigation's going on. And then suddenly Erica's now part of the conspiracy. by the next day, she's trying to cover it up. She's part of the conspiracy too.
Yeah, obviously Andrew isn't offering up $300K of his own money. Somebody is, though. And Andrew made a lot of claims during this podcast, like saying Candace believes Erica conspired with TPUSA and Israel to take out Charlie. That's a pretty crazy thing to claim someone said. I know Candace implies a lot of things, but she's not dumb enough to come out and say something like that directly. And honestly, the whole thing is just sad, because if Candace really
Hold on. You're giving her too much credit.
is uncovering anything that could help expose who is responsible for what happened to Charlie, it doesn't exactly make her look more
King
credible when
Crossbury.
she's publicly feuding with Pickle Jar Guy. But she did respond, and she responded with some pretty wild demands that there's almost no chance Pickle
can't
Jar
live it
Guy
down.
or
That's
whoever
kinda
is
funny.
supposedly putting up that money is going to agree to.
I have a counter offer. He says 300K. Let's make it 500K, right? I just have the hunch, this feeling, gut instinct that you're maybe being backed by Turning Point USA or their affiliates in this debate request. It's just, you don't strike me as someone that has 300K lying around for conversation. I mean, not with that smoking habit in today's economy, right? And given the fact that Turning Point USA has raised $40 million in one night off of Charlie's blood, literally encasing his bloody microphone at a fundraiser event so that his grieving widow could be captured by the camera standing next to it, I think 500K feels more appropriate. They want to invest in you.
Oh, oh my God. Oh my God.
You're their guy. Tell them that's what it costs. That's
I
500.
can't stand it. If we cannot call out her grief as fucking nut, like performative, then what? Then what? Then who? What?
Okay, between old friends.
What the fuck, man? She's literally just like, get my good side.
Right.
And Candace actually makes even more demands that they obviously aren't going to agree to. I guess it's either an attempt to squash this
Making me agree with Candace Owens is just
whole thing immediately, or at least make sure that if this debate does happen,
Didn't see
she's
that
the
coming
one who
today.
benefits from it. Because one of her demands is that TPUSA or Erica Kirk publicly acknowledge that they're sending Andrew on their behalf. Which, if they aren't actually behind him,
Dude,
obviously
this
isn't going to
conspiracy
happen.
is hilarious.
And if they are, well, they're probably not going to say that either.
Also, my second counter offer.
Fuck. How is this? This is what's on the internet right now.
Position point that I'd like you to meet is I'm 7 months pregnant. So if you fancy a debate face to face, you're going to have to travel to me. It's common decency. No time limit in the debates. Don't worry. It will be live. We will bring up any documents or evidence that you mention as a part of this case. We have a team, so you can send links live. We are happy to pause and allow you to search for any evidence that you reference if the team can't find it for some reason. No tricks, as long as you want. Like I said, live, so anybody could see if we were trying to play tricks. As a 2A point here, you're not going to be chain smoking around me, tough guy, okay? So you're just going to have to bring yourself and leave your cigs at home. And this is actually, I would say, the most important part for me. This is what has to happen. Third part here. Either Blake Neff or Andrew Colvett or Erica Kirk must publicly claim you first, meaning they must say that they are sending you in to debate on their behalf.
There are people who believe this shit
Charlie Kirk
and who get to vote. I know.
If anything is going to bring us closer
I
to actually finding out what happened to Charlie, it's apparently Candace Owens getting in a feud with the whatever podcast pickle jar guy. And you can tell Rogan is like, what is this guy talking about? Because Wilson starts talking about some left-wing counter movement to what Charlie was doing, basically planting the idea that people on the left helped take out Charlie. And those are the same people who are creating the rumors that TPUSA took out Charlie. The whole thing just sounded like a set of pre-scripted talking points he came prepared to unload the second the conversation turned to Charlie. And to Wilson's benefit, he muddied the water fantastically.
I'll tell you a story. This is the tale of all tales.
Okay.
So Charlie Kirk has this huge outreach program that's happening through TPUSA on these college campuses. He's got viral clip after viral clip after viral clip, and they are going wild. He's going campus to campus. He's doing his thing. He's being dogged by a progressive organization. This progressive organization shows up at almost all of these TPUSA events with the stated mission of trying
Tell me I'm not this boring when I tell a story. Holy fuck.
to create a counter movement to what TPUSA is doing. Now, the woman who heads this particular organization received millions of dollars
I'm doing my
from
best Donald
ActBlue
Trump.
and other progressive organizations for this stated mission. That same woman right this second works with other X accounts to push the messaging that Charlie Kirk was assassinated by his own TPUSA insiders in order to push that narrative forward, because the stated goal still from that organization is to destroy TPUSA.
Right.
So they've. How do we
much
know
better.
that they've done this? Are there emails that have been found? Like how do?
Well, the stated goal of this particular person
is to take down Turning Point.
TPUSA.
Right.
She's very open about that. And then the way that you know that they are talking to these other accounts is because they do it publicly. Those public accounts will talk to this account, right? Very openly. They reaffirm each other's posts. They say, wow, that's real interesting, this kind of thing. All affirming that same conspiracy that TPUSA was the ones who actually set up and murdered Charlie Kirk.
Well, it looks like the pickle jar guy solved it before Candace. It was in Israel. Apparently, it was a left-wing domestic group that was convincing people it was Erica, TPUSA, and Israel. I'm glad he also solved the mystery of why Turning Point is supposedly falling apart.
That's a very
It couldn't possibly have anything to
That's
do
almost
with the
like
glitter
it.
pants,
I mean,
the
not
Kill
too
Tony
perfect
style
for what. All
pyrotechnic
right.
intros, or the open casket TikToks.
Oh my God, I can't stand
but
that
Andrew
guy.
really
I know
does a
Mike,
good job
right?
at hitting all the talking points when he tries to humanize Erica.
When I
know.
went to the
I know.
TPUSA HQ, and I talked to Erica briefly while I was there, the first thing I
Gravy.
did was what I think every normal, moral human being would ever do. I gave her a hug. And I told her how god-awful sorry I was that happened to her. Like, can you even imagine how that's got to feel for her?
That's
Especially
awesome,
now
man.
that she has tens of thousands of people accusing her of murdering and conspiring to murder and then cover up what happened to her own. I mean, that's like mind-boggling psychological torture on a level that I've never seen.
Yeah, and hindsight is 20/20, but given the reaction, I think it probably would have been better for her to like lay low for a little while.
1000%.
The going out with the sparklers was not a great idea. Like all that was not a great idea because it just seemed insane. And maybe sometimes in grief or
Hey, Joe,
when,
making
you're
sense.
trying to show that they're not going to hold us back, people make choices that
Hey,
could
every
be
once in a while, yeah.
interpreted in a very bad way.
100%.
Joe actually had some pretty good takes in this episode. He usually doesn't seem to care about hiding what he really thinks when he considers the person beneath him, like
Yeah.
with the meme guy. He barely pushed back at all. But at least with Wilson, Joe was basically like, yeah, she looked insane, bro. Wilson may look like he owns an adult athlete video store off a shady highway exit, but he's definitely giving whoever's
I mean, the same joke twice. Come on. You landed it the first time.
backing him their money's worth.
Although off the exit, you should have led with that one.
Because he makes sure to take a shot at Ian Carroll, too, which probably wasn't the brightest move considering
No, it's Pickle Dick.
Joe actually seems to really like Carroll.
Here's what the theory is. So take Ian Carroll, within 24 hours after Kirk's death, blames Israel. Within 24 hours, he says, Israel killed Kirk. That was his tweet, went mega viral. What the conspiracy is on that side is that Israel, along with Erica Kirk and TPUSA insiders, got together.
I'm glad that I can
with,
drop those and
elements
like
of
have
the U.S. government,
you know,
to
the
murder
visual
Charlie
element
Kirk
of that.
because he was going to
Although
lead
to
the,
my
quote, pro-Israel cause.
audio only listeners, I am so sorry. They're just like,
That's
what
the
is he
theory
doing?
is.
I don't know.
And that he was either murdered.
I can
Some of
only
them say with
imagine.
a microphone exploding. Some of them say with
Too much theater of the mind.
There was a second shooter, and Robinson's a patsy. It all depends on which theorist you're talking to, but they all work together in the same unison from a single camp, which is interesting.
What's great about a podcast is that you can usually tell when someone comes with an agenda, and if that agenda doesn't make any sense, people can see right through it. As the podcast goes on, Wilson tries to explain why Erica came off as crazy, but somehow that turns into a story about how all Erica wanted to do was release Charlie's book immediately, to honor his memory, of course.
What the fuck? What the fuck? What? No, this grifting bitch. Oh my God, dude. Like, I tried to really, oh, wow. She like pushed out his book. Was that already in the pipeline? I'm gonna feel bad if that was already in the pipeline, but holy shit.
Definitely not to strike while the iron is hot and sell as many copies as
Wow,
possible.
The interesting thing is I asked her.
Crazy.
I asked her, like, what's the deal there?
Crazy.
What's with the sparklers?
Whoa,
well,
damn.
What's with the, like,
Holy
the
shit.
aberration in behavior?
Hey, guys.
She's like, look.
We haven't had one of these in a while. Check out what this guy just said.
I was
real winner. Holy crap. Yeah, this guy definitely is he's right in the head.
Put in like the worst spot I could ever think of. I was the background character. I was just there to support my husband. That's it. The only reason I even really got involved is because Charlie was so pro-marriage. And he wanted to demonstrate to the world
Anything
he
else?
can be married and have
No.
kids, and this is the good life. So when he dies, she takes over. Right, this moves over to her control. She says, "Well, the first thing I want to do is honor his last book." That's the very.
Your whole political stance is purely emotional, says the guy that's purely emotional.
First thing I want to do.
Yeah, that wasn't an outburst.
I want to honor his legacy. And she's like, I don't know.
Okay.
exactly how to take this position. At the same time, there's expectations for the organization my husband built that I want to honor, right? But, you know, I'm also in the middle of grief. And it's like, I don't know how you balance that position. Who's been in that position ever?
Right. And especially who's been in that position that's not accustomed to being scrutinized in the public eye.
Everything. And it's the lack of charitability that's so bad, too. Like, let me give you an example. If you say, Paul's so lazy, he never gets to work on time, you don't actually mean Paul has never once gotten to work on time. That's not what people mean.
Right.
Thanks for watching.
That's a banger of a clip. All right, here we go.
We have more vote. We're still sitting at.
We're still alive.
Still a lot of
All
vote
right,
to come.
we didn't lose Konecki.
In the heart of Norman's base here, right?
Back to the
Still a
Konek.
lot of vote to come. We do have.
That actually works.
We had shown Spartanburg at about 50%.
All right, guys. Well, welcome to the show. If you're just joining us, if you just got here,
still
I
just
appreciate
so for
you being here.
Norman, these are two big kind of bites at the apple that are left for him.
You
Look
know
all
what to
that
do.
vote to come in
You
York
know what
County.
to do.
And if what we just saw in Lawrence County plays out, he's got a
the lag.
lot of votes to come in. If he's getting them at a 55%
And sub to the channel.
clip,
Wait a
that's
minute.
huge.
Anybody do that?
And Greenville, as we say, Greenville's more than, in terms of vote producing statewide, more than twice the size of York
goes
County.
there?
And again, if the election day vote is doing what we just saw in Lawrence, if he's still hitting 40% with that, that's a lot of votes to come in that he's getting 40% with.
But that's
and that
14%.
Russell Fry's only
Again,
getting
wait a minute. What is
10,
going on with
12%
these
with.
counts? Am I behind? I must be
Meanwhile,
behind.
Look, so I jumped from 43. So I
No, I'm not behind.
jumped from 43 to 53% in. But keep in mind,
It's 7
this
o'clock.
is the biggie. We were saying Greenville's huge. This is about 10% statewide. This is the heart of Fry's district.
I just realized I'm in the same time zone.
Squeezed, more than 53.
Shit, they're getting.
He squeezed
They're doing it
53%
at
of the
8.
juice from the orange. Is that the metaphor?
Man.
There's not as much juice to be squeezed now out of here for Fry, potentially, as there is out of here and here.
Okay, so then
for
what other
Norman.
elections
Okay?
are?
But again, that's what makes, in part, what we
no,
saw
you're not gonna
in
have
Aiken
exit
County
polling.
and Richland County, and we're trying to clear up. That's what makes that so significant as well. I think Fry may need that to be the case. The numbers that we saw initially to be the reality. Taking a look here, Berkeley. I think, did we do some election day vote in Berkeley? We clearly have a bunch.
We could probably do Berkeley. I was just looking at Aiken and Oconee. Let's see what's going on in Berkeley. Yeah, we can do Berkeley. So in the pre-election day vote in Berkeley, 29% for Graham, 24% for Fry, 15% for Norman. Currently in the election day vote, 40% for Graham, 19 for Fry, and 13 for Norman.
Yeah, that's so there. She's definitely getting a big boost, and if she is there, I would imagine something similar is going to happen here in Charleston. And is it happening? I think you said Beaufort. We got a little bit too.
Just taking a look.
Sorry, I'm looking for live results here.
Only a little bit of election day vote in Beaufort.
Okay, because I do want to kind of, we do spend a lot of time on the upstate. I do want the flip side of this is Fry in a place like Berkeley. Yeah, I was running 8 points ahead of Norman.
Advancing to runoff.
Yeah, he's running, close to 10 points ahead of him. Not there. Yeah. And what was it in Charleston in the initial? Not that much. So, yeah, there's a chance too. We're saying, Fry has so far squeezed more out of his base just in terms of its representation in the statewide tally than Norman has.
Wisconsin yet.
The opportunity for Fry might be kind of extending now down towards that first congressional district to outpace Norman there, for second place and make up the margin that way. But now we're getting close to 40%. As you can see, Graham is now essentially, that's 9.7 points. He's basically 10 points ahead now of second place. Fry's margin, I'm sorry. I just did that, okay.
I always love it when he. Oh, jeez.
Right.
Oh,
Fry's
jeez.
margin
Oh, man.
Norman.
Ah,
right. I mean, it's sitting at
Sorry,
502 votes right now. What
Here
was
in
the-
Wisconsin, we usually
what
get
was
20
the last
below.
significant vote update to come in?
Scanson, did you vote today?
Berkeley.
Just tell me you voted today.
Anderson.
And Anderson.
Did you vote for Francesca?
Did we look at this one? Jog my memory.
I'm not trying to tell you who to vote for. I'm just asking.
We looked at it, I thought, earlier.
Okay,
yes.
yeah. So we'll hold. Okay, we'll hold on. We're looking for.
Mike.
If you do want to take a detour, Connecticut is reporting a little bit quicker than they have in the past. And
It's okay if you didn't.
Oh wow!
For real.
Wow. Yeah. Okay. Well, this is only 5%, and a lot of this is going to be Hartford.
You didn't vote. Oh, I'm disappointed.
About a little over 3,000 votes.
Wait, did you not?
in,
Wait, did you not vote or did
okay,
you
yeah,
vote?
No, this is Windsor.
Did you just not vote? Oh man,
it's
I hope you didn't not vote. Like
Windsor
that.
Locks,
The
the airport, South. Yeah, look, this is so far.
I don't think
it's
Hong will
consistent.
win anyway.
Manchester, sort of well-to-do
okay.
suburb.
No, okay.
There.
Well, wait, who'd you vote for? It's okay.
This is
shit.
pretty
Wait,
consistent.
that's personal information. I forgot.
Early. If
I'm
you're
sorry.
John Larson, you're not liking what you're seeing.
That's not cool. You don't have
it
to
is
say
early,
it.
But again, remember,
It's
Bronin is
very
running
okay.
with the party endorsement here. So
I
there
just
was some
realized
writing on
what
the
happened
wall
there. I was like, no,
potentially. And Bronin's base politically
Not
is
cool,
Hartford,
man. Not
but
cool.
when you're, and again, these are small chunks of vote.
That's your
here,
personal
but
information.
Manchester is not Hartford, and he's leading there. Narrow, but closer, but he's leading there. South Windsor. That's a big town. That's not Hartford.
Oh
Windsor,
man, I felt
Windsor
bad there.
Locks.
It's just
So,
like,
early on, let's see. This thing goes all the way out towards Torrington. This thing goes down to Bristol. We still got a lot more to come, but early on, I forgot what the defeated incumbent count is in the primary, but we need to dust that number off because that could be on its way to being updated. That means we might have some numbers. Well, look, it's already been. Well, this will save us the night. The NBC News Decision Desk is projecting that Ned Lamont has fended off his challenger in the gubernatorial primary, Democratic gubernatorial primary in Connecticut.
6%
easily beating
statewide
Josh
came in.
Elliott. The irony, 20 years ago, if you're old like me, you remember Ned Lamont. How did he come on the scene politically? He was the challenger on the left to Joe Lieberman
he
in the
must
2006
be very
Democratic Senate primary.
unpopular.
Lamont beat him in the primary. Lieberman ran as the independent, won the seat.
Hey,
then Lamont became the governor
You gotta
about
be
a
a
decade
special
later.
type of unpopular
and
for that.
Now, this is how it all works, right? The guy who was
Holy
the insurgent
crap.
on the left, now facing the challenger from the
How
left.
can they call it
but
at
he's going to
6%?
survive.
Because,
So
dude, he's at.
let's get back to the.
I don't. Wait a minute.
to the
Yeah,
much
those
more,
numbers don't make sense.
sort
Because
of
it's only by a
contentious
few
question
thousand.
of the hour, and that is South Carolina.
We do also have the opportunity. I mean, I know polls close at
Abdul
Wisconsin
Al-Sayed,
at the top of the hour.
he's not a,
we have been
no, I
getting
know,
that
I know.
pesky refresh the screen notification.
I didn't see it.
Come on,
No,
man.
we haven't gotten it recently, but I think there's
us an
potential to get
update.
it again. We could also
Stop cycling.
take care of some housekeeping if you want to at any point.
You'll be
here.
back after lunch.
you saved the
Alrighty.
break.
Have a good lunch.
I
I'll be
don't-
here
I-
for
let's-
the
let's,
next
we'll keep going a little bit because I think
40 minutes or so.
We could be close to a little bit of clarity here.
Our latest
As I
update was
said,
from
I'm
Anderson,
likely
and we
not going to be able to do the likely. I'm not going to be able to do the election coverage. God, that's so.
Okay. Stay tuned now. Is going to
wishy-washy.
do
Just gotta commit.
Connecticut in about.
I got
we're
a
going to do
friend
an update
in-
on Stay Tuned in about 4 minutes on that. Okay, so I'm just checking an email right here.
Liquid stand.
Okay. 38 minutes till polls. Oh, we got the countdown clock. Let's do Anderson. Let's just do the same day election day.
30. Crap.
Yeah, so Anderson
All right,
County,
I might stick around for 20
in the
minutes
pre-election day vote, it was
after
running
8, just so I can start
27% for
seeing
Graham,
some of the
17%
results.
for Fry, 31% for
Because
Norman.
for Francesca
and now
Hahn, we'll get an
even-
idea
much for Fry?
really fast.
17.
17.
And 31 for Norman.
That's right.
Okay, yeah.
31 for Graham currently in the election day, 14 for Fry, and 32 for Norman.
Yeah, not much change, but she's not gotten worse anywhere. And she's gotten better significantly in some places. So and Norman just got an update somewhere that put him ahead. I think we might have got a nice chunk of
Pickens
something.
and Spartanburg. just posted
Spartanburg
updates.
starting to, okay. Again, this is a biggie. This is probably 7-8% of the statewide vote from this county. And that looks pretty unchanged. I mean, yeah, this is where Norman wasn't running much different here with the election day vote than the same day. I think it was a little bit less, but the fact to be running at 36.5% in a county this big, and again, not just running at 36.5%. The most significant thing to Ralph Norman is that the guy, his real opponent right now is right here, Russell Fry, and he's beating him by 23 points in one of the biggest counties in the state, right?
What up,
His
Doug?
biggest opponent right now is Russell Fry, and in the
what up, Doug?
biggest county in the state, he's beating him by 27
I feel like I have a
points
speech impediment
right
now.
almost 28 points.
Thank you.
In Greenville County. So this is, when you're looking at, okay, then we just got another update. That was a pretty big one that just came in to put Fry up. Where did that come from?
Both the worst for Cal.
You got more.
Oh,
so,
I mean, yeah.
This is a little bit. If okay, it was another 10%.
This goes to a runoff,
They've been coming
though,
in
right?
like 10% increments here. Though notably, as we've gotten more, Fry's getting 43% of the vote. This is a vote-rich county in his district. So that update was helpful for him in that it
Damn, these
vaulted him in
margins
the
aren't that
tally ahead of
great.
Norman, although,
Like what I'm
as we
seeing is,
say,
guys, if you mobilize
he's running out of
in
votes
South
in his best
Carolina,
area.
this
And
is
by the way, his
easy.
best area
Fucking
has
get the
been
vote
tightening
out.
up as the election
What
day
the fuck?
vote has
Rock
come in.
the
Graham has been
vote.
taking
Bring
a
it back.
a
We're
really
doing
good
it.
chunk
Rock
of that
the
election day
vote.
vote. So
Yeah.
again, is that
Breeze,
diluting a bit
you
of
gotta
what
get
Fry
out and
was
you
hoping
gotta
to
vote
get
with
out of
both
here,
feet.
which I think he badly needs,
Yeah.
because there's a lot of, if you're Norman, I think there's a lot of good stuff potentially for you to come in those two places. Because we still don't have anything
Maybe
election
do a
day from New
phone
York,
bank.
and we still don't have anything election day. Here comes our update on, we're doing the news now, folks. Here it comes. Or there's still another interview.
Anybody?
Looks like we may have a little time here.
Lexington was the most recent.
We just got
update.
we got election day here.
Yeah.
How's that running?
Let's see.
That didn't inspire anybody. Not a single one of you. Oh, well.
Graham is running about the same, 38%
Just watch my-
in the pre-election. versus
Nobody,
election.
and then a few
Fry,
just went bye.
He's running
Dude, that was
3 points
brutal.
less.
Okay, and yes, shoot, what did I just? I
That's the last time I commit
Just
to a
hit the
bid.
shortcut at the bottom.
Okay, I don't know what I even did. Sorry, Nikki Haley.
A whole nother feeling to bomb on.
Fans, I don't mean to remind you of. All right, what did I do?
26.
Okay. Wow. Okay, so there is a news now here coming. I can hear they're in another segment though.
Is this thing on?
Yeah, I got to tell you, I'm just looking at this and thinking
Wow.
like.
Tough crowd, tough crowd.
I was about to say, I'm saying, if you're Norman, you might have more to look forward to. Although these are the big questions. Right now, between Fry and Norman, and this is a big county, Lexington County.
Yo, you're not the only one in chat.
In this race, the race we're focused on right now, Fry versus Norman.
Wow,
no
that
one's
was
getting
a
an advantage out of
painful
here. It's a
fucking
wash.
silence. I'm just looking at chat.
It
It's
was
just
not a
like,
wash.
that's not moving. It's not moving.
With
it's not moving.
Numbers that we saw here. So we now. We got 55% in Aiken now, meaning we're now showing a significant election day vote here.
Yes.
And it's not
All
at
right,
all
here we go.
what went up earlier from our system.
Yeah, that's right.
So that's big.
Okay.
If you were watching
do your math.
30
do
minutes
your
ago,
Kornacki math.
remember
Kornacki
Aiken lit
mathy.
up and it was that maroon Fry color, and we said, holy cow, way outside his congressional district. Fry just got like 44% of the vote, and it was telling us completed, and then we said this
Yeah, I
might
get it.
be a sort of a glitch in the system, in the stream.
POTUS needs to resign for ruining world economy. Mr. Mundry. That'd be, wow, wouldn't that be nice?
It's looking like it is.
Wouldn't it be nice? I'm not going to commit to that bit because you guys didn't appreciate the last one.
Because
I was going to create a song and everything.
we now have a ton of election day vote in here. Fry's running back at 22.6%. He's not getting to 40.
I'm that fucking petty.
4% here. We're about to do the hit. Big
And some
development
breaking
there.
news coming out of
joke for
Connecticut.
you.
NBC News can now project that Ned Lamont is the
Maybe
winner of the
better for me.
Democratic governor's primary race, beating out his opponent Josh Elliott. Let's go back to NBC's Steve Kornacki. Steve, is this a surprise? What should we know now?
Yeah, no, I think it was pretty expected here. We were saying there's a bit of irony in this for folks with a long memory that Ned Lamont launched his political career as the insurgent candidate of the left against Senator Joe Lieberman. That was 20 years ago in 2006.
Oh, God, that was
and it's
Lieberman's
come around
district?
enough that Lamont, now seeking another term as governor, faced an insurgent candidate from the left here in this primary. But Lamont really no problem here surviving it, a 2-to-1 margin here. NBC News has already declared him the winner. But within Connecticut, there's another long-tenured incumbent, a much longer
I'm very
tenured
confused
incumbent.
right now. What is happening here? How does this make sense? If Donald Trump was seeing this, he'd be like, what the fuck are you doing?
But who I think is in some serious trouble right now. And
I
I'll
don't
call
think
that one up on
so.
the screen. It's right here. John Larson, the congressman from Connecticut's 1st District. It's based in Hartford, although this district sort of has tentacles extending in a bunch of different directions. But Luke Bronin, the former mayor of Hartford, who already secured the endorsement
Mr.
of the
Mundry,
Connecticut
also, if you haven't
Democratic
subscribed to
Party
the channel,
in this
please do.
race. That was a
Goes
very
for
ominous sign
anybody
for
that hasn't
Larson.
subbed.
Now the vote is coming in slowly, but it's been coming in consistently. Different parts of this district. No surprise in his political base of Hartford, where he was mayor. Bronin leading there, but I mean, you can get out here, small towns far away from Hartford, suburbs of Hartford, well-to-do suburbs. Across the board, you're seeing Bronin put up very encouraging numbers here. So I think Lamont survives in the governor's race, but essentially a 28-year House incumbent, John Larson, he was a member of the House Democratic leadership from 2006 to 2014, I believe. In big trouble right now, deep trouble.
It's funny.
Latest from Connecticut there. Steve Kornacki, we'll be checking back with you in a little bit. Thank you so very much.
It's legitimately cool that I can.
Okay, yeah, that Larson, we said
you can say that and immediately I'm going like, where's my cat?
Results, but I think something might be. Well, let's
my cat?
Keep an eye on there in Connecticut, because I think something might be on the way, if you know what I mean. And if you get tell me. Anything come in significantly in South Carolina? It looks like Norman, I see got back in a second. Let's in fact kind of dwell on that. And do we have more?
What's the kanji next to your
we're getting some Richland
name? That is your translate thing. It's trying to translate.
Me, if I'm wrong, Adam, but was the initial Richland thing that came up like an hour ago also very favorable to Fry?
Yeah, it's weird.
I think I remember that. I don't have a accurate screenshot in my head, but I think that sounds right.
Open border policy,
I mean,
they have no power.
What's there now isn't, from the standpoint of trying to create separation.
I mean,
with
they're
Norman.
Definitely responsible right now.
County. This is very
open
big.
Border,
Lexington,
that
Fry
open
and Norman are
border
basically
policy,
tied.
excuse me, with all
Richland, Fry is third,
ice
but he's
raids
not
and
far
everything.
back. It's a
Nothing's
2-point margin
changing.
there to He's not gonna,
It's weird. It's weird how all these immigrants are getting rounded up, and then everything's still expensive. Everything's getting more expensive. Everything sucks.
But this was big because it hinted at the possibility of a breakout success for Fry in a big county far from his district, a big vote-rich county, not what's materializing. He does. This is giving him a little bit of separation here, 327 votes worth of separation so far from Norman. But what was hinted at with what clearly looks like a glitch of an update earlier, if you were watching,
all right, I'll blame Canada.
Much bigger for him.
We'll just do the South Park
and so
method.
now with
I
half
got
the
you.
voting
I got you.
statewide, you can see it's now a 1,700 vote.
I'm not your buddy.
Was that 1753 is
your
the margin
buddy,
for
friend.
Norman over
I'm not your
Fry
friend, buddy.
statewide.
I'm not your
a full
buddy, guy.
percentage point. And I think what's standing out to me as I look at this is a couple things. Like I said, Fry not going to get out of Aiken what we were thinking he might get. Fry now with about 2/3 of the vote in the biggest county in his district. This is supposed to be the vote bank for him. He's getting a lot of votes out of here. He'll still get plenty more, but 2/3 of the vote is now in. And oh, by the way, that election day vote, Graham's been doing pretty well here. She's getting actually pretty close to him. Meanwhile, look at his opponent, right? His main opponent right now is Ralph Norman.
Was that a threat? All right. No, the cop, it's part of my cybercrime division, has not actually gotten to see anything for quite some time. So
Norman,
there you go.
And Norman, we're getting election day vote in York. Okay.
We'll do
Can you tell me what the
this.
early election split is? Norman versus Graham.
Save the channel
This is why
activity.
Norman just opened up that lead statewide.
So Norman was getting 54% in the pre-election day vote.
Yeah.
And Fry was getting 10%.
Well, Graham is the one we want.
Graham was getting 24%.
Yeah.
And the election day vote, Graham is getting 27%.
Oh, no, that's
Norman
funny.
is getting 52.
Yeah. So it's again, it's that trend where she's doing a few points better. He's off 2, but he's on pace with half the vote still to come in York County to get half of the vote left in York County, maybe a little bit more than half of it, right? Whereas like in Horry County, which is the big part of Fry's district, he's got a third left and he's running, his election day vote's probably what, high 30s here? So he's not squeezing as much out of Horry as Norman is out of York. Now,
all right, mods, you guys know what to do. Lots of screenshots, and then we shall report them.
in Spartanburg, now Spartanburg is just, okay, this is a big county for Norman, and it's now getting close to complete. He's not going to.
Yeah, people swat you over nothing. Yeah, I know.
Get much more out of here, but he's been
There it
running.
is.
Yeah, he's been
Thank
running
you.
in the high 30s here. So what Norman has to look forward to.
All right, we got
this is the big thing that Norman has to look forward to.
That was an actual fucking threat. There you go.
Can you tell me, Adam, what the expected vote is in Greenville?
Greenville, we have it at 47,000.
Okay, so, and we're at 45,050.
We're about
63,
6,500. Yeah.
6,500. Okay, so we think we got 40,500 left. If we say that Norman runs a tick below, this is just guessing here, based on what we're seeing. You know, if he runs a tick below, say at 37%, right? 37% of the remaining, you know, he could get 15. Say he gets 50.
Yeah, and guess what? What you just did was absolutely not protected. You dumb motherfucker. You're actually, guys, make sure that you report each and every threat that he just constituted, and then, no, this one just went to the cops. Thanks, buddy.
15,000.
Appreciate you.
Votes out of here, right? And look at where Fry is. Let's say
You want to fucking threaten me? That's fine, bud. Yeah, I'm online. You think that I wasn't prepared for this type of shit? I've already had 2 death threats. So go ahead, bud. Like, this is you playing. All right.
Fry got 10% of the remaining, and that might be a little generous. Yeah. So I think
Can you ban him now that we got the screenshots? Yeah.
in Greenville, with what's left, Norman over Fry could have a net of like 11,000. A net margin of 11,000. That would be my back of the envelope guess here for what's left in the biggest county in the state. Is that, see this margin, look at this margin between Norman and Fry right now, which sits at 3,002 votes, right? 3,002 statewide. I think it's not crazy. This is 3,002. I think it's not crazy that just here, Norman over Fry could be an additional 11,000. So that's huge, right? Now, what's Fry's answer to that? Because that would put him at a huge, okay? His answer is, well, there's Myrtle Beach. You know, there's still a third of the vote to come in Myrtle Beach. Norman's barely registering here, right? Fry's, so, okay, in fact, Adam, can you tell me what's the remaining vote we think in Horry County?
Yes, 11,000 remaining is our estimate.
We think there's 11,000 left here, and we think Fry's may be getting 40% of the election day.
Yeah, I have it at 41 right now.
Okay, so he gets 4,400, and Norman's probably getting, what, 6% or something?
8%.
Okay. Yeah. So he could, yeah, I mean, this could be 3,500 votes. So Fry could, you know, Fry's margin here over in the remaining vote here, Fry's margin over Norman could be 3,500 votes, okay? So, you know, think about it. If Fry, you know, beats Norman by 3,500 here, but Norman beats Fry by 11,000 here, and Norman right now is running nearly 3,000 above Fry in the statewide count already. And we've seen it doesn't look like there's any real separation between the two of them in Richland. Doesn't look like there's any real separation in Lexington. Boy, you know, there's still some to come here. We say, you know, half the vote to come. And Norman's getting about half of that. I mean, look, again, 11, that's a difference there of 7,500. If that nets out to plus 7,500 for Norman, and then how many votes do we think are left in York?
York, we just got an update, but we're at 6,000
right.
expected remaining.
That has been
6,000. If he gets 3,000, yeah, I mean, listen, Norman could get. Norman could net 20.
He has been reported, and yeah, now it's on. It's on to that.
500 over Fry here. He could net. What did you say? He could net 11,000 here. He could net 2,500. We're saying Fry could maybe do 3,500 here. You know, and again, that margin is sitting just under 3,000 right now. Still with a little bit in Spartanburg. He's gonna. What's left in Spartanburg?
Sorry, I was taking a water break.
No, you're allowed. You're allowed. Just don't spill it.
All right, more screenshots.
3,800.
3,800
remaining.
And Norman getting about 35% of 3,800. So.
All right, get to update my email.
My
False reports are just as bad. They're actually worse, especially considering that he made threats.
Fingers aren't working. You said 3,800?
Yes.
Sorry, 3,800, right? Okay. Right? I mean, if he got 1,300 and Fry say he could net 1,000. He could net 1,000 over Fry here. Seeing a lot of opportunities for Ralph Norman here. I mean, take a look at a place like Charleston County, a lot to come here. Good sized county. I don't see, Fry is running level with Norman. Georgetown County, this is a big one in Fry's district. It's done. Look, Fry got 36 here. He crushed Norman 4-1, but it's done. He's not getting anything else out of it. Berkeley, almost done. Fry's running 30, or he's beating Norman. He's only beating him by 7. Oh.
All right, I'll come back to this. We're going to address this. All right, yeah. Fucking terroristic threats on my fucking chat. Yeah, that was probably just a kid, likely. But yeah, I just talked to the cops, and they said that I am 100% to send that to them. I'm also going to send the ban evasion proof here right now. Actually, keep going, dude. Every single fucking comment you make, I'm fucking putting into this list, and you're going to be investigated now. Good job. You can't go around making fucking terroristic threats to people. Not how it fucking works, asshole. And I have multiple mods on it too. I think that you might have just really, you want to sit here fucking pretending like you're some kind of agent. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Even with that one. Cool. Good job. That was very stupid of you. But whatever, man. You want to play with fire? That's how this goes. You did the same? All right, cool. Yeah. Because that one actually constituted like a real threat. This is what happens when I leave chat, damn it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, this guy threatening literally me and the chat. I hope every single one of you that could took screenshots of that. And we're going to need it in the Discord. So if you're not part of the mod chat, you guys can actually send that in general. We need all of it. Because I have to send all the proof that I've got that this guy did what he did. And they're going to look into him. So, let's see. Okay, yep. Creating an alt account. Here we go. Proof of that. Do this. Cool. Thank you for that, sir. Okay. This is what happens. Yeah. Who does the Dem want to win? I'm assuming the Republican Party. Republican primary. Who do you think the Dems want to win? Not Darlene Graham. Although maybe Darlene Graham, because I don't know, she might carry baggage. I don't fucking know. I'll be honest. I haven't really put that much thought into it. Sorry, I had to deal with a death threat. Or not even a death threat. A swatting threat. Which, yeah. This guy's sitting here telling me, like, hey, yeah, guess what? You're a content creator. This is what you signed up for. Like I said, I know what I signed up for. I also know that we have legal protections, so it's good that you reported him, but try not to lose any sleep over it. He's probably just a kid, as you said. Again, it's the fact that, like, I just spoke to the officer in charge of this, and he didn't remember me, so that was kind of that was a blow to my ego. So yeah, he asked for my channel name and all that stuff, and then he just wants to cross-reference our emails and all this stuff. But yeah. No, I made sure to speak to the proper authorities. This is how I learned that we had a cybercrimes division, and they said to take each and every threat seriously. They said to take screenshots of each and every one, and yeah. If they were trying to do ban evasion to get their the accounts that they're trying to evade with. So yeah, like I said, I think he might have, like if it was a kid, he might have really just fucked up. But hey, what is it about stupid games, stupid prizes? You know. And also, I don't know, with this new YouTube rollout, it does kind of seem like they're not doing the AI automation as much, so... Ooh. This type of harassment? Yeah, that ain't gonna fucking fly. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thanks, everybody. Alright, cool. It's okay. Glad you're dealing with the proper authorities. No, I appreciate that. Also, okay, Axolotlian. I got it. You've been here before. I know that. I think that I've tried to say your name before, and I couldn't. I was not very good at it. Seems like they may have gotten a bit of backlash on the AI use. Yeah, seems like it. I mean, it really does seem like it. Yeah. You? I know, you just said hi. Don't you know who I am? Well, the guy was acting like he was, like, you know, an ICE agent, because he was, or like an FBI agent or something. Because, like, again, this is how, like, I told the cop, where I was just like, I think it's a kid because he keeps saying that he's, you know, an agent and that he, you know, is in touch with everybody. And he was just like, uh-huh. He's just like, just make sure you get the screenshots. It was kind of funny. But yeah, that's where we're at. So, that's why we are going to have a life lesson here, kids. Don't make threats online. Because they are constituted as actual threats. What you say online is not as protected as you think when you make actual threats towards people. Those are actionable. As in, like, I can be litigious if I wanted to be. That's where I'll go with this, so. I can finally keep an eye on the elections. Yep. Here we go. We're back. Sorry, guys. DJX, if you missed it, like, we just straight up got threatened in chat by some probably 13-year-old fucking, dopey asshole. But I don't know. Seemed more like a adult dopey asshole, though. I don't know. Who cares about politics when you're that young? Or do they just, like, do the thing where they parrot their parents and it's just like they think that they're trolling people? Because I remember being that age and just being a little shit. It's like whatever you think it's like gets under people's skin. Question mark? God damn it. Yeah. Yeah. He like literally threatened everybody in chat. He threatened me and then everybody in chat. And then it was just like, babies, big babies. Whatever, man. Just make sure any of my fellow content creators in this chat, make sure you take that shit seriously. Like, and this is why I was telling you guys, make sure you get them screenshots. It's very, very important. Here, let me send these off. Oh, shit. Okay. Oh, there we go. You gotta take them seriously. Yeah. Or keep them seriously. I mean, I take them seriously. I take each one seriously. Because I've already had, that's my third one. Actually, I managed to go a while without one. Yeah. That was my third one. So that's why I was kind of surprised. I'm like, you don't remember me? Really? You don't? Okay. But yeah, you gotta take it seriously. Someone tried publicly threatening me in front of my child. Shit's crazy, man. Yeah, no, it is crazy. It really is. If you don't, you could end up unlucky. Yeah. That is very true. That's very true. But this is also why, I make sure that, yeah, the proper authorities know what's up. Anyway, that's enough of that. I appreciate you guys sending the screenshots. And also, sorry to anybody that felt like you were, you guys might have gotten threatened by that. Because that's actually what really sent me over the edge, was when he threatened you guys. When he was like, I'm coming for all of you. It was just like, okay. All right, we're taking this one as serious, like, yeah, very, very seriously. Also, hey there, Junior. If you're still listening, wise the fuck up on the internet. It's the oldest I think I've ever sounded. Oh, imagine how Hassan feels right now. He gets death threats all day, every day. Well, yeah, he has security, though. He literally has security. So, yeah. I'm just a fucking, wee little YouTuber that is just trying to make his way, and yeah. Then I gotta deal with that crap. I mean, this is the stuff that, I'll be honest, like, I know that I try not to do this too much anymore, but that's why, that's shit like that push letter hack out, where it's not worth it. You're getting fucking threatened for trying to have a good time talking fucking politics. Like, it's not, yeah. If you need a good civil lawyer, let me know. Really? Cameron, are you in the Discord? Wait, can I do an impression of James Carville, but if he was communist? Oh, let me tell you something. If we want to win this, we need to get behind the DSA candidates, and we need to also coalesce behind the Mamdani characters, because that's going to bring us to a good point in leftist policy. Okay. I gotta like do the fucking spit sucking. He fucking does that a lot. It's like, ew, dude. Sometimes you can literally see it kind of like pool. Remember that? Like one time he had it like pooling and it was just like, no, come on, man. It's like, dude, someone tell him. Someone tell him. Like, someone get him off camera. Get a producer to be like, excuse me, James, can you please wipe your mouth? Oh, I'm sorry. I get a little spittle when I get excited about talking about the Democratic Party. Oh, fuck. Well, that was fun. I say, we're gonna change the means of production, I tell you what. There you go. I won't be in the same party as Hassan Piker. He's a Marxist revolutionist. I'll tell you no way, no how. I mean, he did essentially say that, didn't he? Almost like verbatim. Did he say the no way, no how? I don't think so. I think that was a little exaggerated. I like how we're, Piker. Yeah, Piker. Why the hell did it translate to that? I get what you're saying.
About the Graham family name, so nobody really quite knew what to expect from her as a candidate. You know, with Trump's endorsement too, obviously hugely helpful to her. But what does that mean when you're looking at about a third of the vote in a crowded, competitive primary here for somebody with that kind of a background? Is that an impressive showing? Does that inspire confidence? I think that's why I'm saying these next 24, 48 hours are so interesting because, you know, everybody's going to get to look at this piece of art and render their interpretation, and then that will kind of decide what the tone is for this runoff.
Art is in the eye of the beholder. Steve Kornacki, thank you so very much. Let's go to NBC News.
Okay, so 7 minutes. Why don't we catch our breaths? Congratulations to Darlene Graham and Ralph Norman. We will probably just check in to see how those numbers land at the end of the night. And folks, we are now 6 minutes and 37 seconds away from Wisconsin. So let's tee that one up and get ready and tell you what we're expecting here tonight. And let me get myself ready because I have a thing in here that I want to try. Did we get a call in Connecticut 1?
We have not.
Okay.
But the trend that we looked at earlier is continuing.
Okay, so John Larson is in bad shape in Connecticut 1. I want to just look at this so I'm ready to kind of go here. A couple things I want to point out before Wisconsin. Well, when the polls close in Wisconsin, it can be a little slow to get going. Though it will, I think, we'll get a pretty good chunk here in the first, hour or two. That and again, I think the thing I want to say on Wisconsin is just the range of possibilities here. Nobody really knows what to expect when these polls close. We know the dynamic of the polling that's out there. Francesca Hong, socialist candidate, has been leading. And we know that the fear of a Hong nomination has sparked the establishment, led by Tony Evers, the Democratic governor, in these final week really, to try to consolidate around David Crowley, the Milwaukee County executive, who dropped out of the race at one point this summer and then got back in. And I think that's a very important thing here before the polls close to just go through. You see all these different names on this list here. Sarah Rodriguez, lieutenant governor, dropped out in July. Mandela Barnes, at the beginning of the year, was considered the front runner in this race. Remember, he almost got elected to the United States Senate back in 2022, a former lieutenant governor. He dropped out on, I think, the last day of July, maybe July 30th.
That's all you need to be a
the string
MAGA
of events
politician,
in July
no spine.
was that Hong was pulling ahead in the polling. Crowley was way down. He looked like he was going nowhere. He's spinning his wheels. So Crowley dropped out of the race, okay? and he endorsed Rodriguez. Then Rodriguez was hit with this campaign finance scandal, and she dropped out of the race. This is in July, okay? When that happened, Crowley got back in the race. That's when Evers, the governor, endorsed Crowley, okay? But at the same time, Mandela Barnes was still in the race, polling, you know, not in the lead or anything, but he was still getting a big chunk of vote in the polling. At the very end of July, he dropped out, okay? And only at that point, and then especially, I would say, in the wake of Abdul El Sayed's win in Michigan last week,
He rips more
the
seats
focus
from
on
them.
the insurgent left nationwide, and, you know, was this about to
she's a
happen in
governor.
Wisconsin
I
too?
don't know how
And
that's
then
gonna
the
work.
controversies around Hong, Thanksgiving, if you're watching this, you know them all. I don't need to describe them. It set off all these alarm bells, really, I think, in the last week among the Democratic establishment in Wisconsin to
I
get
think
behind
Democrats
Crowley.
lost over 60 positions so far to the DSA, looking more
I
like an
suspect
independent
there's
party
been
now.
dramatic movement towards him.
It's literally MAGA, dude.
In the
Like,
last
we
week. The thing to
MAGA'd
keep
our
in mind
party.
is that while all
Hey,
of that
do not
drama in
go
July was playing
in a
out,
bad mood.
that we just went through, 140,000 vote-by-mail votes were cast and returned. And those votes are in. They can't be changed. Now, that's the total for each party, Democrat and Republican. We know Democrats are much more likely to use mail than Republicans. So I think it's safe to say that well over 100,000 votes in this primary were cast before this race was seen as
dude.
Francesca Hong versus
He came in
David
here like the
Crowley
Flash.
versus
Zoom.
vote Crowley if you
Okay,
want to
come on
stop
up.
Hong. A lot of these
Hey.
votes were cast when Crowley was either an afterthought in the polls or had actually dropped out of the race. A lot of these votes were cast for Rodriguez. They were cast for Mandela Barnes. They were cast in a totally different environment. How much of the primary electorate is this going to account for? Well, if we said conservatively that about 100,000 of these are Democratic votes, okay, what do we expect for turnout? This is a big question because this weird environment, this sort of panic of the establishment, maybe it goes way high today. Maybe this energy on the left brings it way high today. But if you said 600, that'd be about 15, it'd be a little more than 15%, between 15 and 20%. If that turnout goes higher than 600,000, I think the bottom line is that that vote that was cast in July when this race looked totally different, and there was even a little bit of early voting that was done then, you know, could end up being 10, 15% of the total vote that's cast in this primary. So it's a long way of saying if there is a ton of energy behind Crowley and behind that establishment wing to get behind him, okay, and he falls just short, that could be a reason why. But that also, I think, informs the way we got to think about this. All those votes that were cast in July, there are some other lesser-known candidates who are still on the ballot here. I think there's probably going to be, I think it's safe to go into this thinking there's going to be 15% or so of the vote that's not cast for one of these two candidates, right? And if that's the case, then, you know, you only need 42.5% or so of the vote to win statewide. Hong probably does not need to get anywhere close to an outright majority tonight to win. For that matter, Crowley wouldn't either. But I think that's something worth keeping in mind. I think you're going to see a lot of votes that are, you know, coming in for these candidates that dropped out in July. Now, 1 minute till poll close. That's to be the question. That's a huge question we're going to be asking. As these vote returns come in, it's handled differently in different places. In most counties here, what you're going to be seeing is a mix of all types of votes. The votes that were cast today in person, we expect those to be the closest between these candidates, right? The votes that were cast by mail in July or any other time, and the votes that were cast early. Generally in these counties, it's going to be a mix of those things. There are some big exceptions. The biggest one to tell you about is that the city of Milwaukee takes all of its early vote, counts it up, and releases it generally at the very end of the night. So that could come into play too. But I think if past is prologue, 20 seconds till poll closing, one of the first significant counties to report is going to be Waukesha County. You know Waukesha County and its importance in statewide elections in Wisconsin, big suburban county outside Milwaukee. They reported a big chunk of vote about 15 minutes after poll close in 2024. Polls are now closed in Wisconsin. We wait for this thing to light up. I have here, we're going to just be...
Polls are now closed in Wisconsin. All right.
I'm
all
using,
right, cool. We can do this.
A lot of what I'm using here is the Bernie Sanders, Joe Biden 2020 Democratic primary. A couple other things, but we've basically created benchmarks for both Crowley and for Hong based on getting 45% of the vote statewide. Remember, we said if there's you say that if 10% of the vote went to all these other candidates,
I gotta take this
then you
phone
need
call. I will be right
45
back.
to win statewide. Okay. Now, if more than 10 is going to these other candidates, you need less than 45. But the benchmarks I've got for both Hong and Crowley here are based on getting 45% statewide. And we may get, I'm going to make sure I'm back on the statewide here, we may get our first significant readout from Waukesha. And by the way, we're not sure. There's so many variables in this. These are rough. So if we start seeing a couple of early counties and one candidate's clearing the benchmarks and the other one's missing it, it could mean that there are other counties where the reverse is happening. It may take a little bit for this pattern to come into focus. It may, or a more decisive result here tonight, could give us more decisive result could give us an earlier answer. That's like a circular thing to say. But if it's like,
One flag on turnout right now.
Yeah.
We did raise the total expected vote in Wisconsin statewide, including 40,000 more votes in Dane County based on high turnout.
Wow. And what's the total statewide expected now?
The total statewide for the governor's race is 703.
Can you tell me what Milwaukee is? Milwaukee County?
122,000.
So that went up slightly. That's, and that's the other thing to again, anything that, we'll switch over to anything that comes in. Why do I always do this? This is the biggie. 20% or so of the vote is probably coming out of Madison. Probably about that is coming out of Milwaukee, too. What Adam just said is very significant, though. These are typically, recently, Madison, Dane County, this is like, it just gets bluer and bluer. You see it in presidential elections, we're always talking about this. This has become more, this used to be the sort of the heart of the Democratic, of Democratic Milwaukee. Now Dane County is. What Adam just said is like, they're updating significantly the estimated vote in Dane County particularly. The estimate in Dane that Adam just gave me is significantly up from where it was at the start of Election Day. The estimate in Milwaukee County, David Crowley is the Milwaukee County executive, is only up a little bit, suggesting high turnout today, particularly in Dane. Dane is the place. Dane has got to be like the epicenter for Hong, for her campaign. So that is an encouraging tidbit for them before anything, for her campaign, before anything actually comes in terms of results. But keep in mind, I think one theme we'll be stressing as these results come in tonight is keeping in mind what we saw in Michigan last week with Al Sayed, with his victory. Where did it come from, right? Remember, we spent so much time talking about like East Lansing, doing well in places where there were younger populations, younger median ages, colleges, college areas, okay? Remember we were talking about Western Michigan with Al Sayed? We were saying, why was he doing so well there? They were the counties that had the youngest median ages in the state. So we're going to be looking sort of for the same thing here tonight for Francesca Hong. And Dane County, Madison, University of Wisconsin, that looms as just, as just massive for her. But there's going to be other places, that here too, will look like La Crosse, young median age, in La Crosse, right there on the Mississippi River. We'll look at like, Stevens, University of Wisconsin, Stevens Point, Portage, young median age. There's going to be places that have like branches of the state university, smaller cities with younger median ages, young professionals. Those are places where she needs to be doing really well too. Meanwhile, for Crowley, it's not just Milwaukee County, those WOW counties they call them, right? Like, Waukesha, right? Washington, Ozaki, Ozaki, very wealthy, super educated, high income suburbs outside Milwaukee. These are the places where the Stop Hong side wants there to be like flood election day turnout. They're hoping these are the places that in the last week, that alarm that was sounded by the establishment about Hong's electability would resonate in these places. And that's why I said, if Waukesha does give us that first initial update, why I think it's so key. Waukesha is a big puzzle piece. It's not as big in a Democratic primary
Sorry,
as
guys.
it is.
It has been handled.
In a Republican, but I think this is a county where when you get the number here, this is where Crowley needs to be winning, and I think he needs to be winning by a pretty healthy margin. So that's why I said if we do get a Waukesha update off the bat, you know, and we talked to the clerk in Waukesha County today.
Yeah, I'm
in anticipation of that possibility to clarify, to make sure that the votes that we see reported.
How's
that there's
my friend?
No sequence to these
He's
where
good.
there's like a batch
my wife
of
is
vote by
actually
mail,
talking to him.
A batch of election day, because it's so important.
He's here.
Everything I'm saying about what happened
They're actually sending an officer out, so I'm going to
in July, understanding
I'm gonna have to time this
what
right.
the sequence of the vote returns is. The clerk there told us. She told us today, everything that comes in their office is coming in precinct at a time, voting unit at a time. It's all bundled together. Vote by mail, election day, early vote. So returns coming that are reported out in Waukesha, they're going to come from different parts of the county, but they're all inclusive of those different types of votes. So you're getting kind of
it's that serious, guys.
a complete picture, okay? As opposed to, some of these places you only see the mail vote at first, or you only see the election day. So that's important, because the complete picture in Waukesha,
complicated.
for the Stop Hauling folks to have any chance,
Don't tell me
I
they're
think
already.
needs to be a Crowley win, and needs to be a pretty big Crowley win. So that's why I think that's, if they do, if they do
Not
give us
fucking today, dude.
an initial report, other places to keep in mind, just, again, while we're kind of waiting here, that are sort of, potentially, I think swingish here. I think, actually, can I move this map a little bit? We're squeezing out Kenosha. I think like a good bellwether county is going to be right down here. Kenosha, I sort of think, again, these targets that we've put together here, they would work out to a tie right there. So I think if one has an advantage there, if that happens to come in early, Ozaki, Ozaki, I think needs to be a really big Crowley win. Washington, it's a little smaller, would need to be a big Crowley win. I think he would need to. Another good bellwether could be right here, where Appleton is, out of Gamey County.
Yeah, guys. If you got more of the,
I think this would need to be
Crowley
Crowley County.
Oh, you guys did. Thank you. Thank you.
The Bow counties. We got the Wow counties,
to show this
and we got the Bow County. I always say Wisconsin's where we bark like a dog. Bow wow. Okay. The sort of the Fox River Valley versus those suburbs right outside of Milwaukee. Milwaukee County. Okay. Here we go. What do we got? Very, very small here. 3% of the votes, like probably a precinct or something. Watertown, Jefferson County, Watertown, Wisconsin's here. I think the thing that jumps
they got
out
99 people counted.
Look how much vote didn't go to either one of these candidates. A quarter of the vote.
We're talking
right? Look at
Wait
this.
a minute.
I mean, this is, we're just,
it's 3% in, and you have 33%
this is like a
or
precinct
33
or something.
people.
But I think that's just the first thing that just jumps out. Not going to read into that one precinct from Jefferson County, but
it is happening.
Except to say that's just everywhere. Keep in mind, I said, what if it's 10%? What if it's 15%? What if it's a lot more than that? It's going to those other candidates. And again, I think if you're Hong, and you've got that, we know there is a very big sort of left-wing base. They're very activated left-wing base. We know, we expect certainly young voters
few
we're
votes.
talking about. If that win number is
Jefferson County just like 500 people? Yeah, there are a lot of those types of counties that are like
from
that.
Jefferson just coming in. We're getting some more precincts. We're getting 15% in Jefferson. Yeah, and already, holy cow! Look at how many. This is 2/3 of the vote for these two, and 11 for Kelderoys. 9. Sarah Rodriguez dropped out of the race. Mandela Barnes dropped out of the race. Missy Hughes out of the race. And yet.
Thank you, Dragon Slayer. Appreciate that. Yeah, hit 3K, guys. Woo.
Go to the other candidates.
Thank you. And if you guys haven't already subscribed, please do.
We put benchmarks together to hit 45% for these two candidates.
Empty,
what did we think you needed to see in Jefferson County? Overall, we said Crowley at 45% needed to win it by like 2 points over Hong. He is beating her by 1 vote. But with a much lower, just much lower vote for the two of them. Again, this is just.
Damn, you just need to be a farmer and have 18 kids and control 4% of the vote.
Or
yeah, it's how that kind of goes.
Jefferson County, Wisconsin, nothing much more. So we're gonna need a lot more than this.
This is why I was kind of telling you guys. I was like, no, Wisconsin's a little fucking different than you think.
What we see in Waukesha. Also, I should
I've
note,
driven through the entire state.
Not every
That's
county
rough.
does what Waukesha does.
A lot of
with
nothing.
A pure mix of all types of
A
votes
lot of
at
nothing.
all times. There are going to be some counties.
There's
where you are
legitimately
getting
a stretch on one of the
discrete
highways
updates of
that it's
just the
like
early
there's
vote,
not a rest stop for
as
another
opposed
45
to-
miles.
And,
It's
and
like,
so that's one other thing to keep in mind, the possibility here that you're looking at, because there's so much vote here going to the other candidate. Well, it wouldn't make sense that this is the early vote because Crowley was doing terribly when that July.
Yeah, just looking at the reporting website, it looks like maybe this is about 4 precincts, and it looks like it's, a few precincts scattered around the county. They don't break out vote modes,
right?
But it does look like, it's a couple precincts around the county.
Right. Okay.
And another update from Jefferson. We're up to
Jefferson. Did they do this in the judicial race too? I think Jefferson was giving us
potentially, yeah.
Yeah. Now we're
Can't stop, won't
okay.
stop.
It is interesting that what just came in there, Crowley again leading Hong here by a point. Their share just jumped up almost about 8 points. The combined Crowley-Hong share. So again, just in terms of trying to discern, were we looking at more early skewed vote versus election day? Bottom line, though, is, this is the kind of county that between these two candidates, I felt like our benchmarks here were saying when all is counted here, Crowley needs to have a slight advantage over Hong. Crowley does have a slight advantage over Hong with about half the vote in. Okay, Waukesha, here we go. Okay, it's a precinct. It's a precinct, but should we leave it here and see if they quickly add more?
Yeah.
Let's just, unless anything else lights up, folks, because this hints at the possibility of more to quickly come. And if we get something big from Waukesha, this thing is it's potentially earth-shattering. Not trying to oversell it, but we could be on the cusp of and again, Waukesha, if you're stop Hong, it's got to be Crowley. If you're the Hong side here, and this thing is, you're ever ahead if we had a substantial update, is what I'm saying here. 20% of the vote, something like that. I think this is going to be an important signal here. If we are indeed about to get a Waukesha update.
It's another one.
Oh, there it is. Okay. Whoa. Okay.
I was about to say, hold on. 1% of the votes
not
in,
a ton, but that's again.
Crowley just went up.
We're seeing.
I literally saw that happen live. That was crazy.
Communities in Waukesha
me and
County
my wife been today. We were
transmitting
good.
vote, and we
the
we said this
shenanigans
needs to be, if he's going to make it
happened
a
in
game,
chat
this
today,
needs to
which,
be
yay,
a Crowley
I get to deal with police. Thanks, asshole.
win, and it needs to be a pretty decisive one. I don't want to say too much at 2%, but I just say if you are looking at something like this at 20%,
looking forward
that
to that.
Is certainly in the realm of what I'm describing. But this is 2%. And one thing we saw when we broke down the Waukesha returns from November was it was sort
Wait,
of
what the
these
fuck
outlying-
happened? Someone literally threatened me and chat with
Small
swatting,
outlying
and I'll just say I've dealt with the police before. We have a cyber crimes unit that handles this shit. And every time that this fucking shit happens, I get to do this, but they take it very seriously and they make sure that, YouTube
outlying
is on
towns
top
and
of this.
villages
So.
that were kind of reporting early. And what was the
Mouse,
report?
no, it
I don't
wasn't
want to
you.
get off Waukesha.
It was another Jefferson report.
No, we just got a little bit.
Sorry, the
Wood
humor's
just
not there
to-
for
to
me
show-
right now. Not with that, at least.
Yeah, Wood here
For fuck's
needs
sake,
to be
fucking
a Crowley
morons.
win.
Oh,
We
yeah.
think-
Like I said,
had
it's
about
likely just
10-point
a,
Crowley win for 45-45.
A stupid kid.
Okay.
We'll see.
Like the city of Waukesha came a little bit later in 24.
Been doing this long enough to know how to handle this. And
we
like
have
I
more in
said,
Jefferson. I'll just
not
toggle
exactly
back there
thrilled.
to
I get
see.
to talk to the fucking
We're
cops
landing at
tonight.
something close to, we're at 2/3 here. And I would say.
Oh, that's what's going on? Yeah.
For Crowley, those are pretty encouraging numbers there, at least in Jefferson.
Yep.
Columbia County. Okay, again, this is
Another election
it's a
today.
small amount.
Yep. Wisconsin.
I don't want to lose the plot at all. in
Minnesota.
Waukesha, but Adam, keep me honest here. Anything else?
And South Carolina. And Delaware, I guess.
Another one.
This is Waukesha. Okay.
It's what constitutes a terroristic threat.
So
yeah.
now we're getting.
Oh shit! I might have misreported.
Now this
it.
is starting to get a little more substantial here. Now we're up closer to about 10%. And yeah, I mean, that Crowley number just ticked down too. That Hong ticked up to, but 44.30.
No one cares.
You know, again, just to. What we kind of felt here was that in a race to 45.
Not even doing timeouts today. These guys can get fucked.
Crowley wanted to be at 49, Hong at 41 here. But that's very, very rough.
I know that early voting is open in multiple states right now.
Early on, these are some. I think from the standpoint early on here of can Crowley make this
a lot of us have had our primaries done for a while.
Or is this going to be a Hong runaway? These are, if you're on the, I want Crowley to make this a game bandwagon. These are provisionally encouraging numbers for you, but again, it's limited here. But I'm just, again, these are small. I don't want to read too much without Jefferson's complete. Jefferson's complete. So, wow, that was fast.
Interesting.
And again, I felt in a race, our benchmark, it's saying, trying to get to 45% statewide for these candidates, had Crowley 46.
It's too early to tell.
44 here.
Well, 95% in Jefferson counties.
And
I mean,
obviously,
again, yeah, it's like a couple thousand people.
Are it's going to take less than 45%.
This isn't, yeah, again, once I see a county that has over 100,000 people, then I'll actually care.
That's right in line.
Law school pro. Hong going to win Milwaukee and Dane.
That works the other way,
Dane
too.
hasn't come in yet. That's why I'm saying this is too early, man. You got to head out. Thank you, Cameron. I will catch you later.
Okay, Waukesha. I just want to.
Also, if you guys haven't already hit the like button and subscribed, please consider doing so. All right.
We may get another Waukesha update in a minute.
Okay, yeah, I'm just trying to. I have this new thing I'm trying to complete. In 2 keystrokes, I've completely ruined it. This is supposed to give me a projection. Oh, I just ruined it.
All right, we got another Waukesha update.
Unbelievably just ruined it.
Now you know how I feel.
Okay.
Now you know how I feel.
I just ruined it. All right, we're at about, I mean, look.
He was just like,
Crowley,
oops.
we thought to get to
45%
statewide, okay?
Come on, Hong, yeah.
Rough thing. We were saying Crowley wanted to get out of here with 49% of the vote. He's running 46.6.
Oh, thank you, man.
At Bandit and 11 $5. This furniture store keeps emailing me. All I wanted was one nightstand.
Oh, Stan, you sad. I know. All right, thank you, Bandit.
Oh, with about a fifth of the vote in. Hong to be getting, to 45% statewide. We said wanted to be at 41 here. She's running well south of that. I want to say though that if Hong misses her numbers in the WOW counties, she can make up for it with bigger than expected turnout and bigger than expected numbers in Dane County. And we've already seen our estimated vote for Dane County rise pretty dramatically, in the advance of tonight. And so that's already one piece of it for her.
Really?
And if...
hate that.
So if she gets a bigger share than the benchmark we have for her there, that combination undoes a lot, if not all, the damage of missing numbers, in the WOW counties. So I would just say that the early thing we can say, looking at this number in Waukesha County,
we always love a good dad joke. Yeah,
next door in Jefferson. Okay, now Jefferson County, it looks like that means there is a little bit more vote there than we thought there was. So you can see that was at 95%. We thought that was complete. I should always say when it hits 95, it's potentially complete. That's when our decision desk goes and looks and makes sure that the estimate matches up and that there's not remaining vote. There was actually remaining vote. But it's our most complete county that we have, So between that and the early here in Waukesha, Crowley is putting up numbers here that suggest he could make this a game, but he's going to have to do this in a lot of other places. It's very...
Come on, get to it.
Now, in La Crosse County, we got a third of the vote in La Crosse, and we said this is one of those places where you expect
La Crosse
Hong
gets
to be doing
wild.
much better. Again, I'm immediately struck by how much of the vote here is going to other candidates. But we felt that, again, I'm going to have to abandon these 45% benchmarks. That's what I was trying to go and fix there a second ago. But we felt this would be basically Hong could win this thing narrowly, could win La Crosse narrowly by about 2 points and be on pace for that 45%. And she's winning it, by leading it by about 3 points. So again, we zoom out statewide right here. Waukesha is up to 33%. We got a third of the vote now in Waukesha County, and there is Crowley sitting at 46%, and Hong sitting only at 30. So Crowley is getting and I want to put this in the context of the total statewide between Crowley and Hong is sitting at 75%, meaning a quarter of the vote currently is going to other candidates. If that lasts, if the other candidates end up with a quarter of the vote, then it only takes 37.5% to win statewide. 33. Where else is there? Let's just go through significant vote. Washara only 7. We're going way up north here.
Hello, cute dog. Thank you.
Okay, again, this is Eau Claire County. Now this is interesting because I would put this in the. This is a county Hong should be winning, and she should be winning this thing by a pretty convincing margin over Crowley.
Sorry.
Again, this is just
a little
12%
spaced out
of the vote.
because I'm waiting for a phone call here.
The University of Wisconsin Eau Claire is here.
And when I get that phone call,
again, this could be a geographic thing, but this is a county where when this number gets up, when this 12% gets up, Hong probably needs to be winning here. So you continue to see early on here, in La Crosse, she's sort of just about where she'd want to be, I think. She'd want to step it up there. She's running low here in Waukesha, and Crowley getting a big number there. Sook County, what do we have here? We have about half the vote. Again, this is a county that Crowley wants to be winning.
Too close for comfort.
He wants to be winning. This is
I know Sauk County.
Look like this. He'd want it to look like this.
That's her Prairie du Sauk, Sauk City,
Columbia. He'd want to
Baraboo.
be. This is only 7%. I don't want to. 7%. It's a small county.
There's about 5,000.
So we
about
said
10,000 people there.
6% of the vote is in statewide, and
it's nothing.
Yeah,
yeah.
Everything that
was kind of funny for him to fucking reconcile with that.
Says that question of
it's just,
was it too far gone
I got nothing.
for the establishment to make this a game and have a shot, or could the establishment consolidate and make this a real contest tonight? So far, 6%. It's spotty, and I'm trying to qualify this, but so far everything is saying they're making this a game tonight. Crowley is making this a game tonight over Hong. And there really has been some serious consolidation here behind him in a very short period of time. I really, the thing that's in my head a little bit as I'm saying he's hitting numbers here, is what happens in Dane County. Again, with that.
There we go. Dane County is the one that I'm waiting for.
Turnout, apparently.
And Dane County is pretty big.
That we have in our system here.
Janesville.
If you give me 2 minutes, maybe even less, and Adam, shout if anything else comes in. I'll drop what I'm doing. I want to try to get this right. This thing that I screwed up.
I'll be honest. This is a little too close. This is way closer than I thought it would be. This is nuts. Okay. Crap. Still no phone call.
Okay.
Oh shit! Really? Man, did the media really get this that wrong? Holy shit! Okay, I think that Klobuchar is gonna win that one.
Anything else?
Small updates.
Gonna go out on a limb.
You do one keystroke and it doesn't let you do the back arrow thing.
Fucking Konaki. It doesn't let me do my keystrokes. I gotta go back. I love that he puts this out there, dude. Good on him. It humanizes him.
Okay.
Like, totally.
Out of gaming, let's go right up there. We got, okay, this is, remember I said this is like, I think out of gaming is like a swing, a swing county between these two. We got a fifth of the vote now in out of gaming. Appleton, Wisconsin here, Fox
nice
River
place.
Valley, and there's Crowley in that first fifth. Again, just it's consistent with what there's Dane. There's Dane.
Yeah, there's Dane. Here we go.
Holy cow. Okay, now this is a
Oh,
small
5% in. I was like, no
chunk of Dane.
way.
We don't know
what?
where from, but this is supposed to be okay.
Yeah, that's a big.
Doesn't-
All right,
not
guys. I know you
everything in
guys may
Dane
not
is-
want to
is-
hear it,
is,
but Dane
is
County
Madison,
is a
University of
huge
Wisconsin.
indicator.
But I want to say this is
And
supposed to
Kenosha's
be
also a pretty
based
big
on the
one, but-
benchmarks we're talking about.
Wow.
This is supposed to be
Nobody
Hall's
cares, dude.
best county in the state, biggest vote producer, biggest
Get
share.
outta
Had a huge turnout today. Hong's benchmark here that we
You
established.
caught me on the bad day, dude. We got a death threat and a fucking swatting threat. We're not doing this.
For a higher vote share.
You can blame your other fucking children that inhabit your fucking side of the internet.
It was 53. Let me put it this way. To get 45% of the vote statewide, we said Crowley probably wants to be hitting 37% in Dane. In this
Go
first
back to the
update, he's
classics.
just over 37%.
You pea-brain.
And the way this is running statewide, probably going to take well less than 45% to win it. This is a very, I don't know exactly where this is coming from in Dane. I want to see as more vote comes in Dane if it looks anything like this. If
Just-
it looks, yeah.
Taking a look at their county website and the precincts reporting, it doesn't look like there are precincts in Madison yet.
Yeah.
But a few precincts from Fitchburg and Sun Prairie and some around the county.
Okay, I mean, right, there's a lot of, it's a super, super liberal county. There are, well-to-do, affluent, more professional class, even older,
It's rich people.
very liberal, politically engaged voters.
It's rich people. It's rich libs.
It's not just college kids and young kids, and that demographic I'm describing might be a more in line with warnings from the establishment about Hong. If anything like this persists in Dane, Hong has to win Dane, and she has to win it by a good margin. We said Kenosha could be a good bellwether tonight.
Yeah.
Quarter the vote there. There's Hong with a slight advantage. Up in Racine County, though, again, Crowley, I would just say these are numbers for Crowley these are very encouraging numbers for him. Honestly, I don't think we've clicked on one yet that's not encouraging. We can qualify them all and say we need to see more, and it may not be from this part of the county and everything. These are all, if you're Crowley, I think, encouraging numbers. Dane,
if
we're
Crowley
still at
wins,
5.
then okay.
Columbia
Does that
7.
kind of
Look, we're at 60. He's
what does
at,
that do
41
for like
here.
the polling and everything? Also, does that mean that the Republicans
they're
start
not
panicking? Or are they going to all of a sudden just be like, ha ha, fooled you. We actually totally wanted Crowley the entire time.
Another Dane update just
We got
came
Dane.
in.
Okay, now just flip to Hong. Okay, well, it flipped to Hong. Now we're at a
Okay.
fifth of
There
the
we go.
vote in Dane County, and it flipped to Hong, but it barely
means
flipped to Hong. You're
Thanksgiving
looking
lives
at the
on.
precincts. Can you see if anything is in? If we're in Madison, some idea where we are right here. This is.
Yeah, we are digging into Madison now.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, she needs. she needs, I think, a double-digit, margin over Crowley here. This is, I think these are underwhelming numbers if you're Hong. These are very underwhelming numbers so far. I mean, we haven't heard anything from
but there's
Milwaukee.
13% in. What is going on with your narrative, Kornacki? We get it. You don't like Hong. We get it. You really want Crowley to win.
It doesn't look like it's going to produce the same number of votes as.
Holy shit, dude! We're talking 13% in. This is.
But I'll tell you what. Yeah. Okay.
Stop the count. Stop the count.
So now this is more in line. Okay, we said this was initially we had about 20% here. In Eau Claire, we said this is a county Hong needs to be winning. Now more vote has
it's just
come
because
in
he's
here.
the governor's
She has
handpicked
taken
man.
The lead here again.
That's
I
the
think
only
she
reason.
Be winning
You misunderstood that the governor has a
perhaps,
96% approval rating.
Moved in her direction again.
That's
these votes come in from different
insane.
places in
And
the
he
county.
is getting turned
It's not
out.
all just the city of Eau Claire. We're still at 34 in the cross.
No,
We're at
he
20
got
in
the
Dane.
endorsement of the governor,
We're at
and that was
50
huge.
in Waukesha. Again, for Crowley, that's a. I think that's a number that would land
I'm pretty
him,
sure that he wanted to endorse Hong, but I think that he saw like, oh god, they're gonna fucking make this really difficult.
Mid-40s, for Hong, that's just.
But if she wins, hey,
there's a lot of. You just see a lot of the vote that's not going to Crowley isn't just going to Hong.
You're not going to hear me complain.
A lot of it's going to other candidates, right? There's 54% in Waukesha County right now. 54% of the voters.
I know
now we're up to 2/3 in Waukesha.
I kind of figured, but
and
the
Hong's
audience
number
may not
ticks
know
up
that.
a bit. Crowley's remains flat. Okay, 54% didn't vote for Crowley. Hong is not getting 54%. She's only getting 32 of that. Look, 8, 6,
68%.
Some more out of gamey just came in.
And more out of gamey. Now that has flipped over to Hong.
Wait.
Okay. We say this is a swing county. So now some numbers are starting to move
she might be down there.
a little bit more for her. We say this is a swing county. Half the vote in. She does take the lead right here in that count.
Yeah, it's a good turn.
Okay. She did flip over Eau Claire. We're starting to see a little bit more. There's this Vernon County here, small. We're in the driftless area, right? La Crosse, we're at a third. Dane, we're at still 20%. We say this could be a swing county. Kenosha, we're about half in Kenosha. Hong with the lead there. Okay, so she's, when I say these numbers early, encouraging for Crowley. They're definitely, if you're Crowley, encouraging from the standpoint of being competitive. And I think that was a baseline question coming into this. Could he even be competitive? I think he's certainly answering that as an emphatic yes, but they're not, they're low, they're very low for Hong in Waukesha, and so far in Dane, not the kind of margin she's looking for, but it's vast, it's big, and so you really put qualify that because she could really pour it on in
I'll talk about my wife that way.
Precincts in Dane County. We did, I think,
he just can't hide his bias. No, he can't.
Help me out, Adam. Anything close to, we got half in Kenosha, significant, a little bit in Racine, 2/3 in Waukesha. Okay, we're still just at 7. Rock County, that's a pretty big one. Beloit, Janesville. We got about half the vote in here.
Really?
And again, what did we think of this? Benchmark said Crowley
That's like a truck
should
stop.
be outperforming Hong
That's
here
like one of those
by
truck
a
stop
few
counties.
points.
It's
He's
like right on the
outperforming
border.
Hong here by a few points.
I stop in Beloit a lot. They got a good a Denny's.
Sook County now up to 62. Crowley continues to lead there. Reset it. What does it all add up to? It adds up to a 5,300 vote advantage for Crowley. Nothing yet from Milwaukee County. What you see here in Waukesha, I think you can reasonably expect to see a version of here. I think you could probably expect to see here. Probably will be even worse for Hong in Ozaki than it is in Waukesha. 1/6 of the vote in statewide. Wow. Nothing yet in Brown County. No, this is really interesting. This is like, the numbers, the best numbers, if you're looking at it from Hong's standpoint right now, the best numbers that you're seeing on this map, I think are numbers that put you just where you'd need to be, like wouldn't give you much margin for error. So they're numbers that say has a chance, but not numbers that say, certainly the idea that she was going to win this thing big or run away with it early, I think that's been settled. Won't. But again, if she's
yeah,
at that
way
like just
closer
what
than
she
was
needs
projected.
level / missing only slightly
She
in
had
a
a
few places.
96% chance of fucking winning.
Depending on what's
that's
to
where I
come
think
here,
that they
and
might
if
be
she
pumping
can
the
run
poly
up
market
the
odds with this
score
shit.
in parts of Dane
I don't
County,
think that this is where poly market kind of shows its
you know,
ass
the sky could be
because
the
they
limit on
might
what she
have
gets
they
out of
might spike
there,
that
and that can
to show,
that can
and then
undo a
Crowley
lot.
coming in when Crowley
Milwaukee, I
actually
think Milwaukee
had
County
good polling.
looms as a real X factor here.
Because this is the problem
I
with
think
saying the
demographically,
poly
there's some
market
reasons
bets
to
are
think Hong
and
is
they're
gonna do
also
quite well there.
here's how they're
Our
influencing the
benchmark says
polling.
the
It's
kind
like
of
that
place
shouldn't
she
be a
should
thing.
Win. These are
Who are
rough
we voting for?
benchmarks, as I
Francesca
say,
Hong.
But this is Crowley's home. This is Crowley's county. He's the county executive.
Yeah, he's going to win his own county.
And
I expected that.
you know, so
Another
that's
Dane update.
We got a big Dane update.
Oh, we
Adam.
knew it
So
was
what
going
do
to
we
be
got
closer
out of
than
Dane?
projected. Fuck yeah.
So we went from 20%.
But this is where I'm saying this is the
in.
reason why.
That
It's because it's
Crowley-
all poly
that
market
Hong margin over Crowley
bets and
inches
shit.
up. But it's not
Yeah,
exploding.
poly market is going to pay out huge if Crowley wins.
Not exploding yet.
Yeah.
We still have a
we
lot
see
of,
it now, right?
still have a
We
lot of
see why
precincts
this
to
should
come.
not
I saw
be a
little bit
thing.
more, I think, coming in.
Either that or guys, you
Did I
want to go,
just see another county
place your
light up
bets?
While we were, all right. I don't think I did actually. So, yeah, the biggest pieces of real estate we have in are.
Sometimes I do kind of feel like an asshole for not betting on poly market.
Statewide?
Why not? I mean, fuck.
Inside of 5,000 votes right now, statewide.
I
Crowley
wanna
with an
contribute.
opportunity. I think, look.
Realistically,
you know,
I just
beating
don't want to be
her
part of the problem.
By 5,000 votes in Waukesha with, you know, still a quarter of the vote to come, okay? You know, I think if you look at Washington and Ozaki combined, they're going to be smaller than Waukesha, but he can do something similar. You know, so you're just looking at this, trying to look where each candidate can kind of get margin from here. Crowley, the places Crowley's got to be looking are the WOW counties, certainly. The opportunity in Ozaki and Washington to get more there. And, you know, Milwaukee, I think, you know, can he win Milwaukee County? It's an interesting test. His political base versus, I think, demographically more friendly to Hong. And what's going on in Dane County? Can he ever keep Dane County close? Because, you know, again, you're looking at.
God damn it. All right. Can you guys.
Adam, maybe we can give folks a sense of this.
Oh, I was about to say, I need an update here.
When we say
I need something.
A third is in Dane County, how many votes do we think are left in Dane right now?
In Dane County, our estimate is 108,000.
108,000 left, right. So if you start getting precincts that are breaking, areas that are breaking
33%
for
in.
Hong
David Crowley is at
dramatically,
41%.
that's a
Jessica
big
Hong,
pool of
39%
votes,
with all the.
you know, that she could use to
reporting in.
overwhelm
Got Milwaukee.
Tiffany,
We just got Milwaukee. Okay, now.
Tiffany wins the primary,
Wow.
96%. Holy shit. Okay.
Now, wow. Now, do we know? Are we in the city? Are we in? Are we in the county? Can we tell here?
Taking a look.
Okay. What I just said a minute
think
ago,
that
this is super, super interesting. Because demographically, this is the kind of place that Hong should be doing well, and this is going to be the #2 vote producer in the state tonight. And
44%
it is, though,
in
Crowley's
Milwaukee.
political base, but it's you know, that's almost half the vote in Milwaukee County that just came in. Adam's trying to figure out here. Oh, while Adam's looking at that, we got Brown County. Okay, we said now this is Brown County, Green Bay, the Bow counties. We said this is where Crowley needs to be winning a third of the vote there. He is doing that. This is about what he needs to be doing.
Wow.
This is about what he would need to be doing in Brown County, in Green Bay. About a third in statewide. That Crowley margin. Holy cow! This is. If I sound a little more subdued, it's because I'm.
Scarlett, you're 100% right.
There's a lot more to process with this one. This is like I said we had no expectations, and the range was.
My dyslexia is literally making me read your name as Scarlett Sephiroth.
Like Hong wins this in a blowout right away to like, this is.
So now you are forever Scarlett Sephiroth to me.
To this. This is, you know, Crowley is,
Wait, Scarlett.
It's quite something.
Scarlett.
I don't know if he's where this is going to land.
There we go.
But he is. A
lot
of places here, he's done a lot better than I think maybe it looked on paper for him. Adam, any idea on that Milwaukee?
Yeah, there's definitely results from inside Milwaukee, not all results. I'm just trying to do a rough tally for what's been reported.
While you did
from
that, I think
Milwaukee.
we just got some
Rougher than I
Washington.
thought.
Yeah, now now this is a little closer. I thought this is much smaller. This is one of the wild counties. It is the smallest of them. Ozaki just came in. We got a fifth of the vote in Ozaki. As I said, I think Ozaki would look like Waukesha and maybe a little bit more friendly for Crowley. Let's see what the remainder is. It's about a fifth of the vote there.
Oh, shit.
But I mean, the opportunity here for Crowley, I think, is that the name of the game is to try to run up the score in these counties.
Guys,
a little low for him there in Washington.
I might have already been right about like these smaller counties, but I also think that these smaller counties might be more Dem than I thought.
That's the smallest of the wows.
I didn't think they would be paying attention to Crowley at all.
Wows, you would want to do it in Washington. And then
I can't speed him up.
So we reset that
statewide. He functions on 1.25.
Like from the city proper, it was about 30,000 votes, and Crowley was winning at 47-45.
Okay, so this is it's pretty even then, and outside of the city is not much different.
Yeah, based on those results, I think that's
pretty evenly.
Right.
So that's not like I don't know that that's. And remember,
41%.
I do keep in mind that Milwaukee is we should mention this. I want to zoom out to the statewide. Keep in mind that
this
the
is where I play the game. Do I
Milwaukee
end the stream
is one of the
or
places
not?
that holds its early vote
upstairs.
until the very end of the night. And that's probably 25,000 votes, the city of Milwaukee. That's a vote that's probably not that great for Crowley. Because again, so much of that was done, that early vote was done when he wasn't a candidate. How much?
The mail-in ballot actually, or the mail-in stuff might really screw him. I didn't even think about that.
Votes
yeah, because he wasn't on the ballot at that time.
Margin now 43-69. Did more just come in from Dane?
Yes.
Okay, yes it did. And again, Hong is not opening up here. I think this is the big story. We're closing in on half the vote.
What do you get when you cross an insomniac with an agnostic and a dyslexic? A person who stays up at night wondering if there's a dog?
In Dane County. And Crowley is not even, but darn close to it.
All right,
with
that's
Hong
pretty
here.
funny.
And this is the kind of place where, when I was looking at what it would take here to just get there for each candidate statewide, Crowley's at that number. This number, this is a number that I think with everything else
your
that we're
bias,
seeing,
bro.
Hong, meanwhile, I think
I like to see the wind knocked out of his sails.
I think this is much lower than the number Hong wants to get out of Dane County. I'll put it that way. I'm still waiting, holding the possibility in my head that there's deeply, Hong-friendly demographics in some precincts that haven't reported yet that could change that. But we're getting more and more from Dane, and it's just starting to, she's not opening it up there. Let's look at
If you stick with Dane.
Who do I think is a better pick for the general?
Madison, it looks like we have 28,000 votes.
Yep.
And Hong's
I'd like to say Francesca Hong, but
47%,
I think that for the general,
Madison,
I
over
mean,
34%
Crowley,
and then so outside
with the
of
Democratic
Madison,
governor. Oh man,
Crowley's
that's a rough
winning
one.
it.
No, I got to be honest. I think Crowley would probably be
there
better.
There is a
as
bit
far
of
as
a
like
Madison,
selling to your milk
non-Madison
toasters
divide there. It's not all Madison. 5,300 is his margin. Crowley,
I want to see her win though. I want to,
over Hong statewide. 37% of it. Wow, we got a.
No, I hope it's Hong.
Race here.
I mean, that's
Brown
how I
County
feel,
34.
but
out of gaming, we're still at 45. I'm just looking here.
I am still kind of like.
We've got a new vote that are of substantial size.
Crowley's a super easy target. Not really.
Waukesha. We've seen 43.
He's not. He doesn't have the problematic background of like really dumb
tweets. 18 was the first report. So yeah, it's state.
He's
it's
just,
state
as I said,
level. I think Hall
milk
might be
toast is milk toast.
But it's basically state level there. We did say Kenosha could be a bellwether.
He wants to be an Obama clone.
Continues to lead
he
there.
was a community organizer.
His
mom and dad were drug
addicts. I think again, this should be a.
That's pretty much all they got.
But I expect Crowley to, Crowley.
But that's also why he was I mean, let's be real. He dropped out of the race because he thought he was too boring.
And Milwaukee's just
he couldn't debate out of a paper bag.
Milwaukee's just fascinating again because.
You know what? No, now I said that, even jokingly.
Demographics and between
Hong is probably still the better candidate.
Crowley's political base.
Like,
so
not better
statewide,
candidate, but
38%
better candidate
of the vote.
to win
Crowley continues
the
to lead us now, about 2 points over Hong. Did more from La Crosse come in? Yeah, we're close to. Okay, now it opened up here. So we said this is one of those places where a young median age. This is a younger median age than the rest of the state.
Lots of
university campus is friendly to Hong, and Hong here. This is a good number for
another
her,
Milwaukee update,
and a low number for Crowley. But we got a big Milwaukee update. Now we're up to 3/4 of the vote in Milwaukee, and Crowley's gonna So Crowley up. Adam, what's the expected remaining vote in Milwaukee County?
Milwaukee, we're looking at 32,000 is our current estimate.
I don't think they're going to say that
what's
as much.
left in Milwaukee now is central count, right?
Yeah, that sounds right.
I mean, I could see them literally just doing the
decision
black.
to track down earlier
like,
was right about that. Yes.
Okay,
that tracks for the
just
Trump
to let
administration.
You know, I mean, we just got a ton of Milwaukee, and we think there's about
this
is
your
called
potential
central
Senate
count.
flip race.
They take
You're
the vote
watching
by mail. They take the early vote. It all goes to a central
Senate
facility
flip,
just in the city
Michigan.
of Milwaukee. It typically is what they report out at the end of
what
the
up?
night.
How you doing?
Sometimes it can be very, very late
Welcome
at night.
in.
Maybe it's going faster tonight, and we're going to get it sooner. Huge wild card because you could see Crowley is holding his own here.
I can only stay for about another 10 minutes max.
What's that vote by mail going to look like? That's a lot of vote by mail in a place where Crowley's holding his own right now. But a lot of that vote by mail, we say, is going to be cast when he wasn't a candidate or when he was kind of an afterthought in the polls and other candidates were kind of popping. What's that vote by mail going to look like? Is he going to fall behind in it? Is that an opportunity for Hong there in Milwaukee County? That's I'm not sure how long it's going to take him. I know we got reporters there. Anything you hear from our reporters on that central count and when we'll hear from it? Crowley,
just that last update from the decision desk on that absentee vote. I think it was about
absentee and mail-in are going to they can really screw him right there.
That's close to everything left, we think, in Milwaukee County is that central count. In Dane County at 44%. Anything significant just come in while we were talking that through?
Dodge.
Okay, hang on. I just saw. This is small. Why did I think Brown just came in? Okay, Dodge came in. We're at. Does this go from zero? Or
I think so. Yeah, I don't think I've done a Dodge update.
Yeah, Crowley. Again, these are Crowley numbers. I mean, these are like Crowley needs to win this. This
the way
is
they
what he
talk
needs to be
stresses
doing.
me out.
He's doing it, and that Hong number is low.
Yeah, this isn't like the.
So yeah, now he's up to 8,000.
I would
statewide.
call like the most relaxing thing to do.
And what are the? Okay, places where Hong would be looking
we're
here,
at
as
almost
we said, would be like,
50%, and we're at almost 50%.
Portage County, Stevens Point. It's gonna. I think that's gonna look
41.4, 39.8.
Like this. We got more Dane.
So damn, dude.
58. Okay, now that was that was
Crowley's
more
up by
friendly
just like
to
a
Hong, but
point.
only. What was her margin before? It was about 2,000. She probably added about 1,700. They're up to 60% in Dane County. Okay, and Hong is losing statewide by 6,400 votes. With, nearly 60% of Dane in, her margin here is only 3,732. I mean, this is supposed to be the idea of this was going to be.
I think if they were commentating F1, then I would be.
a sort of DSA earthquake in Wisconsin. This was going to be its epicenter, Dane County.
Okay.
This is what Dane County looks like with almost 60% of the vote in.
Okay,
so,
can we?
So again,
get your fucking S. You're usually a lot he's not doing his mathy thing.
Processing this and reserving.
He's not doing the thing where it's just like, okay, well, in 2020, this was what this district had for this amount of votes, and blah 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 blah.
In Dane
DSA
County,
earthquake, yeah.
And
although earthquake maybe not the best word.
There,
that just kind of happened today in Columbia.
It's not opened up the way I think a lot of people expected it was going to.
Yes, come on, Dane County.
Meanwhile,
my God.
Waiting on
able to do this.
central count in Milwaukee. Waukesha just a tick more.
I hate the fact that I might have to call it and
there.
then just send you
In
guys
Washington,
over to
in Ozaki. I think nothing more came in there.
No matter what, you're going over to the space afterwards.
Dodge County. We said, he's hitting his numbers here. Crowley is certainly hitting numbers there. Where else? We have more in Rock County. We're up to 60% here. Walworth County. Yeah, these are, boy, I don't know where Crowley is. Crowley headquarters in Milwaukee. We said Rock Hill was getting excited for Norman. Folks in Milwaukee probably like what they're seeing here in Wisconsin right now. I'll tell you that. And the folks at Hong headquarters got to be probably pretty nervous here, because this is clearly that late consolidation, that late effort by Evers and the establishment wing to consolidate the establishment behind Crowley.
Okay, bye, love you. All right. Okay, love you,
clearly
bye-bye.
that took hold here. He has a
Animaniacs.
real chance of winning this thing here. And I think,
Hi, lady.
we'll say, it's for others to do the analysis of,
I love you, bye-bye.
key turning points and everything. But these Hong numbers, they're quite low. So far, they're strikingly low in some places compared to where I think demographically she might be doing a little bit better. Which is not to say she's out of this, because, the range of possibilities at the start of the night was like,
Can we get to the 55% and see a decent...
Crowley wins this thing narrowly.
Yeah, I just want to see 55% come in. Like 55, 60%, then I can kind of comfortably be like, all right, we have an idea of where this is going.
I think her folks were expecting, you're still in that realm where each candidate has a shot.
I don't care about what you were expecting. You were very wrong about this.
At best, this is pointing to, if you're Crowley, at best, this is pointing to you winning narrowly. At
she
best,
actually lost a
if
point.
you're Hong,
She
this
lost
is
2
pointing to you
points.
still winning narrowly. So, nothing more in Dane since 58. Brown still 34. I'm just kind of poking around. But Adam, tell me if anything substantial.
Oh, I'm not leaving Warframe. Wait a minute. I'm not ending the show yet. I'm just saying when I do.
County. Yeah, this is what Crowley exactly. Yeah, Crowley wanted a big margin out of here. Probably wanted a little bit bigger than this, to be honest. The Hong number, though. But this is the resort. This is this is everybody vacations in Door County. Some retirees live there. Very beautiful, beautiful place.
Door County.
Higher income, high college degree attainment, and on the older side, that's why you expect it to be better for Crowley than for Hong. Statewide, more than half the voting. Crowley's margin there sitting at 61-92. Ozaki came in. That Hong number has ticked up a bit. Ozaki, how's it looking compared to Waukesha? They're both looking about the same. That Crowley number ticking down a little in each, huh? That's 69.
Nobody cares about Alabama right now.
Washington 36. So
nobody cares about Connecticut.
Out. Yeah, it's.
Okay, maybe they were right about that.
These numbers, if you're Hong, I say are low, and Crowley kind of hitting just about what he needs to. That, again, if you're Hong, that's all undone. If you can get this, if you can really open up Dane County, so much of that's all undone.
Not to say, come on, Dane County,
so far, she's not been able to do that.
Literally what I'm waiting for.
You're looking at these sort of, large, the vote is, outside of Madison and Milwaukee, and, the vote's a little bit more spread out in Wisconsin. Marathon County, what do we have here? We got some vote.
15% in.
Yeah, it's basically a tie in Marathon County. Yeah, this is when our benchmark would have said Crowley needs to, would like to win. Strikingly low,
though. It's bad that I want Muth to win, but at the same time, I think, if I want somebody to win that one, Mike Pillow. Because I don't think he could beat Klobuchar in the slightest.
Some more, just go through these
counties.
Debate
her.
Okay, here we go. This is near Superior,
Although, you know what? I don't want to be that guy. I got to be careful.
Okay. This is one
weird things have happened.
This is one we had as a benchmark. Crowley would like to be winning Douglas County. Crowley would like to be getting a good number out of Douglas County. Most of the vote is in, and he's not going to get that. This is better for Hong than it is for Crowley in Douglas County. This isn't that big, but this is Superior. Duluth, Minnesota is up here. It's for this section of Wisconsin.
This is getting
pretty good size.
At this point. Come on, man. Now you're the John Madden of fucking election.
See what else we have.
That's my thing. Not as good for her for Crowley as it is for Hong. She got bigger numbers.
Taylor.
23, 54.
Trempalou. We're in the driftless area. I love saying that. This would need to be, Crowley would want to win here. He's doing that. Lacrosse, we got most, now we're pretty much done in lacrosse, huh? And yeah, Hong getting pretty, I think Hong did a little bit better here. And more to the point, the Crowley number is on the lower end here. Hong's getting a number I think that she wants to see, but Crowley, it just means more of the vote, more of the non-Hong vote went to other candidates here as opposed to attaching itself to Crowley. So he wanted his own number to be higher here. And so that's a place where I think that factor we're talking about of votes being cast early, the chaotic nature of the race might have hurt him. We have yet to hear from Winnebago County. Oshkosh is here.
I'm likely not going to be able to see the end of this.
2/3 in Outagamie now. We said this could be a swing county. Okay, we said this could be a swing county.
Definitely not the end, but I was hoping to get like a projected winner.
I'll keep you posted on Wisconsin results. If you want to take a quick detour to Minnesota, we are getting about 12% of the vote there total overall, incling Dakota County has reported.
I'll be right back.
We said we expected to be a very slow night in Minnesota. Peggy Flanagan, Lieutenant Governor, running on the left. Angie Craig, the Congresswoman from the Twin Cities area. And yeah, as Adam says, basically, how much of the vote is just that? Okay, that's about half the vote is from Dakota County. Okay, and it's essentially a tie right there. So if more keeps coming in, we'll keep me posted. I'm expecting this to be super slow.
Yeah, I'll keep you posted for large counties there.
I want to get back here. Anything happened here while we were just checking that?
We got 177 votes from Jackson.
Okay, so we didn't get to it. Okay, so we're still sitting here in Dane at about 60 in. Crowley's leading this thing by 6,600 votes statewide. Let me look into, I want to see, where is it? Oh, shoot. Is Josh going to be able to get me into neat?
Yeah, he can get you in. We'll get him down here. Fond du Lac just got to post an update as well.
Okay, something else ticked in. It caught my eye right there.
Yeah, that was what it was.
Oh, whoa. Wait a minute. What's happening here? I think we got a little 42, 45, 48. Something's off here.
Oh yeah. Okay. I see the error.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
That's, folks. It's happening in South Carolina too. We just sometimes there's these glitches, data entry glitches. I think that's what's happening there.
Throwing out the vote.
Brown still 34. Again, I'm just looking to see if we got any more vote from these places. Outagamie, Osaki. We're talking about has the statewide expected vote been adjusted again?
Yeah, our current estimate is 743,000 total.
So it's going up again.
Yep.
What's our Dane?
Dane County,
49% or 59.9% in.
1,000. What's Milwaukee?
121.
That's the same.
Yeah, this is going to be a really close race, guys.
And it's also possible it's one of those ones
super fucking close. This sucks too, because man, these are the elections that are really exciting to cover.
We have to keep in mind. 70, we got more in Dane. Okay, so now again, Hong continues. It's a 4.5-point margin here. Her margin is she's getting a net of 5,100 votes out of here. This is one of those places where we got to be careful. What Adam just said.
Why?
If the election day is through the roof in Dane, this could be the kind of place where this is the expected vote. This is based on what we were expecting the total vote to be in Dane.
Okay.
If the election day vote is through the roof, this can be adjusted.
Why is he over-explaining?
These numbers are often adjusted by our decision desk throughout the night as they get a clearer picture of how many votes were actually cast, as they go from the expected vote to seeing what it actually was. So we think there's about a quarter of the vote left in Dane County. There's a possibility, it could be less. I think tonight there's a possibility we're dealing with.
So you guys don't really know what the fuck you're doing.
Is it more because of surge turnout? And again, I think Hong needs something. I think that's something she needs. The more votes she can get out of Dane, and again, I've been saying, are there these precincts where she's just through the roof and
See,
opening
they're
it
covering
up,
this, right?
opening up that margin. So
Yeah,
far, that
okay, this
margin has
space.
not budged much. You know, she's
this.
got it up to 4.5.
All
I
right,
think it was 2 earlier.
oh, come
but again,
on.
I think we were looking at this saying she wants to be winning this.
Hi,
you know,
welcome to
by
the
double
welcome to the show,
digits.
guys.
Instead,
yes, we're covering
she
the
finds
election.
herself down
Okay, I guess I can't go yet.
statewide by 1.5, 6,200 votes behind Crowley, with 3/4 of Dane counted.
Yeah, oh my God,
And
we're
I
getting
think that
one more
becomes a
vote. All right,
very
we got another
significant thing
a big dump,
because
big voting dump.
If Hong has, if we
We're
get
gonna
to
dump
a point
so many votes
where Dane
Big
is
dumps.
basically done, again,
Great
that's
big
like
dumps.
that's like 20% of the vote statewide is Dane. It's the most, you know, liberal, progressive. It's supposed to be the epicenter of this. If we get to a point where that's done, okay, this is a big if, and she were still trailing Crowley here, things open up for Crowley because he's still got, you know, he's still got places on this map. We're talking about, well, we'll see. We'll see. That's central count absentee in Milwaukee. Ozaki, now he's at 16. Okay. These are filled in a little bit more. Now we're at 84 in Ozaki, 77 in Washington, still sitting at 69 in Waukesha. How much is here? This could be a good one for him, although he's only up 5 right now. And he's just, you know, he's also like the small counties add up. I think that's the other thing. What I'm showing you right here, where Crowley's leading them, and in some cases by very large margins, these add up too. So, you know, if Hong does not get into the lead through Dane County and Madison, right? The other places we're kind of looking here, as I say, La Crosse is basically done. Eau Claire's sitting at 70%. I think she'll do well here in Portage. You know, she is leading currently in Outagamie. She is leading currently in
the
Kenosha.
polls were wildly wrong again.
Come in there. But, and we said she did have this, she did have Douglas County. But if she's playing catch up outside of her home base, that could be a very tough place for her. 1.2.
Of all the attacks you make on me, you do the wife's cancer. Shows what type of person you are.
Who's the margin now? Crowley over Hong. What just ticked in, Adam? I know it was something favorable to Hong.
The Milwaukee, we just got a Milwaukee update that was favorable to Hong.
Okay, so now so what's our expected remaining vote in Milwaukee?
Yeah, so that was 17,000 votes, and we have 15,000 currently as our estimated.
I see what happened. We may have to be upping our expected vote in Milwaukee. So that's it. That's it in real time. When we said before, based on the expected vote,
more
it
people
looked like
voted
it was
in
just
Milwaukee.
Central count absentee. Nope.
That would
turnout
point
looks
towards
like
Hong.
higher in Milwaukee County than we thought. And so, and that last update was a little bit more, not much I'm thinking, but it was a little bit more favorable to Hong. She won it, but not by a ton over Crowley. It did cut that margin statewide, but it is still 5,600 votes. Yeah, that central count number from Milwaukee, the risk for Crowley, again, what we're talking about, now it may be, we may now be in a place where it's that central count, that absentee is what's left in Milwaukee. The risk for Crowley is this: if it's 25,000 votes, right now, this is absentee by mail.
Get fucking to it, dude.
In-person
Some of us got to go do other things.
Not all of it was cast, before this became a Crowley-Hong race.
By the way, if
He
you guys
also has
haven't
the
liked
added
and
benefit of this
subscribed yet,
being,
please
Milwaukee
do.
City is in
Hit that,
Milwaukee, his home county.
Double tap that screen. I think that doesn't pause the stream,
A chunk of
right?
these votes, a chunk of this 25,000 was cast when Crowley was not a candidate in July.
Oh, damn.
And a chunk of it was cast in July when he was a candidate, but he was like an afterthought in the polls, okay? And a chunk of it was cast when other candidates, Sarah Rodriguez, Mandela Barnes, were still active candidates and presumably attracting a significant portion of this. The problem for Crowley would be if his share of that vote by mail is low for all the reasons I just said, and Hong just gets if Crowley got 20% of it and Hong got 40% of it, right? That's significant. That's significant. There's a real risk for him in that absentee ballot. that's yet to be counted in his home county, in
Oh my
Milwaukee,
God.
the city of Milwaukee.
That
There's
doesn't
a real
matter as
risk
much.
for him
We
there,
kind of established
because a lot
this.
of that vote is coming from a time in this campaign that
he literally
was
went from,
not a candidate
oh,
for,
this
or
could
he was
really
an afterthought
hurt
of a
Crowley, to
candidate
this
for.
could really help Crowley.
So that's a significant, that is significant
Ridiculous.
there. That's not the only city, by the way, in Milwaukee that does it. Milwaukee is the biggest city, and they do the Central
is that
Count.
Milwaukee,
Central Count is also done in
finally coming
Green
in?
Bay.
Or
So you
like
can
the
expect
final
a
tally on
final
Milwaukee?
update there where
Fuck,
we're kind of
it
asking the
was.
same question. Central
that
Count is
sucks.
also done actually up here. Yeah, what we're seeing, by the way, is a lot of these counties, remember we were just looking up here at Douglas
8,000,
County,
12,000.
and it looked like a lot more of the vote was in. We're adjusting the expected vote now in a lot of these counties. It's coming down. The percentage is coming down. Yeah.
So just looking at the numbers in Dane a little bit more,
Yep.
it looks like 50% of what we have in there is from the city of Madison.
Yep.
And Hong is leading that 47-34. Of the 50% outside of Madison, Crowley is leading 42-37.
Okay, yeah.
Dang.
So, and we've got, yeah, and I just, what I'm seeing in other counties too is making me wonder if this number is going to be adjusted as well. This expected vote in Dane. So we'll just zoom out. 60% is in statewide. And let me.
Come on. This is where I said I'd call it. 60%, let's fucking go.
We got another
Tell me
update
where
from
we're at.
Adeyemi.
Okay. We said this could be a bellwether. Oh, wow. That was if you're
Oh,
wrong,
for
that's
fuck's
a very
sake.
good update. Whatever just came in
Dude,
there.
this
huh?
election sucks.
Now, in fact, can you
Oh
believe
my
I did
God.
not memorize
Every
the...
single time he
We
flips
have
that
one
screen, it's
central
just like,
count
Hong,
now, so I
Crowley,
don't think
Hong,
that's
Crowley,
what it
Hong,
was.
Crowley.
So that brought, okay, so that, for Hong, that knocked the margin inside of 5,000. She's exactly 1 point behind. She's doing quite well in Outagamie County. She's doing pretty well in Kenosha. Again, we identified two of these as potentially bellwethers. And so it's significant that she is ahead in both of them. I really would like to see Winnebago County. We have nothing there yet. Still a lot more, as we say, in Brown, and that includes that
Okay.
vote by mail
All right, well.
in
That's statewide,
in
61%,
Green Bay,
41, 40. Oh my
will
God,
come
it's a
last
single percent
there.
statewide.
Sorry, I'm
with
just
61% in.
checking.
Come on, this couldn't be any uglier for me to like have to hop off here. I am so mad. I know, Brandon, if you're listening, I know you ain't interested in this shit.
So Milwaukee, we're sitting at now. By the way,
Shout
again,
out, Brandon.
Expected
I'll be
vote
up there
was
in a
just
minute.
dialed. The expected vote just went up in Milwaukee because remember we
Also,
were
shout out
88%
Uni
in,
for hanging
now
out
80% in. So more vote. Adam, what's the statewide expected vote now?
757,000.
Okay, good. And I can now see
Let's
it. I
go,
have this thing.
Brandon.
Thank you, Josh. Thank you, Josh Braun, master of all things technology. He just got me in here. Okay, so now I can finally see this and I can spare you some of these.
Would you
questions.
miss? It's literally 1 point away with Crowley up 41 to 40. Statewide, they have about 61% of the vote tallied. So
yeah. So we still.
it's going to be interesting, man.
6 counties.
It's not actually him.
7 counties where there's more than 10,000. There are 7 counties right now where there's more than 10,000 outstanding votes. Milwaukee is one of them. Madison is one of them. So are both Racine and Kenosha? Just Racine. Racine, Waukesha. Where else here? Portage, yeah. But we have.
Let's get one more. Come on.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What am I missing?
Portage,
What is this claim experience via YouTube?
Winnipeg, right.
You
The
can
answer.
send
Okay.
like little
These are the counties where there's more than 10,000 remaining
fun things
votes.
in chat. They usually cost money, so
there could be a lot
it's
more.
essentially
in
free
Madison.
stuff
Madison's
that you
the
build
biggest
through
single
watching
source
my
right now.
my channel. It's loyalty
Dane,
points.
43,000 Currently, we think 43,000 votes remain in Dane County. Remember, these things are subject to being updated.
Okay,
this
man.
expected vote has really kept going up as we've gotten a clearer picture of what the election of what the electorate looks like right here. We think about 27,000 in Milwaukee. Again, that would be that central count absentee vote that we've been talking about. Again, possibility there's more election day vote out there as well too. That's true in all these places. 19,000 or so votes here in Racine County.
Got another Dane update.
We think.
There we go, Dane.
Let's go into Dane. And now that was if you're hung, that was a positive. That was a positive one. That was a much better update for her. She upped her margin in Dane now to 7,500 raw votes.
There
That's 6 points with 83% in. Do you just have the breakout of what that update was? She just won it by?
Yeah, in Dane, she won that 49 to 33.
So, okay, those are now we're getting into the kind of stuff that we were saying. This is the kind of stuff she needs out of Dane. And that just brought the Crowley number down close to 3,000. And if that kind of clip continues for Hung, there's still a lot of votes to come in Dane County. We got it. That was a big update, about 15,000 votes.
Yeah.
It was about 15,000 votes.
That's kind of what I was hoping for.
Bring it down.
Right.
We still have just under 30,000. We think currently about 30,000 that are left there. Again, subject to some adjustment.
Man, it's this
it has
close.
Kept going up. But if she won that,
we've had an hour to get these tallied. Come on, man.
Let's say, by what she just won that last update by, it would net out
this
to
is
about
painful because it's like
4,600 votes. She
I gotta
would
go.
just overtake Crowley in the statewide vote. That would then the next biggest source. So we're saying 27,000.
Is she really going to possibly win by like
we're saying
points
27,000 remaining in Milwaukee
again
on
the percentage?
Like mostly vote by mail, early vote.
That would be insane. Could you imagine if she only won by like 0.5?
We're saying 19,000 just
if
south.
either of them won by that margin, that'd be insane.
In Racine County. Racine County so far is a good, it's a tiny bit that's in. The tiny bit that's in has been good for Crowley, and we think that's going to be a good one for Crowley. Winnebago has absolutely nothing in. I keep saying Winnebago, look, I said maybe Kenosha, maybe Outagamie, maybe Winnebago as a bit of a bellwether. I think if, be a little bit better perhaps for Hong, maybe a little bit better than it is for Crowley, but that looks kind of like a toss-up between the two of them. We think there's about 17,000 votes there in Winnebago County. We still have, we think, about 11K to come right here in Waukesha County. Those have clearly been good for
this is insane.
For Crowley.
I can't believe how close this is.
And we think we have, in Brown County, Green Bay, we think about 17,000.
0.6.
Currently, Crowley leading there.
0.6 away from each other with 63% counted.
In Green Bay,
that's crazy.
That exists in Milwaukee, where a lot of that remaining vote is going to be a vote by mail. They process it centrally at the end. So is that really good for Crowley? Boy, that's a question. That's a question right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Where else am I missing here? Brown, Winnebago. We said 17,000 in Winnebago. I feel like 1, 2. I'm missing a county here, Adam. What else has more than 10,000? Portage has more than about. Is it 10,000 exactly in Portage? 11,000. It's 11,000 left in Portage, and that's a Crowley County right now. By a pretty solid, well, of course, that's a Crowley County. It's a precinct. It's a Crowley precinct right now in Portage, because I was going to say, we expect that to be. So, look, 11,000 here. I think this is probably, on paper is a Hong County, okay? Like, Stevens Point, university town right there, right? Okay. Winnebago, I don't know what to expect. Brown County. The 17,000 should be, you would think, more favorable to Crowley, but a lot of it's that vote by mail, and I don't know about that.
Being that close is good.
Same question in Milwaukee. Huge question in Milwaukee.
I opened my YouTube and it did that. What the heck?
27.
Well, I mean, you can undo it.
Racine County, close to 20,000 left there. I think that, if you're Crowley, is a very hopeful number.
Did you time him out?
He's expected to do he should do quite well there. The precincts that we have, he's doing well there. 11,000 left in Waukesha. So if you're Crowley, those two places right now, a combined 30,000 votes between
Amazing Asian, that was an accident.
Racine and Waukesha County, where I think there's some reasonable expectation he could net some votes out of that. His margin
does actually.
At 3,200
it's silly.
statewide. So he could get some out of Racine and Waukesha, certainly. I think Hong is looking up here at Portage County and thinking she can net some votes there. I said we don't know what to expect.
I still can't believe it's this close. We were supposed to. This is the reason I was confident about my timing on this. I was like, oh my God, they're going to call this early.
There could be some other areas of Brown County there that are favorable to Crowley. And then we got 27,000 at least, right, left in Madison. I keep saying Madison. It is Dane County.
Oh, Sylvie accidentally banned you, or not banned you, but
the recent update broke sharply towards Hong.
It was a total accident.
And if it continued to break that way towards her, she could net, still, I think, 4,000 or 5,000 more votes over Crowley out of there. Again, she is trailing Crowley by 3,200 statewide. So if you're Hong, you want to close with a huge kick in Dane County. You want that turnout number perhaps to go up again and be big,
my God,
big,
just give us the last
big
count,
number
dude.
for her. That's her biggest.
Or
that
just
remains
tell
her biggest
us, like,
opportunity.
hey,
on the
we're getting
map.
closer
She
here.
wants to squeeze everything she can out of Portage. That'd be an opportunity here for her there to net. I don't know, 1,500 votes or something over Crowley. She wants Crowley to. It's not so much that she has big hopes for the vote by mail in Milwaukee or in Green Bay, but she wants that Crowley number to go real low there for the reasons we've been talking about when it was
got another
cast.
5,000 out of Milwaukee.
Okay, let's take a look. So that's probably, there's still same day coming in. How did that break?
Is a tighter margin on that one. Let's see. She wins 41-38.
Okay, so we're still on election day, or we're still on non-central count.
Yes.
Right. Again, so it's just, this is a thing that's happening as we're doing all these calculations. It makes it 32-22 statewide. As we're doing all these calculations, and I see the expected vote now is 765,000. I mean, in these statewide primaries in Wisconsin, these Democratic primaries, non-presidential, it's typically been
I got to go hang with my homie after this.
Something like that. So this, again, that theme of this primary season, huge turnout. And it keeps
Unfortunately,
climbing.
I cannot hang
That's what
too
keeps
late.
happening.
I'm already actually in overtime. This was, as I was saying, this went
this must be
way
vote
later
by
than I was
mail that got
anticipating.
I'm just looking at Iowa County, where we just got a little bit of an update, and I saw Sarah Rodriguez's shade come up here. I would guess this is vote by mail, and folks, that's what I say. That this is what happens when vote is cast in July for a race that gets utterly reshaped in August. All those votes, it's 7% in a small county, but still, just make the show you that is a dynamic that is at work here. So as we calculate the relative strengths of each candidate with what's left here, it's also kind of a moving
to this space
thing because the
this
expected
space is
vote
doing
keeps going up in a lot
election
of places.
coverage.
We're just finding out that this election is a
appreciate it.
lot bigger. We keep finding out that it's a lot bigger than we had been expected going in. There it is. Clearly something just came in Portage County.
Christina
basically
Forrest
all of Portage County, or maybe all of Portage
she's
County
new.
just came in. Again, this
Chris
number can be
Jackson,
adjusted, but it means we may be getting close. And we said this should be a Hong County. Stevens Point.
feel like I've done
it is.
something
She ends
on
up
this panel with
netting
him or something.
about, she ends up netting just under 1,000 votes over Crowley. What that does statewide is it knocks that number, that Crowley margin over Hong statewide, now falls below 2,500. It takes, we said those counties that have more than 10,000 left, cross Portage off the list. Hong got a good number out of there. It moves her within a half a point statewide.
Oh my
of
God!
Crowley.
It's getting even closer. No,
boy, this one is. I'd love
my
to see
God.
Winnebago.
This is one
out
of the
Gamey
worst case
sitting at
scenarios for me right now.
81,000. She's doing
It's just
well
like,
there. So
how
again,
can
this
it
is
be
what I
this
say, like
close?
Racine. We think there's close to 20,000 votes left here. Could be more. this thing about
Okay,
the
20,000
election day
votes
vote
is
being
a
higher. Early precincts, look what it looks
that's
like. It's
major
based
right
on the
now.
sort of demographic benchmarks.
She's only
that we
down
set.
by 20.
We expected something like this for Crowley and Racine. So he could squeeze a lot out of here.
About 2,000
There's
votes?
still vote to come here out of Waukesha County, a big one. You see what he's doing
just
there.
about.
Although it's gotten a little bit closer. I think, the city of Waukesha, Hong might be doing better in that one.
It's like you're watching a team in the final minute. That's what it really feels like. This feels like, this feels like the NBA Finals, and I'm like, I gotta go, guys.
May benefit Crowley more, though Hong is doing a little better there than expected. Getting close to done in Ozaki County. Still a little bit left there. There are places where Crowley can still move this
the craziest
up.
election results I've ever seen. Like covering
and
this.
Racine comes to mind at maybe the top
You
of
were
that list at this
expecting it to
point.
be for.
And
So
there's
I was,
places where Hong
I thought
can make
Crowley
big
was
jumps.
gonna just
This
be nothing. I thought
is
that
top of the list. Dane
the polls
County.
put
What's
Francesca
the next
Hong up by
update we're
4.
gonna
It was
get, and
44
what
to
does it look
22
like?
points.
The last update we got from here.
Obviously,
it was
these
like
polls don't matter
15,000
anymore.
votes,
Dude,
and
20
Hong won the update.
How could they fuck
by
that up
15
that
points? I think
bad?
16 points. So are we going to get another one of those updates?
Unless that was all
If it
manufactured
does,
because they actually wanted.
If another one of those updates were to come in right now,
wanted
we'd be
Francesca
essentially
to
tied
lose,
statewide.
or they want. I don't get it, man. I'm confused on this one. I really am.
Because
I was told, comfortable victory. It shouldn't.
The city of Madison versus the outlying.
You shouldn't have believed it.
Of
No,
Dane County.
this is wild.
And they're running very differently in those places. Do we have a sense here between the two? What the breakdown is?
Oh my God.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking before that last update, and it was about even from the break, and we saw, that last update be very favorable for the Hong. So I think it was probably from Madison.
Unless they're being dishonest about this, because they really are being like wishy-washy with like every time something good happens for Hong, they're like
disproportionately Madison versus if it's disproportionately outside of Madison. I do know some of these cities have tended to report a little bit later, so
polls are directional. But again, when you look at percentage points and everything, that's where it gets a little wonky.
But if it is, she's got room to boost that.
Yeah.
We were saying kind of going in, she wants double digits out of Dane. It'd been 2, 3, 4. She's got it up basically to 6 now.
Yeah, you both
if there's a
kind
lot
of
more
said the same
Madison to
thing.
come, and that expected vote goes up again, there's still a chance she could get that margin up closer to where we thought going in she needs it to be.
Okay, I gotta go.
But look,
this is just
bottom line is she's basically 2,100 votes behind statewide right now.
6 minutes hard out.
Giving
there
you
we
a sense here of
that's how I'm gonna set this.
The
I'll make it a
the
7-hour
obvious
stream.
Opportunities for each candidate.
Apologies
on the
to
map.
anybody
I'm just looking
that
kind of back in here
I gotta go.
at remaining. We're at 760. Our statewide expected vote sits at 767,000. Dane remains the biggest single
Long hits.
outstanding
Yeah.
source of
Here
votes.
we can do
Milwaukee second
or
with
finger
again.
hits. Jesus. Gotta be careful.
How many times have I said? I think it's that vote by mail that's left, but we've seen that our estimate for the we've revised several times our estimate of that total vote in Milwaukee up. It's going up, and so it may not be just vote by mail that's left from the city of Milwaukee there. Racine, yeah.
In Dane, it's an imperfect measure, but of the precincts that have no votes reported, 28 are from outside the city of Madison, and 27 are from inside the city.
Well, that's useful. That's useful. So, right, and again, inside, it's a very big split Adam was describing between what's happening in Madison and outside of it. So, what just came in? Something ticked Crowley up a couple hundred. Was it anything?
Oneida was the most recent one.
Okay, but nothing from. So yeah, again, this is happening to. Yeah. Small.
No, I know.
He's
I
not
know.
even sweeping like.
That's why I'm saying though.
Small share.
This is the problem with
13.
People reading the polls and going, "Oh, this person's comfortably in the lead." Blah blah blah.
This was. We thought that we earlier we thought they were basically done in Douglas, and I was saying, boy, what a good
cheers
number
with
that
you
is
guys.
for Hong.
Give me a second.
There's still a lot to come here now. It turns out as that expected vote's been revised, and so it creates the possibility in a place like this, if that remaining vote is good for Crowley, there's room for him there to end up getting making this county look a lot different than it did when we checked in 20 minutes ago. What I'm kind of getting at here is, you know, the small northern Wisconsin counties that add up, if they become kind of a uniform Crowley block. I know you're seeing the Hong shade here in some of these counties, but in a lot of them, it's, you know, it's 13% in Ashland. It's 6 votes. You know, it's 100 votes in Polk. So, you know, it does add up if these all fill in, you know, and Crowley, we're talking about a race right now where Crowley is leading by 2,200 votes statewide. So if you know, these northern counties are small, but collectively, if this becomes a block for Crowley and, you know, he's winning them by, I don't know, so we have more of the vote in Lincoln. He's winning it by 8. We have, you know, he's winning it by 10. If he could sweep across northern Wisconsin, beating her by 10 points, you know, it could be a not at all meaningless boost to that number for him. It wouldn't be on the, whoa.
Got another Dane
I
update.
guess.
Oh, God, there it is.
What just happened.
All right.
So how many votes just came in Dane?
All right.
10,600.
What was the break?
43.6%.
For Hong.
Then she had what in Milwaukee?
Another, it got to be Madison. Another one.
Yeah, or
of those
not
big
Milwaukee, Madison. My bad.
Updates for her. I think it puts her up 6.5 county-wide, but more importantly, look at that. Look what that does statewide. 575 votes is David Crowley's lead in the tally
oh my
over
God.
Francesca Hong.
We have a 500 vote differential right now.
Huge variable here. It says 90.
How many in?
We are trying to. These can be moving targets, and if there's
69.7% in.
There could be more.
Thank you, Mitch, for the gold coin.
Huge
man.
question right now.
Appreciate that.
Because if there's more, and it's coming from Madison, which is what we just saw.
Appreciate you guys being here for election night coverage. If you guys are new here,
and what we saw
consider
in the update
subscribing and sticking around for
2 updates
future streams. We have a lot of fun here, man.
Pretty steady Crowley
Pretty
lead
chill
in
place
the
to
4,000
talk some politics,
and brought it down to this. So if we know there's more vote to come from Madison. We know not all of it is from this from Dane. I may have said Madison a million times for Dane County, and I've never made that mistake. I usually don't make that mistake.
What I see on the Dane County website is they report 78% of their precincts reported. So still 60-something precincts with vote to come.
Yeah, but a lot of those precincts we're seeing,
again,
hundreds of voters between each
could
one.
Go up. I mean, I feel we've seen this in elections in Wisconsin before, where Dane, there's just more and more. You get to the end of the night and you think there's X number of votes left, and it turns out turnout was even higher. And so I keep that in mind here.
We are up to 768,000.
By the way, Peach Creek Media, sorry if I missed your stuff
from our last update
over in the horizontal chat.
So, we're saying
had an issue earlier with chats.
System here is now saying 17,000 expected left out of Dane, but I say take that under advisement. There could be more, but if there is 17,000 left in Dane, and if Hong won it by the margin she just won that last update by, it would amount to.
Please just give us a projected winner. Give us a projected winner. Please give me that's all I need.
She would net over Crowley close to 3,000 votes. Now I don't know that it's all going to look like that because again, some of this is outside of Madison,
God, this is painful.
There certainly looks like there's enough there. What I'm kind of getting at here is,
hey, Rebecca, welcome back.
I think what's left
you just caught me right before I got to head out.
Can Hong give herself some kind of a pad coming out of Dane? Because there's clear places on this map you can point to where I think
it's like walking out of a game.
This is the
when
top of the
they
list.
are just about to call, when you're just about to
this is a
miss
place
the
where Crowley
final
is gonna,
2 minutes.
If Racine came in right now, I think that goes up.
Oh, this is
not
nuts.
Insubstantially. Still some to come in Waukesha, right? If that came in right now, okay, Washington, I think Ozaki, there's even some there in Ozaki. As we say, I think there's much more. Okay, again, here's another place that's been updated. If you've been watching in Brown County, the percent of the vote that's in looked much higher earlier. That means our decision desk has looked at it and said, no, turnout was higher in Brown County. So, you know, and again, it's not a huge margin here, but Crowley's leading here. He could get, you know, he could get more of a pad out of Brown County. As I say, if in these small kind of rural counties in northern Wisconsin, you know, even I'm just going to look kind of through the driftless. I should go to a county that actually has votes in. Through kind of the driftless area, you know, he's putting up some margins there. St. Croix. Now this is the suburbs of Minneapolis, St. Paul here, and there we go. Could be all the vote here. Hong wins this one. Could win this one.
Speaking of Minneapolis, our decision desk is flagging that they do expect a Hennepin County update in a minute.
Oh, okay.
And I'll flag you when that comes in.
In St. Croix, yeah. Now I think this is very interesting. Here, I think our benchmarks. I think Crowley wanted to have a much better night in St. Croix than this.
There you go.
This is bedroom community. I mean, you could just see it. Bedroom communities of Minneapolis right here. That's a very good number for Hong. 70% in statewide. Crowley 773. But
oh my God! Can we just get even an estimate on?
This
is what sucks. We can't. This isn't like any other election where it's just
so
like,
much
oh,
of this is
5,000 comfortably here. Blah blah blah.
Is it more than 10% remaining here? Is it
very later gladiator? I really do got to go. Yeah.
What on earth will the central count absentee look like in Milwaukee? How well?
And each time we're just like, boom, boom, boom.
Here?
Oh, wait, there's only 3%.
Does he win Racine County by double digits?
Oh, Racine,
we think 20,000 votes, something like that in Racine.
Yep.
If Crowley wins
that's a pretty big city.
By 10 points,
not city,
he
but
nets
a pretty big
2,000
area.
votes. Can he do that?
Decent.
Or is this a place where he ends up only winning by a couple and doesn't net much? Those are the opportunities for fill in the rest of the WOW counties. Racine County. It does look like some more in Brown County. Can he do better than a 4-point margin
Ola, really?
with what's left there? Can he kind of sweep the most of the very, very small rural counties in like northern Wisconsin and through the driftless area that collectively could add up to a couple thousand? He just got a sizable update somewhere.Here
you saying laters to me?
Yeah, Washington
do I have
County,
to go
we
now?
got 2,500 votes, and
I
he
know,
nets
I really do.
about 200 votes or so.
Okay, yep. This is one of the WOW, the smallest of the WOWs. That puts Crowley back ahead by 1,000 statewide. Yeah, I mean, there are a fairly spread out geographically number of places on the map.
All right, they're saying Crowley's up 40.6.
Yeah, okay, Iron County, small.
Updated. Oh, wait, that's Iron County.
You know, northern Wisconsin.
To 40%.
I think we had a few votes. I think
she went up another one, plus one.
Blue earlier. I'm not going to make much of it, but it's 15. But again, it's just like if he wins the Iron Counties of the world, you know, by 50 to 100 votes and, you know, sweeps 20. You see, I'm saying how that does ultimately add up in a race like this. So I could just see collectively in sort of the small rural counties of northern Wisconsin and the driftless area, you know, I could see Crowley getting votes that bring this up, not in a huge way, but that do pad this. I can definitely see him doing that here in Racine County, and certainly in whatever is left in Waukesha, Washington, as you just saw, Ozaukee County,
bye.
Which we got a little bit more of an update
You're going now?
It was friendly for Crowley. These are all places where we're talking on the order of hundreds of votes.
You're leaving before I am?
Maybe in the case
That's
of
not
Racine,
acceptable.
thousands. He could pad this margin. Whoa, he just got something big. What was it?
Racine.
That was Racine.
There it was.
Yes.
Okay, whoa, he could maybe get 2,000, right?
Okay.
And he gets 1763.
You got shocking. Yeah,
So,
the thing is, I gotta go.
Not necessarily.
I've already
all
done
of it.
overtime.
This is where we check, we find out is it higher, but this is a lot of it. This is probably most of
sucks.
it. And so there it is. That's exactly. It's pretty much what
statewide.
Crowley wanted to get out of there. I would say.
Bye, Rebecca. I'll catch you on the next one.
But
Does this guy want Crowley to win or what? Yes, he does. He totally does.
You just took your shot.
Late
that was
Pep.
was that
Yeah,
your
no,
best
I'm
remaining
late.
shot, Crowley?
I do have to go.
29:30. He just got something else. What else just came in?
My buddy knows that I'm doing election coverage, but it's still rude. And also,
we got an Iowa update.
Deal with this fucking
we got
cop.
Jackson update.
Oh, this is where Rodriguez was leading the early count. Right. Okay, again.
I'm so glad that he confronted them about getting that back shot because, like, dude, they would like circle and his fucking like he's got a bad one. It's unfortunate. It's very unfortunate.
Okay, yeah, small and.
Well, it's just like you guys did not have to do our boy like that.
Right.
All right.
He is. I mean, but it is like he gained some votes here, gained some votes up here.
Come on.
Gained some votes down here.
Just
the opportunities for home.
You guys are just gonna have to watch the outcome on this space. This is like, oh my god, I have to end on a cliffhanger.
She is
Oh,
leading.
this is so fucked.
In Kenosha now.
Oh, don't you dare! Don't you dare!
Kenosha, and for we should say,
how ridiculous!
City of Kenosha is central count. So that vote by mail, that in fact is perhaps what is left. That is probably what is left in Kenosha County. And I think why that number's been there for a while. The central count of absentee.
We got another out-of-gamey update.
Early in person.
They just want to talk. I know they do, but at the same time, it is just like.
What did she win that update by?
38-36.
How many votes roughly?
1,500.
She won by then dozens.
This is insane. I think this might be the first election that I've ever had to like
at this point,
call.
It's not, I'm looking for raw votes because it's just
before I had to go. Like
but
this
he just got
is
something else because he
crazy.
went from 29 to 3,100. What else?
Yes, Wapaka, he got.
I know it's all good. I know you guys are all good. You guys are going to see it on
6 votes.
This space.
Yeah. So I mean, this is what I mean about these small counties, right? This is
oh my god! But the small counties are.
This is where they start to add up. You know, you're in a race.
The stupid
hair. It was
hair.
down to 500 votes a little while ago. I think 594. Was that as close as it got?
And a hair that was getting like stuck in my between my glasses and my
Crowley, what just came in
eyebrow.
now? See how it just ticks up like this?
We got another. We got a Dane up. We got a bunch of updates.
Okay,
but we got Dane.
Let's not belabor
Oh,
that.
nice.
What was the update?
I like how you're using
so
the
we got 3,800
Mecha
votes.
Chameleon.
Hong 1,868. Crowley 1,278.
So I'm guessing we might have been in suburban Dane at that point because that's not.
Which give us the final tally. Do it.
1830, 915.
This is ridiculous. This is like I'm waiting for the free throw at the end of the basketball game where it's like.
We also got a Sheboygan update.
We have 7 seconds left on the clock.
Votes.
If he makes this,
Crowley
we're good. If he misses, we're fucked.
1,500 of them. Hong gets 1,300.
Okay. Yeah, you know,
It's
I gotta
actually not
say,
the worst analogy.
It's starting to become. I don't mean to do this, but it's just. I think we're seeing what just came in.
Come on, here I'm gonna go and check.
Yeah, so I mean, again, this is like what just came in as a chunk from a small driftless area county.
They got it at the
it's a 25 vote margin for Crowley. What you're seeing is the Crowley blue. Right, even if these margins are small,
wild. Hey,
you know,
buddy,
the
didn't
places
see
where
you
you're
live.
actually seeing
What's up, man?
shade of
yeah,
of
you got to
blue
turn
here,
your
right?
notifications
You
on
know,
for
it's
that.
the big college one.
And if you have those on, thank you.
Eau Claire,
Appreciate that.
College,
you can hit that like button as you
Stevens
file in here,
Point,
though.
right?
Appreciate that as well. I hate to ask too much. But you know what? Thank you.
I think a bit of a surprise that we've seen it here in
Imagine being
Outagamie
excited for the
and
destruction of your
Kenosha.
state.
Now, Kenosha's
you saw it
sort
in
of
Discord.
pending this vote by mail. But there's and I think this is a surprise too. Seeing Hong ahead in Douglas County, we don't know if that's going to last.
Come on.
3.5 points, 180 votes, 73%. But
where is something
what's
like?
largely
Is there
happening now
any county in here that can give us something that's going to be definitive?
And I think you've seen. Okay.
Holy shit, dude.
Wood County. Oh, she just got a good update in Wood County, huh?
Oh,
yes. That is for her. That's you're close to. That might be
it.
It
Keeps
Wood.
going like.
And she ends up on top
just
there, right?
like
I think it
hovering.
just flipped. That's a county I think Crowley was supposed to win. Not that Wood County is the be all and end all, but.
All right. Why would you say he was supposed to?
By
win
and
that?
large, we've been seeing
Supposed to
more
win.
of the
Supposed
small
to win.
updates
What do you mean
from
supposed to?
small and mid-sized counties, just slowly,
This is an
dozens
election,
of votes
dude.
at a time, nudging that Crowley number north.
Bosta. Yeah,
He's
exposing yourself
you know,
as
in
you get
the
a little
last
tired here, huh?
30 minutes or so, he's had more places on the map spread out, different regions of the state that have been doing that. He's also had a few of the bigger counties, you know, most notably Racine, but Washington County, you know, there a second ago. Is that Winnebago?
Winnebago County,
Winnebago
come on,
update.
come through.
It's only a few precincts.
Winnebago County is where my mom grew
up.
up.
Let's not overreact yet, because that could be anything. But this is a big piece of real estate, and if we start getting Winnebago, because again, I think this is one of those that's sort of on paper, bit of a toss-up. There's Hong doing very well in Outagamie. But she needs places, she needs, like, given that Crowley, and there's still a lot, those small places, there's still a lot to come, that just every time you get an update, it's going to nut. So what does Hong have to work against that? She's got potentially more votes here, certainly Dane, right? Maybe she's got more votes in Winnebago. La Crosse, there's still some more here, but again, she's, you know, there's still some more in Eau Claire. She can get some there. Yeah. You know, she's been leading in Kenosha. I don't know. It's vote by mail. That's what's left here. We've certainly seen the experience has been in other states that the sort of the DSA vote, the very, you know, sort of left progressive vote is more election day than vote by mail. Okay.
Right,
but
yeah,
that's,
you guys are going over to
vote by mail left
this space.
in Milwaukee. We're at 3/4 of the vote statewide. Crowley 27-10 is his margin. Let me look at it this way.
Oh, I can't. Damn it.
Sorry.
But the Thanksgiving comments were fucking ridiculous.
Our expected vote looks like it ticked up.
Okay, here we go.
Yet
Here we
again,
go. Here we
statewide.
go.
We're at basically.
Let's go. Come on.
772,000
It's like the horse
statewide.
race. Come on.
Our current estimate
is that there are 4
counties with more than 10,000 votes outstanding. Okay, I'll show them to you.
Sorry that I essentially called Francesca Hong Seabiscuit.
It's 17,000
Let's go,
right there.
Seabiscuit!
17,000 in Winnebago
Come
County.
on!
It's 14,000 here in Brown County, Green Bay. And currently, it's 13,000 in Dane.
Going with it
As I say,
already.
these numbers may be higher than this in these places. That has been a trend we've been seeing tonight. But that's our
painful.
current thinking in those places. We also think a little bit less, but we think there's 8,000 left
for
right
fuck's
there
sake.
in Waukesha County.
This is literally I can't oversell it or undersell it. I can't even
Columbia's
talk.
got, we think there's like
This is insane.
6,500 votes that are left.
This is
too fat.
The closest
and then
election
just small,
I have ever
small
seen.
places. So what do we think of how that vote is going to break?
In the count. What is happening?
Of what's left?
This isn't
in
supposed to
Columbia
happen.
County,
Wisconsin,
right
dude,
now,
what the hell?
Let me see how much vote is in so far. It's only a scattering of precincts, but Crowley is doing well in those few precincts. But we'll see.
I'm sorry, guys. This is so fucked.
This is likely to be better for Crowley than for Hong. Okay, there's 6,500 votes right there. This is interesting because did anything else come in
We'll have to wait
Winnebago,
until we
Adam, or
get the
just those
forensic
few precincts?
breakdown.
Not in Winnebago. We got.
You think that Hong wins by a nose? That's what I'm feeling.
Hong
Or the
gets
tongue.
A couple
You know,
votes.
did you see the horse that did the thing?
Only a couple.
He did
in
the
lacrosse?
Lightning McQueen where he's just like, and
80.
he won.
Okay. What's the?
Yeah, it's like
What's
that.
the expected voting?
That's actually a perfect analogy for this.
Lacrosse.
This is.
We have about 2
This
precincts
was
remaining.
no
in
matter
our
what,
estimate.
guys. This was a nail biter. This was fire to watch. This was like I've got straight up adrenaline.
That vote by mail in
This is
Green Bay.
fucking
That
cool.
vote by mail in Milwaukee.
But I really do have to go. I have my
There's-
friends waiting for me.
'cause on paper,
and
these are. If you told me there were just.
Again, thank you. I know you're. Thank you for watching.
You didn't have
number
that
one.
wrinkle, we say, with that vote by mail being from a time when Crowley was just, not much of a factor. Not all
I
of this in
know. I
Brown
gotta
County is vote by
go.
mail
This
Green Bay,
sucks.
but that would be.
This is like the last
I would
primary
be a
we
little
watched.
more
Holy shit!
emphatic
This
now
is
by
even
saying
no.
what's
This is
left
crazy.
is
This
more
is
favorable to
way
Crowley
crazier
than Hong.
I'm gonna
That
just say
said,
like The last one we had an idea by 60%.
Even with those
like with the state,
questions,
where we were like, okay, we're getting an idea that he's got this. He's got this.
Well, let's see the rest of Winnebago.
Okay, good night. I can't go yet. I can't go
yet.
yet. That's the thing. Don't leave.
I'm
going to stay here
that Hong is looking for right
until
now are for.
Oh my God!
I don't think it's going to look anything like this overall. But yeah,
for
was
fuck's sake,
that like the city of Green Bay, or was that like Central County? I think that would be if we could find that out, would be great. So Crowley's lead with that is slashed down to 1,300.
That just fucking.
But you see what I'm getting at, right? Because it's like there is now
I wasn't that far behind
here. Election day, which is going to be more total vote here.
Okay,
than,
we were a little bit behind
than we thought. So it just keeps going up. Milwaukee's been raised now to 150,000. Milwaukee County has been raised to 150,000.
77% in.
Let me tell you, at the start of the night,
this is fucking exciting.
Much
I know.
And now it's just south of the Dane number. The Dane number.
I haven't had FOMO on my own stream like this. It's
right
bothering
now.
me.
But again, wondering if that could still go up as well. Those are now the only two counties left in Wisconsin where there's more. Currently, there's more than 10,000 votes expected left.
Oh, fuck off.
Or no, excuse me. Nope.
Tonight has been a weird night.
There's also.
It's been fun though. You know what? It's been fun.
Also Winnebago.
This one was
Winnebago,
definitely one for the books.
Okay,
so after my anniversary show, I would actually argue that the first show after my anniversary show for it to be this.
Now it's down
pretty
to
good.
11. So let's let this one fill in a little bit. But it's a huge, in the scheme of things, it's a huge piece of real estate.
He had to roll up the sleeves. He usually does.
We did just get more.
All right.
Something else just came in that was friendly to Crowley.
I can't.
Yeah, Marinette County.
All right.
Yeah.
1,200 votes.
That's it.
And he wins about 300.
I'm going to smoke this with you guys. It is
update from
my 720. I'm
Winnebago.
going to smoke this at the 720. I got to get going, guys.
Yeah, again,
can't do this.
Just a small.
As you leave, they're going to call it.
Demographically small counties.
That's exactly what's going to happen. Okay.
You still have to vote to come here.
Such trauma from this. My favorite hockey player for the Blackhawks was Patrick Sharp.
It just means there are concentrated places where Hong keeps being able to make.
We went to the Stadium Series, which that was not easy tickets to get, and it was
a big update for her out of Brown County. A big update for her out of Dane County.
It was like negative 20 degrees.
Out of lacrosse
and it was
crazy.
It was a crazy ass game.
Like clearly, as you can see on the map,
so
just by the
I had to piss so bad. I was like, I have to go.
Here.
I was waiting in line to piss, and all of a sudden, I heard the fucking the horn
where he's able to do
go, and I saw it was Patrick Sharp. I almost fucking cried.
Right, we saw him do it. We were talking about Iowa County a minute ago. There's a
that
lot of
places really bothered me.
Like this. We saw it in Crawford.
That's the most bitter piss I've ever taken. I was mad at my dick, just like, come on.
He takes one fell swoop.
I fucking hate you.
Brings it back up.
Why did you
Marinette counties?
My bladder, actually.
The Iowa counties. And then it just comes down again. Where did it just come down?
The bladder's what sucked in that one.
Marathon County.
Okay.
4,300 votes. Hong wins 1,906.
Exactly like that.
And Crowley gets 1,400.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm having like a little adrenaline rush here.
And this
also.
This is a good. Yeah, this is one I think on paper Crowley probably wanted to win. This is a good number. This ends up being a good number for Hong. 0.2 of a point. So it's not. There's a. I say there's more.
My God, it got even closer.
Like
this is unreal.
The sort of. It's not totally straightforward here, where it's like she's just doing it in the college towns or the the youngest places.
Stories.
We said we thought like this would be bellwether, and she's winning it. We thought Kenosha would be bellwether, and she's winning it. So that's why this is
Well, then bellwether. I'm very confused.
And we just don't know.
Dude, I'm with Konaki. He's just like, I want to go home.
Is it really only 13,000?
I want to go. But I also like,
You know?
I literally, I feel
And
this
if
like
it's
the
more-
biggest
and those
FOMO right now
more
where I'm
are
like, oh my
from
God.
the city of Madison. It is true, though, that, we've been at this, only an hour 51. But we started at 7 with South Carolina. That's why it feels longer. I don't think, maybe outside of the very first report, she's ever actually tipped this thing over, right?
Right.
That might be the thing that's kind of, 77% of the vote counted statewide. And, she, as I say, she gets these big updates,
Isn't the loser going to make them recount anyway?
Surprising places.
I just want projected winner. I literally, that's all I'm looking for right now is projected
honestly, going
winner.
into the
This
night,
is
you would've thought
unreal.
this number was a lot better for her.
All right. That's it.
It still could get better.
I'm going to send you guys to this
I think there's
space. I can't. This sucks. I'm literally walking away at like the 11th hour. So, I hope Francesco wins, but if Crowley wins, I'm also not going to be surprised. 0.2. We're at 0.2. So, I will not keep you guys any longer. It's a hung jury. That's hilarious. Sorry. All right. No, Mitch, that was legit. All right, guys. I really appreciate you guys sticking around. I'm going to send you guys to this space. Yeah, if you guys can hang through the outro, I appreciate it. And just because that will carry you right over to this space. So hang through the outro, stay for this space. All right. Love you guys. I will see you all tomorrow, 2 o'clock Central, 3 Eastern. Cool. Midwestern. Goodbye. Peace. Come on. Peace. One more time. Peace. There we go.
Who the heck is PepTalks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. PepTalks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. PepTalks.
Who the heck is PepTalks?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.